Let the voting end and let the counting begin. Americans from every corner are making their last decisions. Voters from Fargo to Tioga to Moorhead to Watford City to West Fargo are now playing the waiting game as election 2024 draws to a close. Hi again, everybody. Steve Hallstrom here with you for Election Night 2024, live from Fieldstone Group headquarters for our live election coverage. We're pleased to be with you on the FLAG WZFG in Fargo, West Fargo, Moorhead, KTGO, the FLAG, in Tioga, Stanley, and Watford City as well. And we're coming to you live from the Labor Masters Election Headquarters studio, also coming to you live on FLAG TV here. So those of you that are watching us, we are glad to have you watching us here tonight as well. We will be here tonight until there's nothing more to learn. That might be 11 p.m. It most likely, though, will be a very late night. But we've got lots of energy and lots of energy drinks here in the studio, and we're locked and loaded for a great night. Polls are now closed in Cass County and most of North Dakota. Some locations out west will be open for a bit longer, and in Minnesota, the polls are still open for about an hour or so. Joining me tonight, my good friend and business partner, Scott Hennen. He is live at the North Dakota GOP Watch Party at Sweet Shots in Fargo. Good evening, Scott. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well, Steve. Excited to get the count on. Right, enough talking. We've been talking for months and years, and it's been a long time in the making. I'm kind of done with the predictions. I just want real data. Give me some numbers to crunch. And one thing I was waiting to keep an eye on early on. I got a few spots I'm watching, and one of the key questions to me tonight is whether or not the trend of Donald Trump outperforming his poll numbers coming into an election in 2016 and 2020, whether that holds, whether that continues, because obviously he had a lot of polling momentum over the last month. And so the first chance I got a chance to look at that so far is in Florida. The Real Clear Politics average in Florida had Donald Trump winning Florida by 9 points. That race has been called for him, and right now there is a 12-point lead for him down there in Florida. That's with 70% of the vote in. So at least first indicator is that trend of overperforming his poll numbers may hold. I'm watching that to see how does that translate from Florida, obviously, to Pennsylvania, to North Carolina, to these swing states as well. I'm also watching a Decision Desk tonight. I tend to notice that a lot of the networks rely on Decision Desk headquarters. They don't have a partisan bent one way or another, but they're data nerds. And a lot of their calls tonight have been 15, 20 minutes ahead of the networks, but have fallen in line with everything they've called so far. And they're now giving, by the way, percentage-wise, Trump a 70% chance of winning the election.
Wow.
Based on their data so far. The only other thing I can really point to so far on the presidential race is some of the exit polling. Not so much on, who wins what state, but what issues were most important.
Yes.
And off the charts, the economy and immigration, the border, leading that. Abortion, the last number I saw, only important with 11. Only
I saw that same number.
As the top issue among voters that participated in the exit polls with 11% of the voters. So that would not portend well for the Democrats. But anyway, keeping an eye there. But there's so much to watch tonight on the local front, on the statewide front. Minnesota is going to be obviously interesting on the legislative front. I guess we'll be watching that closely to see what happens there. And Republicans right now have nothing, big goose egg in Minnesota when it comes to any kind of governance. The House and the Senate held by the Democrats. And there's one Senate race, I think, up that could bring that back to zero, to even rather. Otherwise, we're all watching the House races there tonight in Minnesota. But it'll also be interesting to see what happens on the presidential front, too.
Yes, so, absolutely.
So far, that's just the numbers I'm crunching here, sir.
Yeah, there's a lot to follow for us here tonight. We've got a great team that's making it happen. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to our video team, who is doing a great job putting up the TV show, as we like to call it around here tonight, for our streaming audience. So thank you, guys and ladies, for all that you're doing in there. From our newsroom, Austin Erickson and Ty Schonert are out and about tonight as well, and they're going to be checking in as we go around the horn here this evening. In fact, let's bring up Austin as he is out at Shields Arena, and Austin has been talking with folks and kind of surveying the scenes at some of the polling places that we are going to be looking. That we are going to be, okay, sounds good. Yeah, give him a call and just get in my ear and let me know when we have him. Ty Schonert also is out at some of the different events around town here tonight, getting a sense for what the people are saying and doing today as far as their voting. We mentioned that Scott Hennen is at Sweet Shots tonight, which is where the North Dakota GOP is having a watch party at tonight. So there will be a number of candidates that will be sitting right in your lap, Scotty, as the night goes on.
Yeah, we expect so. The United Republican Committee hosting this event, they have a number of sponsors, and I don't know, there's probably a couple dozen folks here already as I look around the room, so it's a little early. Obviously, they just opened the doors and polls just closed in North Dakota, but this will be the spot for most of the area Republicans on the North Dakota side to gather tonight, and we will as we see the results trickle in, be chatting with some of those as well. But if you're looking for a place, my daughter's in New York City. She just texted me, do you know of any election night parties in New York City? And I wanted to remind her that for Republicans, that's probably a small group in New York City. I'm not sure. But, some people just tonight don't want to be sitting at home and listening to us on the radio or watching the TV. They want to be somewhere where they're with other folks keeping an eye on all this. So if you want to join the fun, you're certainly welcome to join.
Well, tell Hannah to get out on the Long Island. Out on the island, there's some good conservatives out there, but she may not find too many of them right in the city.
She did text me that the New York Young Republicans have a place, but it's funny. It's on Eventbrite, and you have to they haven't publicly acknowledged where the location is. So you've got to go on Eventbrite to get a ticket, and then they'll tell you. That gives you a little difference between New York City and Fargo election parties tonight. We're telling you the Republicans are happy to let you know it's at Sweet Shots, and you're more than welcome to stop by.
Yeah, you got to have the special handshake and know the password to get into that party out there. All right, let's send it over to Austin Erickson. He's been out at some of the polling places this afternoon and this evening. Austin, what are you hearing? What are you seeing? What are you feeling from the people that you're visiting with out there?
Well, Scott and Steve, I am out at Shields Arena where polls closed shortly after, at 7 o'clock, and I did see one person turned away from the polls. They say that they've had about 4,000 people come in so far today. They've had only minor instances of people wearing political paraphernalia, which is not allowed at the polls, and a few people, 45 people doing provisional ballots because they had out-of-state IDs, or their address was not updated with the North Dakota Department of Transportation. So not very many issues here, but I was here for around the last 20 minutes of polls being open, and the crew here is amazing. They've got the people out very quickly, and the parking lot is almost empty.
Okay, Austin, have you heard any incidents today of any malfunctions to anything that's not working properly or anything like that where there's an issue with how the apparatuses work today across Cass County or in Fargo?
No, I haven't heard anything. It's nothing like Wisconsin where they forgot to shut some doors on their voting machines or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I talked with one poll worker who said, like I said, only had minor issues with people wearing partisan clothing and people not having their correct updated address on their ID or having an out-of-state ID.
Okay, sounds good. Austin, we appreciate the update, and as you are able to gain more information about anything happening around town, we appreciate your check-ins tonight as well. So thanks for your good work, and we'll check in again with you in a little bit.
All right, thank you so much. I'm headed to Moorhead. Polls close at 8 o'clock.
That's right. Yeah, we've got about another 45 minutes over in the Gopher State before voting will end over there. Coming up here in just a few minutes, we're going to be visiting with Brandy Madriga. She is Cass County's finance director, and she is the one who oversees all of the election apparatus in Cass County. Had a chance to visit with her a little bit earlier in the week to get a sense of what things she'll be watching and what kind of details she needs to be attentive to here. So we'll be visiting with her coming up a little bit. There's a lot that's going on, obviously, and it's a pretty well-oiled machine in Cass County, and typically we're able to get results fairly quickly once the polls close, and at that point, all of the different precincts will bring their ballots and their results to the courthouse, and it will be tabulated and entered into the system there. I want to say thank you, as we have mentioned quickly already, to the Labor Masters folks for sponsoring our coverage tonight. We are coming to you live from the Labor Masters election headquarters studio. Also want to say thank you to Casey Joe's Catering for providing the food and beverage for the food, tonight, beverage wholesalers for the beverages that we are enjoying here as well tonight for our watch party. Got a lot of Flag Plus members out there watching and hanging out with us tonight. We'll be visiting with those folks here as we continue along the way as well. And want to say a special welcome also to our audience on KTGO Radio, AM 1090 and FM 92.7 in Tioga, Stanley, Watford City as well. And we will be keeping an eye on those races here certainly tonight also, as we're waiting to see which state representatives, state senators are elected out in the western part of the state also. So welcome to those of you joining us from the western part of the state. All right, 7:15 here on our coverage, WZFG AM 11 Heart of the Flag, FM 92.3, our coverage of election night. And let me know, Macy, as soon as we have Brandy on the line and ready to go here for our first guest at 7:15. Scott, while we're waiting for a few more results to come in, other than the presidential races that we're seeing, what are some of the biggest headlines and storylines that you're going to be watching to see, maybe on a local or statewide level here in Minnesota and North Dakota tonight?
I would say I mentioned the Minnesota ones earlier. It's really in the House race, whether that balance tips back to Republicans, and so they have something to hang on to. It'll be interesting to watch what happens there. There's very few swing districts in Minnesota, so it's just a few number that we're watching. On the North Dakota side, I think the measures are the big enchilada. There's really not a lot of races that are going to be statewide, any kind of by any of the polling, and nothing even close, right? So it'll be a matter of does Kevin Kramer outperform his number from last time? That's the kind of stuff you'll look at. It's not really much up there. I would say on the legislative front, there's a couple of interesting races. Where you had, Jim Casper was targeted by a Republican group, so District 46, that'll be interesting to see how that fares. You have Jared Hendricks, same thing, in District 10. And then a Grand Forks race that got very interesting with everything from drug use admitted by the Democratic candidate to late night mean tweets from the Republican candidate. So, that'll be something we'll watch. I'll tell you another thing nationally we're watching, obviously, is the balance of power in the Senate. That's huge. Because, say, for instance, there is a Harris victory tonight. The calendar and the map really favor Republicans in winning the Senate. They've already picked up one seat, so the majority in the U.S. Senate is gone. West Virginia, Joe Manchin's seat, which he abandoned, has been won by Jim Justice. The governor there is now the senator from West Virginia. So it's a Senate pickup of one right now. And, of course, we'll continue to watch some of these other states as well. 43 Republicans have secured their seat so far. 32 Democrats have secured their seat. You need, obviously, 51 for the majority, but right now that's a +1 for Republicans. But we'll be watching that close on the nationwide front tonight, too.
Okay.
Steve.
Sounds good. We are going to now go to the Newsline. Brandy Madriga, Cass County Finance Director, joins us here on our live election night coverage. Brandy, thank you very much for taking a few minutes with us. I guess I'll ask you first of all, overall, how have things gone today as far as the apparatus of having people vote and all the registration that needs to happen ahead of time? Not registration of voters, but just getting everything set up and getting it going, getting all your volunteers there and having everything happen as it's supposed to at the different polling places. How has that all gone tonight?
Hi there. Thanks for having me. Everything has gone just according to plan. I couldn't be more proud of all the people and all of our team that went out there to help everybody get their votes cast. They all started very early this morning, setting up at 5:30 a.m. We had over 400 election workers come, and we were able to get over 40,000 voters through our doors today over our 20 locations.
So overall, there have been no malfunctions with any of the equipment. The paper ballots all showed up on time. All those things went as according to schedule today.
They did. A little bit of sleepless nights of worry, but yeah, it all came together.
Wonderful. So tell us what happens now. The polls are closed across Cass County, and you have the absentee and mail-in ballots that are already been received. Have those been, quote-unquote, entered into your system yet, or how will that happen along with all of the different precincts and polling places that will be adding up what happened at their particular locations? Walk us through the chronology of what happens now.
Sure. So all of our polling locations are going through their closing procedure, as well as our absentee board. So our absentee board was working all day long, basically reviewing all the ballots, making sure that they belong to the correct people, and then tabulating them through our tabulator. And then at 7 o'clock was the time, not just our absentee board, but all of our polling locations are authorized to then generate the reports. And so I am sitting here at the courthouse now waiting for all of these reports to come, including the absentee votes to come in. So there was over 11,000 absentee ballots that were cast today.
What has been your perspective on the turnout that we've seen, maybe in the early and absentee ballots, the mail-ins, but also in the turnout, what you're hearing today from the people who've been working at the polls?
So I've been keeping my eye very closely on this, and I would say that the unique thing about this election is the early voting turnout. We had almost 40,000 voters come through our doors during our 5 days of early voting. So we had 6 locations open that accepted those 40,000 individuals. Compared to our absentee, it's pretty typical that we receive between, I would say, 10 to 12,000 absentee ballots each year in a presidential election. And then our election day is less than I would have expected. I would have expected a good 60,000 individuals through our doors, but yeah, we were down to about 42,000. But that in mind, it helped our election workers, and it helped alleviate the lines. We had somewhat minimal lineups throughout the day compared to some previous elections that we've had in the past.
Okay, so if I heard you right there, you were expecting 60,000 in-person voters today in the county, and you only think you got about 42,000. Did I hear that correct?
Yeah, that was my assumption going into this. I prepared to see 60,000 individuals.
Okay, so in-person turnout today a little less than maybe what was expected. Very interesting, but more people voting ahead of time. How does that, just doing some quick math then, how does that compare to, say, the election of 2020 with the total number of voters that we had that will be registering their votes?
So it is somewhat similar to 2020, although 2020 is unique in that we had a similar amount of early voting, but we had almost 30,000 absentee. But total voters in 2020 was almost 87,000, and today we had almost 92,000 voters.
Okay.
Come out in Cass County.
Okay. So tonight now, when do you hope that we have everything logged in the system and reported to the state Secretary of State? When do you think everything might be wrapped up tonight and we might have some final results on what happened?
I'm hoping that you're going to start having some good results before the 8 o'clock mark. There's a good number of closing duties that are the responsible of our locations. And final results hopefully by 9:30. We did not have large lineups at 7 p.m., so I'm thinking that it'll be a sooner results posting than may have been expected.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
So, by the way, based on what you said about today's vote, the trends that going into this suggested that we would possibly have some of the highest turnout we've had in a long time. But it sounds like with that actual game day voting down, you're not going to, you're higher than you were 4 years ago, but you're not going to break any records this time around, it sounds like, right?
Yeah, I would look at it more like the voter turnout once we are able to get those numbers and determine how many of our eligible voters did come out, because the county has grown in the last 4 years. So we're looking at probably about a growth of 15,000 individuals.
Interesting. Yeah, that'll be. It's also going to be interesting to see how much of a track that is nationwide, with the election day voting down compared to the early voting that was happening. Question I had related to the counting: have the mail-in ballots and the early voting already been tabulated? Do you know those results? Are they in, or are they going in at the same time today's vote goes in?
I am still waiting for those results. They've all been tabulated, but the results have to be reported to the courthouse. So I'm sitting here eagerly awaiting them to arrive, and then I can upload those results to everybody.
Got it. So they've been counted. They just haven't been delivered to through the process to you yet to be able to actually be reported.
That is correct.
Okay. Great. Well, Brandy, any last thoughts, comments, notes that you think would be helpful for our audience to hear, or any last words that you want to share with our audience tonight?
I would just leave it on what a great job all of our election workers did, all of the employees of Cass County. We couldn't have done it if we didn't work as a team, and everybody showing up on time and doing their part to make a great election.
Well, very good, Brandy. It sounds like from the reports that we're hearing and your summary that everything is running well here and has run well so far. So congratulations to you and your team. I'm sure that you all will enjoy a day or two coming up here later this week once everything dies down, where you can relax a little bit, because I know it's been a grind. So thank you for taking some time out of a busy night and filling us in on some of the details.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me.
You got it. Thanks for joining us. That's Brandy Madriga, Cass County Finance Director. Scott, I was surprised at kind of that total number. They had expected 60,000, only got about 42,000. The place that I normally vote in South Fargo, I went at a time when it's usually pretty dead, and I can walk in and vote pretty easily, and there was a line out the door. So it was busier at a slower time than I expected it would be at my place, but I did see some of the other places were a little quieter, so I guess it depends on where you went and when.
Yeah, we heard a lot of stories about lines and wait times in early voting as well, so I think it's just a matter of just how many people took advantage of that. Of course, over the course of 5 days, there were a number of locations that had waits fairly significantly throughout the day, so interesting that folks are just revved up, want to get out there and do an early vote. Traditionally, and this isn't necessarily the case for North Dakota because it's such a red state, but traditionally, the early voting and the mail-in balloting in races across the country favor Democrats, and it takes Republicans to catch up on Election Day. And the early vote in many of the key swing states actually had numbers that favored Republicans, where they had significant gains over 2020, and that's the one everybody was watching because of COVID and a little bit of 2016 as well. But some people have said, well, if what Republicans did by having that early voting advantage was cannibalize their Election Day vote, in other words, the numbers were down there, then you wouldn't necessarily have that advantage that you thought you had going in. And just an interesting little anecdote, I guess, with Cass County to be down significantly on Election Day voting, to see if that translates anywhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. If you would like to send a text message in tonight, we can do that as well. 701-237-1590, 701-237-1590, and be glad to get your reports. I got a text message that came in just about 15 minutes ago saying my wife is still in line at the Alaris. Line was to the box office from the hotel, so up in Grand Forks. So thank you for that report from the Northern Valley, and we appreciate you checking in here on the program here tonight. 7:28 here. We're going to take a short break here in a couple of minutes, and when we come back on the other side, we will give you some updates on what we're seeing on some of the presidential races. Certainly, they say that most politics is local politics, but everybody is watching to see what is happening nationally with the presidential race, so we'll continue to watch that as well. Coming up then before 8 o'clock, we'll be visiting with Chad Oban from Keep It Local, the organization that was a strong no vote on North Dakota Measure 4, which would have changed the face of property taxes here in the state of North Dakota. Matt Gilbertson will be with us then at 7:50, and he's running for Moorhead City Council from his ward, running for re-election. So I have not forgotten about you good folks on the Minnesota side of the river as well. So lots here to do, lots here to talk about and discuss as we wait for some of the results to come in here this evening. So with that, let's take a quick break here at the bottom of the hour. You're listening to live election coverage on AM 1100, The Flag, FM 92.3, on KTGO, AM 1090 and FM 92.7, as well as Flag TV on YouTube. We'll be back with more live coverage right after this. Welcome back to our coverage of election 2024 here on the Flag. Steve Hallstrom, Scott Hennen here with you on this very historic evening, and we are excited to see what sort of storylines will be showing themselves throughout the course of the evening. We want to say thank you to our signature sponsor for our election coverage, Labor Masters. No job is too big, no job is too small. Labor Masters has professional, courteous, and effective temporary employees, upfront competitive rates, same-day help. They're locally owned and operated and have been since 2014. We've used Nancy's team here at our building many times, and they do a great job, and we appreciate them supporting the process of getting all this information out on election night the way that we're able to. So thank you. You can find out more about Labor Masters at labormasters.net. All right, 7:35 here on our coverage, and we can give you an update right now on another presidential race that has been called. The polls in Arkansas closed here about 4 minutes ago, and most of the news networks now have called Arkansas for Donald Trump. So that brings Donald Trump up to 111 Electoral College votes. Kamala Harris at 72 so far. Any races being called this early certainly aren't going to be much of a surprise, Scott, and no surprise that Arkansas would fall into line for Team Red here tonight.
Yeah, I guess Florida going as early as it did. It was never really thought to be close to Florida and Ohio. Used to be swing states, but have gone pretty solid Republican. Ohio right now, they only have 34% of the vote in. Actually, Harris is leading that, but just you don't know where they're from. One thing I've been watching.
Yeah, I can
Florida,
update that, Scott. We now are at 41% in Ohio. Trump now has taken a lead for the first time tonight, 50.5 to 48.5.
And a number I'm watching also is Georgia. Georgia has about 52% in now. Trump leads there 55-44. So that's another swing state that we're watching. The rest of these, like Michigan only has 6% in, 8% in Pennsylvania right now. So it's just the numbers are too low to know anything. Only 41% in Virginia. Some believe that is one of the states to watch early on to see if there's a bellwether in some states that were not thought to be battleground, but may turn out to be battleground. North Carolina has only 14% of the vote in now, so it's just too early on many of these. One little number I mentioned earlier, I'm tracking the final Real Clear Politics poll numbers state by state for Trump compared to what his actual is in each of these states. He's jumped up now to a 13-point lead in Florida with 91% of the vote counted. Florida's already been counted for him. He's going to win Florida, but that's a 4-point improvement over his final poll number in Florida from the Real Clear Politics average. So my first test on a state that's called to say is Trump's trend of overperforming his poll numbers are going to continue tonight, which will tell you a lot about whether or not he'll be the 47th president.
So you're comparing what we're seeing for actual results, not to the 2020 election. You're comparing it to what the Real Clear Politics average said the polls showed them going into this election night.
Correct.
Yeah.
In these, and I'm just doing that to see if Trump's trend of overperforming the polls continues.
And it looks like it is in Florida, at least to this point.
That's our first kind of real data test on it, and again by 4 points because he came in at 9 in the Real Clear Politics average as a lead, but with 91% of the vote, he's at 13 points right now in the way of a margin. So it just it's again something to watch early on to kind of keep you interested in what's happening until these get counted.
I think we need to hire Florida to run elections for everybody, Scott. It's amazing here. They've been closed now for an hour and a half, and they already have, what did you say, 91% of the vote is in now? Yeah, 91%, 92 actually. And, Trump at 56 to 43 right now. With those 30 very valuable electoral college votes. But amazing. The states that seem to want to get it done certainly can. Isn't that interesting?
It just jumped to 95% now, and it's 56-42, Trump over Harris with 95% of the vote in. So that's, still 14 points, right? That would drop a little bit. 56.7 to 42.4, 13 points. So still overperforming his poll number, pretty close to where I was with 99%.
Okay, very good. Well, one of the storylines that has been a fascinating one to watch during this election cycle has been the discussion about property taxes in North Dakota. One of the measures on the statewide ballot was, is it time to do something very different very drastically different with property taxes than is being done currently. That's North Dakota's Measure 4, and this is the one that was proposed by Rick Becker. It got enough signatures on petition to get on the ballot, and we have seen a lot of energy on both sides of this as people who are certainly taxed heavily in the state and want to see some kind of relief for that taxation have said maybe this is the way to do it. We're pleased to have on the newsline right now Chad Oban, and Chad is with Keep It Local, the organization that lined up in a strong way against Measure 4, and he's been good enough to share a little bit of his election night with us. Chad, good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Good evening. I got to tell you, I'm at a little election night gathering, so I haven't been able to watch the national results. So listening to you and Scott, I actually got a little flavor of what's going on nationally. So thank you.
Yeah, well, we're good for something every once in a while, Chad. So glad we can fill in a few blanks for you there. I guess I want to ask you a little bit about, as you sit here tonight now waiting for the votes to be tabulated and the results to come in, looking back at the campaign that you and your team ran on the Keep It Local side, what would you say that you're most proud of with the message that you were able to get out?
Yeah, so I think anytime you can pull together a coalition that's 113 different organizations ranging from groups on the right to the left and rural and urban, groups that work together, sometimes work adversarial against each other, and get them to all sort of work together and to talk to their members about what this means for folks. That's the thing that I'm proudest of. That, I mean, in this day and age, in this time of division, to get that many groups together it was really a great experience to see politics where it's not an us versus them, but a bunch of people pushing in the same direction that this is not the right plan for North Dakota.
There was one major poll that came out from North Dakota News Cooperative maybe a month or so ago, and that showed that the no vote had a lead of, I think it was maybe about 20 points or so. Did your organization do its own internal polling, and based on that, what do you expect to happen when the votes are counted tonight?
Yeah, we're feeling pretty good about things. We've been polling all along and consistently have been up by somewhere in that 20-point range. But, you know, a large amount of undecideds. Generally, people break no on an initiated measure if they're undecided at the end. But, you know, who knows? We'll wait for the votes to come in. And once they're done, we'll determine what the course of action is. If this does go down tonight, as we expect, I hope legislators are listening, and they're listening that they have to do something about property taxes. I think the people have spoken that something needs to be done significant, and nibbling around the edges is not enough.
Yeah, I want to ask you a little bit about that. Certainly, the state of North Dakota would have been the entity responsible for writing those checks to the local municipalities, right, because people like Chad and Steve and Scott would not be then writing checks going forward. So, your sense on just this conversation, because the state of North Dakota really was almost caught in the middle, where it's mostly people that are, and what I heard mostly from people on the yes side was that people are fed up with their local entities and municipalities not being able to watch their spending. Therefore, their school boards, the county boards, city boards were passing along big property tax invoices. And that really wasn't, if you're honest about it, wasn't completely fair to the state. So what message do you hope that local city and school board and county leaders get from all of this?
Here's what I think. I think the legislature in the last several sessions, probably in the last 10 or 15 years, has sent a lot of money to local political subs, and we haven't seen that in drastic property tax cuts. And so I think the legislature needs to look at, you know, are there ways where they can cap assessments going up? Because I think that's one of the things that really irritates people is all of a sudden the value of my home goes up and I didn't do anything to fix it. But I think that there has to be, it can't just be sending money and hope for the best. I think that the legislature needs to look at some different options, put guide rails in place while maintaining that local control. So if a community has a rapid increase of growth, they still have a way to pay for their infrastructure needs. But again, I think this throwing money at the local political subs and hoping for the best has proven not to work. And so I think there does need to be a real conversation. I think one of the things that you just brought up is you've got this situation where property tax owners are frustrated and they don't know who to blame. Do they blame the legislators? Do they blame their political subs? It's like a game of that Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other. Property tax owners don't know who to go to. And so I hope the cities, counties, school boards, and the legislature all get together and figure out what we can do to reduce this burden.
Chad, what do you think that the the other side on this one, the yes vote. What do you think that they did well as far as articulating their points? As you assess what the other side did, what do you look at and say, you know what, they did a good job on this particular issue or bringing up this argument that I think maybe people do need to consider?
I think one of the things, I had a discussion a few weeks ago with one of the proponents in front of a group of folks, and one of the things they expressed frustrations about is this assessment, the value of people's properties going up without like really understanding that process. I also think nobody knows what a mill is, and we need to have better transparency on how we assess property taxes and how we fund. And I think they did a good job of bringing up those issues and tapped into the frustration around property taxes. Now, I don't think this approach, obviously, of using a sledgehammer to solve this problem is the right problem, but I think they did tap into some energy with North Dakotans who want to see something significantly done. They want to understand. They don't want to be caught by surprise. Nobody wants to be caught with surprise with a tax bill. I can understand why people would be frustrated by that.
Very good. Any last thoughts or comments that you'd like to leave with our audience tonight, Chad?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to the results. I think, win or lose, I think there's going to be lots of work to be done moving forward. And again, I'm really proud of this coalition and conservatives and progressives all coming together to stand up for their communities and to push a no vote on this thing. And appreciate the time and look forward to seeing the results.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I've had you on my show, too, as somebody who voted on the other side of this from where you're sitting. I can tell you I have appreciated our conversations along this, and I think you and your team have done a very good job raising some significant concerns that I think definitely weighed in on the conversation and had a lot of people gave them some things to think about. So good job to you and your team as well for the job that you've done. We'll wait to see the final numbers come in, but we appreciate your accessibility on this issue.
Appreciate you having me on, and happy election night.
Thanks very much. That's Chad Oban, and he is the executive director of North Dakota United, which is now the combined union of the teachers and the public employees in the state of North Dakota. That's his day job, and then he also was part of the Keep It Local coalition as well. So that one we'll see, Scott, but the polling has been pretty consistent all the way along. We'll see if there are any surprises here tonight, but it looks like that one's going to have a tough time getting through this evening.
Chad pointed out there was a pretty good size, undecided vote there, so it'll be curious to see how they did break at the norm where if you're undecided, you tend to go no holds. I also think that I can't think of a time when North Dakota voters have been able to go to the polls and vote themselves a pretty significant tax cut. So that's a dynamic here that I think is worth considering as well, that literally on the ballot is, do I want what I believe would be a tax cut? Now, again, some would argue that when the dust settles, you may end up having the same amount of taxes going out, just going out in a different way, whether it be, fees and taxes that are making up the difference. I don't know, but there was a number of people I know that said, I don't really care about the details. I know that in year one, I'd save a ton of money. So that'll be an interesting dynamic as well. Just checked, no statewide precincts reporting as of yet, so we still don't have anything in the way of even early numbers. One interesting note, Mark Halpern is a guy I watch pretty closely. I forget what network he worked for, but he's now independent and watched his coverage. Basically what he does is have really good sources on the Republican side and really good sources on the Democratic side, and just calls balls and strikes, something that's unique. Sadly, in the media these days, you've got so many people that are with their hidden agendas. But Halpern's one I trust is just reporting that what he's learning in Wisconsin is looking very bad for the Democrats, and Milwaukee turnout was not what it needed to be for Harris to win the state. He says, I reported a few days ago, Republicans were feeling very good, Democrats feeling bad about Wisconsin. So even though there's this whole notion that it's all about Pennsylvania, maybe Wisconsin is the weak link for her. So just another little tidbit as we await the results in a whole new wave of states that'll have their polls closed here in about 12 minutes.
Yeah, I was listening to the Charlie Kirk program earlier today here on our station, Scott, and Charlie was talking to some people that were watching the different states, and the people on Team Red that were talking about the states they were most excited about, they really liked the trends they saw in Georgia, and they really liked the trends they saw in Wisconsin. And they mentioned that exact thing, that turnout in inner city Milwaukee Milwaukee proper was very low. It was a very dead turnout, and so that was something that had gotten the crew there on that program pretty excited about what Wisconsin could offer. Now, the polls have not closed yet there. That's another 10 minutes or so. And that will be one that will likely be well into the evening hours. But I had heard something like that as well, but more confirmation. When you hear it at 7:49, you believe that it's got some weight that it maybe didn't have at noon today because it sounds like that trend is continuing.
Georgia also, by the way, speaking of Georgia, has 63% of the vote in now, and Trump with a 52-47 lead. The Florida Gap poll has grown to 5 points in Florida for Trump, outperforming his Real Clear election polling average by 5 points now in Florida. That's what I'm watching the rest of the way. But let's see, North Carolina has only 24% of the vote in right now, but Trump leading there. It's just one of those that seems a little early. Ohio now 43% of the vote in, 51-48 Trump. Pennsylvania is just 13% in, and that's the 13% that's in. And if, I just saw Bill Hemmer look like the metro areas of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia had a majority of their vote in. So that number right now has a heavy Harris lead of 68% to 30%, but only 13% in. Most of that coming from the big cities. Others like Michigan only 8% in, and just too darn early to tell.
One state that I have been watching over the last 10 minutes or so, Scott, is the state of Virginia, which was expected to be solidly in the Harris camp. Trump is leading right now with 44% of that vote in, just by a fraction, 49.5 to 48.7. But so far, and we don't know if that was more rural counties voting or if the Metro D.C. had been reporting anything there yet, but that would be a surprise if those numbers continued there. That was a state that Harris was expected to carry relatively easily tonight.
I'm looking at the decision desk. They actually have just called that one for Harris with only 46% of the vote in. And it's tight as a tick, 49-9 Harris, 48 for Trump. But they're watching where the votes are coming from. So generally, like what I find is decision desk will call it, and then the networks will shortly after. So that's one to watch. That was one I think a lot of people were saying if it was going to be a big Trump night, you'd see Virginia go Trump's way early, and then and you'd start seeing some of these other states maybe that were not supposed to be tight, like Minnesota, maybe go the other way. So at least according to Decision Desk, Virginia not happening. One note on the House races, there is obviously a slim majority for Republicans right now. The Republicans so far in the U.S. House races have picked up 3 seats. So far, 129 Republicans have won their seats, 78 Democrats have won their seats, but there's a whole host of the seats to count tonight for sure.
Sorry, Scott.
Just going to say early on, some momentum for Republicans here on the House side.
Yeah, only one seat on the Senate side has flipped, and that's in West Virginia where Joe Manchin is retiring. And in that race, it was expected that the Republican justice would win, and he's got a big lead with about 43% of the vote in. So that going the way most people expected. All right, let's go back to the newsline right now. On the program now, we are pleased to welcome Matt Gilbertson, the incumbent city councilman out of Ward 1 in Moorhead. Matt, thanks for giving us a few minutes here on this election night.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, so overall, how did you feel your campaign went, and how are you feeling tonight?
Well, I'm feeling, cautiously optimistic. I did everything I could do in the last 6 weeks, and my record, speaks for itself the last 4 years. So we'll see what the citizens of Ward 1 want.
Yeah, you had come in as someone who talked about when you won election last time out, you said, I'm somebody who's going to watch spending. We have to be responsible in the ways that we grow government. And we really want to make sure that we're spending the people's money wisely. And that was a big message for you. When you were campaigning now for re-election, did you hear some feedback from people that they saw you follow through on those things?
Yeah. It was, it's still pretty quiet out there. You go door to door and most people close the garage doors. They don't really want to talk. And I'm not sure if it's just because of this is probably one of the most, divisive elections, so people don't really want to talk to you. But I've had people reach out and like, hey, keep doing what you're doing. We support you, whether they're, Republican or Democrat. I mean, it's a political position, but people reached out, said that, they like what I'm doing. So,
what are some of the issues that you heard from people? And I know that you're talking with people all the time as you're serving on the city council already. But what are some of the things that you think really matter still to the people of Moorhead that you've got to keep fighting for if you are to be reelected?
well, it comes down to public safety and, keep the assessments low and grow a tax base. I mean, everybody's raising taxes, whether it's city, county, school board. Everyone's trying to get, more nickels out of your pocket.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that. What are some of the things, the votes you made or the positions you took that you think really that you're proud of that you did in your most recent term?
Well, probably the most recent one is, 75 to 80% of the city budget is employees, wages and benefits. We're trying to give a big boost to, public safety, fire department, police department. That goes a long way. And then just being able to, if I don't think my Ward 1 constituents agree with something, I'm going to vote no. I'm not afraid to stand up. I've been the lone no vote before.
What do you think the city needs more of, needs to do better? What things do you hope the city council can tackle and do a better job of next time around if you're reelected?
It kind of just comes down to common sense. We've got, and keep the personal agendas out of the equation. We got a chance for DG Fuels coming in with a $5 billion investment in the Moorhead. What else? What else is there we can do to grow the tax base? We got, City of Moorhead's taking over the redevelopment of downtown Moorhead, and it's going to take people with business acumen to get that done.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that. The DG Fuels, it's a $5 billion plant, a sustainable jet fuel, and could bring as many as 650 jobs to Moorhead. Minnesota has not typically been the place where you go to get big projects done with fuel plants, but maybe the fact that it's sustainable jet fuel changes the rules a little bit. But this would be a massive win for Moorhead, no?
Oh, for sure. I was just at the Greater Fargo EDC meeting this morning, and a good year is 150 million or 500 jobs. This is 650 jobs in 2030. And $4 to $5 billion investment. I don't know all the specifics, but it comes down to energy credits and sustainable fuel. But it's also one of the byproducts that they turn into fuel is sugar beet pulp, which right now they're just spreading on fields, so they're not turning into fuel.
Yeah, 193 million gallons per year would be produced out of this plant. Where would the plant go, Matt? Has there been a kind of a footprint of that established where that would be?
Well, it's not, none of this is official, right? It's just, laying the groundwork. And Derek LaPointe was on KFGO this morning. He's talking about, the city owns 750 acres south of the interstate between RDO and the airport. So that's a natural fit for a plant like this.
Mm-hmm.
But they're also talking, big solar panel farm, which could go anywhere around their plant or even out to Barnesville. So it'd be a big boost for Clay County.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's going to be it'll be a big energy draw.
No question about it. Well, Matt, we appreciate you joining us. Thanks for always being good to give us a few minutes, and thanks especially tonight on this election night for joining us here on our coverage.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thanks very much. That's Matt Gilbertson, and Matt is running for re-election in Moorhead City Ward number 1, running against Nicole Matson. In Ward 2, Emily Moore, Ben Hammer, and Cassandra Sofferman are running for 1 seat. In Ward 3, it's Lisa Borgen and Noelle Hardin. And in Ward 4, Sebastian McDougall and Zach Amin are the two candidates there. All right, well, that will do it for our first hour of coverage. Another batch of poll closings in states across the country will likely trigger a number of media calls. We're expecting North Dakota will be one of them as well, so we'll be back to update that, and we'll start to look here in the 8 o'clock hour. We should start to get in some local partial results from across North Dakota and Minnesota as well. So lots more to come. Steve Hallstrom, Scott Hennen, and you hanging out here on this election night on AM 1100 The Flag, FM 92.3, and AM 1100 WZFG. Be back with the 8 o'clock hour after this. Welcome back to Decision 2024. Steve Hallstrom, Scott Hennen here with you. Ty Schonert and Austin Erickson manning the newsroom for us. Chris Larson on social media, a cast of many on the video stream as well tonight. Welcome to those of you who are watching us as well as listening to us here on the program here this evening. As you heard at the top of the hour Fox News break, a number of states have now closed their polls, and some projections can be made immediately on some of those, and they went through all of those, including the state of North Dakota. No surprise there, and many other usual suspects that have been called for Donald Trump. I did not hear them talk about Colorado, and those 10 electoral votes go to Kamala Harris as that race called as soon as the polls closed there as well. Let's send it over to Scott Hennen here, and he is at Sweet Shots with the North Dakota United Republican group gathering there tonight, and he's got one of the people that is a political newcomer running for state senate this year. So, Scott, take it away.
Michelle Powers is here. She's the District 46 candidate for Senate in North Dakota in the legislative race. We're awaiting results, so we don't know anything yet, but thought we'd catch up and feel what it feels like to be on election night on your first time on a ballot, Michelle.
Well, it is exciting. It's exciting tonight.
Hang on one sec here, Michelle. I'm not hearing you for some reason. I don't know why, but something's not working. We're going to do this right here. How about that?
All right.
You can hear you now.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So tell me how you're feeling.
It's exciting. It's exciting. Usually I'm home tonight with nerves watching, hoping Trump wins, but I came out early because I'm feeling good about Trump. I'm in my dark MAGA, funneling Elon, and it's exciting tonight.
Yeah, I love the dark MAGA hat even.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got the whole dark MAGA thing going for sure.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about this campaign. How's it been being a candidate for the legislature?
You know, it's good. It's really good to get to know the constituents, to understand their concerns. They're much like mine. I've really enjoyed the door knocking. That's my favorite part. Just visiting with folks. They get it, you know, families get it. They want to have the family be in charge of their children, and they're the sole authority and, you know, give direction to their family. And then we want to make their lives a little easier. Just as somebody made my life a little easier when I was raising kids, you know.
What do they want from their legislature? What do they want from their representatives, do you think? What do you hear from them?
Well, they just want to be, you know, it's more about getting government out of their life. It is, you know, our country is self-governance, and it's like the least that we can do by not regulations, taxing, you know, they're left to just do, you know, raise their family, live in America. It's wonderful to see that we are in a very giving community, and right now a lot of the nonprofits are struggling because there isn't any extra money to give to them. You know, everybody's hurting. So hopefully we can make their lives a little easier.
Has anything about the political world surprised you, actually being on a ballot and campaigning? What's the experience been like?
Well, like I told Steve, I said the most humbling thing that I have found is when you are asking for donations, because it does cost a lot of money to run a campaign, and you are responsible to those donors once they have given you money. So that comes with responsibility, and you want to do the best thing for them and do the work, do the race. And that's what I feel like we've done. You know, we've gotten out, done the race, did the work, and the rest is in God's hands.
Exactly right. Well, we'll be watching this closely for you tonight. We're waiting for North Dakota results, Cass County specifically, obviously in your case with District 46, and the other races to start trickling in here before too long. So it'll be fun to watch everything and see what happens, and hopefully it's a good night for Dark MAGA too.
That's right. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, you bet. And starting to fill in here a little bit. I see Ed Schaefer is here, one of the gold standard names and brands of the North Dakota Republican Party over the years. So Ed is here. Not too many elected folks yet or candidates yet, Steve, but the crowd is increasing as we're continuing to
Yeah.
watch things that are happening.
Very good. Want to remind you that we're coming to you live from the Labor Masters election headquarters tonight. We want to thank Labor Masters for being our election night sponsor and making this broadcast possible. We do appreciate them very much. Casey Joe's Catering, also big thanks to them for providing the food for the big event here tonight. DS Beverages for kicking in the beverages for this evening as well. So a lot of folks making this night possible. We're very thankful to them and our news team as well. Ty Schonert has been working the news lines and keeping his eyes out for things. Ty, anything that you are seeing that is worthy of mention here right now?
So we're starting to get some of the initial results regarding measures in North Dakota as well. So this is all interesting stuff that we're looking at here. One of the things that I'm seeing immediately, and this is all partial and full precincts we're getting here. So partially out of the 385, we're seeing 25 of them fully reported for Measure 5. That's legalized marijuana. As of now, mostly in the no, 64% against and 35% in favor of it. In the no category for Measure 4 as well, we're seeing most looks to be in opposition to it, 71%. Again, this is only with 25 precincts out of the 385 fully counted here, though. In addition, we're also seeing looks to be legacy fund transitions as well. Mostly people saying no on this measure, 55%, but it's still a bit of closer of a race that we're seeing. Measure 2 looks to be in favor of the no vote as well, with 58% voting against it. And Measure 1, this is updating terminology in the North Dakota state institutions, most going yes, 80% looks to be in favor of that so far. So we still have a lot to go here when it comes to where we're seeing these races go, and because there's only 25 of them fully counted, we need to wait for those. But as of now, AP is calling North Dakota for Donald Trump with 4% election results in. And we're starting to see some of those the votes come in for North Dakota specifically. As of now, there is still a lot of votes to go for this when it comes to our final results here, and we'll get those to you as those progress, and we are going to continue following these stories. By the way, in Minnesota, those polls close at 8.
Yes.
If you're still in line, including North Dakota, by the way, if you're still in line to vote, then you are legally allowed to stay in line, get your ballot done, and we'll get all those processed for you as well.
We did not hear of anybody having more than a 1 hour wait in North Dakota today, so the chances of someone still being in line in North Dakota fairly small, but the point is correct, and you want to remember that as long as you are in line when the quote-unquote polls close, you have the right to work your way through the line and make your voice heard.
Austin Erickson, who was at the Shields Arena, and someone got there at 7:01, they were turned away. And so it's tight. And that's what these rules are there for a reason. But it's unfortunate that the one voter did not get to vote today.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
It's the deadline.
Yeah, as far as some of the statewide North Dakota vote on president, vice president, not a big surprise here what we're seeing, even though we're still very early here. Only about 6% of the precincts reporting across the state, but Donald Trump with 75.3% of the vote, Kamala Harris with 22.3%. So significant lead there early on. We don't expect that will change much. U.S. Senator Kevin Cramer, 72-27 over Katrina Christensen. Julie Fedorchuk over Trygve Hammer, the Republican ahead there as well, 76-22. Kelly Armstrong and Michelle Strinden, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, 75-19 over Merrill Pepcorn and Patrick Hart. So Republicans looking very strong early on. Again, it is very early, but the history tells us that those folks are probably going to have a fairly drama-free evening here in the balloting. Josh Gallion for state auditor, leading 75-25 over Tim Lamb, and then a couple of other North Dakota Republicans running basically unopposed. Public Service Commissioner Randy Chrisman, 77%-21%. Kirsten Baszler for Superintendent of Public Instruction, which is a nonpartisan race, but Baszler has identified with Republicans in a strong way in the past. She leads Jason Heitkamp 60-40 right now. So as Ty had mentioned, the measures, the yes on 1 looking very strong early on. The no on 2, which is the constitutional amendments, basically the initiative measures. Measure 3, which would cap the legacy fund, that getting a no vote right now, 55-45. Measure 4, which is the property tax, no, winning big right now, about 70-30. And then marijuana no vote right now at 65-35.
I do want to point out that Cass County and some of the other big blue districts have not been tabulated into some of these votes, which could swing some things in some directions, but I'm not expecting large dramatic changes when it comes to these votes, but we'll see if any of these measures do begin switching up with that happens as well.
A good point on that as well, because the big urban areas will definitely have something to say in some of those. For instance, the marijuana measure back in 2022 went down 55-45 statewide, but in Cass County it went 55-45 for legalized marijuana. So you do have some of those things that are definitely affected by what's happening in some of those some of the bigger cities. No question about that. Taking a look to see if we have anything in here yet that will be notable for us in some of the state Senate and state House races, and not seeing much in the way of returns there yet from our coverage area. And again, we want to make sure that we remember our good friends out of KTGO country, Tioga, Stanley, Watford City as well. And we're watching those races that matter to you also, but nothing much in the way of results that are in yet in those. And so the bigger cities still tabulating votes there at this time. All right, 8:16 here on our coverage, WZFG, the Flag. Good to have you with us tonight. If you have a text message you'd like to send along to us, we'll take those at 701-237-1590. Scott Hennen, you've been keeping an eye on some of the things on the national map. Any updates there that you'd like to pass along?
Not too much right now. Wisconsin numbers are starting to trickle in, but it's a low percentage, so nothing really to point to there. One interesting note, back in Florida, there was a ballot measure there that sought to expand abortion rights and eliminate the state ban on after 6 weeks of pregnancy. That has been soundly defeated. Down there. Again, could be a bellwether related to the abortion vote we talked about earlier. Exit polls suggested that people who cited the abortion issue as their top issue were a low percentage of the voters in the exit polls, around 11%, and significant that Florida, where there was a pretty significant challenge there on that front. Ron DeSantis had done a lot of work to defeat Amendment 4 down there, and obviously having a successful night there. They also had a ballot measure on legalizing marijuana, and that went down as well in Florida. So some interesting notes coming in on that front. What else do I have for you? Some data points suggesting that independents are splitting. More for Republicans, R +6 in Pennsylvania, R +11 in Georgia. That's from exit polls. So obviously that's a prediction of what the votes will do. Obviously in Georgia right now we've got 69% of the vote in, and a growing lead for Trump, 52-46 in that swing state. Pennsylvania really slow to come in, though. Only 20% of the vote in right now, and a significant lead for Harris there. So
all right. Scott, anytime we get a chance to have a sitting U.S. Senator on the program, it's always a good night, and it is for us this evening as well. U.S. Senator Kevin Cramer joins us here on the Flag's Election Night coverage. Senator, thank you very much for taking the time. We know there's a lot to keep your eyes out for tonight, so thank you for giving us a few minutes.
Well, listen, Steve, first thing I have to correct is that, well, it's not a correction so much as just informing you, and you can ask Scott. Getting a senator on your show on a regular basis is not that big a deal, right, Scott? I mean, isn't that true?
We managed to do that weekly at least. Yeah.
We do. No, Steve, it's there's a lot to watch, but thank God for iPads and and good technology. You can watch counties and cities and states, and I'm, as you might imagine, in addition to keeping track of North Dakota, keeping close track of the Senate map, and just got off the phone with Steve Daines a couple of minutes ago, who's the chairman of the NRSC, and Lindsey Graham, who's down in South Carolina, and they delivered South Carolina for Trump, I think, about a second faster than North Dakota did. And talked to Tim Scott. He called as well. So things are going well in South Carolina. But yes, fun to watch the Senate map a little bit along with this presidential map, because clearly it looks like Bernie Moreno's going to win in Ohio. I see that they just called Ohio for President Trump.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we see Ohio now has gone to Trump. It's been called that race. So those 17 electoral votes go to Donald Trump in Ohio.
Yep. And so if we get that Senate seat, what that does is that's another gain for us. It means the longtime chairman of the Banking Committee, Sherrod Brown, is retired, and it probably ensures us having a Republican majority, which means Senator Tim Scott would become the chairman of the Banking Committee. I've been honored to serve with him now for 6 years on the Banking Committee, and it's those things that make a big difference for all of us when we get to flip a Democrat Senate seat, shall we?
Yeah, you will have a colleague from Minnesota going back to the U.S. Senate. Amy Klobuchar has been called the winner in the U.S. Senate race in Minnesota. So that now the voting is very, very early. Actually, Royce White has a lead, but that one's been called for Amy Klobuchar. So there's a familiar face that will be going back to the U.S. Senate. Kevin, overall, what is your sense on the Trump-Harris race, and how confident are you feeling tonight?
I feel pretty good about it, Steve. I know it's tightened up a lot in the last couple of days, but I just think he's overperforming where he has to overperform. Frankly, I think there's a fair shot of him winning the popular vote. And I say that because I think he's going to win the red states by bigger margins than he ever has. He's going to lose the blue ones by smaller margins than he ever has. And I think in the battleground states, he's going to do enough to win them. And I would love to see him get both the electoral vote and the popular vote, partly because I'd like to go into the next session with him and with all the naysayers, especially the Democrats who want to get rid of the Electoral College and get rid of the United States Senate, and remind them that we've won it all. And the founders have a great system that they came up with, and it's looking great.
Scott, any questions you want to ask Kevin?
Yeah, back to the Senate races. So obviously the West Virginia pickup, I think, was a foregone conclusion, but that puts you back to zero. I mean, the majority there. There are one I was going to ask you about that. I'm not sure if there's any thoughts on that. I'm trying to remember which one was underperforming right now. So few votes in Wisconsin, but Hubby's leading there.
Pennsylvania is a little disappointing to me at this point, but I don't, unless I don't know their map well enough to know where everybody lives. You know what I mean? So if it's all Pennsylvania, if it's all Philadelphia that's in, then I understand it. But as you know, Pennsylvania, they're so slow. Here's the question of the night for me: is how in the world can one of the biggest, most populated countries states in the country, Florida, count all of its votes faster than a village in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we've been talking about that tonight too. Could not agree with you. Couldn't agree with you anymore. Only 21% in out of Pennsylvania now. So again, Bob Casey with a big lead. But as you say, Fox is reporting that that Philadelphia and Pittsburgh make up a lot of that lead right now. So the one I was going to ask you about is Nebraska. That's been one where Republicans could go backwards. They have an independent candidate there who is really a Democrat, but running as an independent. He has kind of a gold standard name, last name Osborne, obviously longtime coach of the Cornhuskers there with the same name.
Not related.
Yeah, right. No relation, but only 20% in there, but right now a pretty significant lead for Osborne over Fisher. What's the word on that one?
Well, as I look at the map now, Nebraska is a state I know a little bit about, and two of the areas that are in are Lincoln, very Democratic, of course, the state capital, and the University of Nebraska, and it looks like the Omaha area as well. So very little out west. I just got to believe that tightens up a lot. Now Deb has been in trouble. I mean, that's Deb Fisher is the incumbent. She has had some challenges in this race. But Pete Ricketts, who's also right now with these same counties, he's also behind by about 1.5 points. And he's a former governor. I just can't imagine that he's not going to win by a fair amount, and that will bring everything back into balance. So I just think it's rural Nebraska is largely not in. Lincoln and Omaha are. I think that kind of explains it.
In a case of great timing, we can tell you that Fox News Channel and many other organizations now have called the U.S. Senate race in North Dakota for none other than our guest, Senator Kevin Cramer, winning re-election here tonight. I don't think much suspense there, but Kevin, it's got to feel good to know you're going to be able to go back and continue to work for North Dakota.
Well, it's the blessing of blessings. It's the honor of my life to have served the people of North Dakota in the Senate. I just know I work for the most virtuous, patriotic people in the country, and I never take it lightly or for granted. I just take it as a great honor and a blessing. And frankly, I'm so fortunate to have the kind of relationships we get to have in our state that allows me to know where people stand and to be able to represent them, as friends. And so this is the earliest night I think I've ever had in politics, quite honestly. I mean, I've had some pretty big races, and even in the House, but this call came so quickly after the flip of the clock that I don't think I've ever had a call this fast.
Fox News has just called Texas for Ted Cruz. That was a race that Ted was
that's a relief.
A little worried about, but that race has now been called, so that one has been called as well. We can also tell you that the race for governor in North Dakota has been called as well. No surprise there. Kelly Armstrong and Michelle Strindon getting a win in that one as well. I've not seen a confirmation yet on Julie Fedorchuk, but I have to assume that that's going to be a race that if it's not called already, that'll be coming fairly soon as well. So a good night and an early night, Kevin, for North Dakota Republicans.
Not a surprise. We're a Republican state. We're people who share Republican values. And the best Democrat with all the money in the world can't convince people of things they know not to be true. And it sounds harsh, but that's just the plain reality. A lot of would-be pundits that think they know something about politics will look at a certain candidate or a certain campaign and say, oh, they're running a really good campaign and raising lots of money, except that they're saying all the wrong things. All the things that they believe are things that North Dakotans reject. And I'm just grateful to live in a state that gets it.
Before we let you go, Kevin, what do you think we're going to be looking at as far as a timeline for when we might get a call on the presidential race? I think a lot of us were hoping deep in our hearts somewhere that it might be a Trump landslide tonight, and perhaps that might still happen where we could get some calls here tonight or in the early morning hours tomorrow. Other states like Arizona and Michigan are saying it may be several days down the line before they get their official numbers in. But what are your sources telling you that we can think about as far as expecting a decision tonight or in the near future on the presidential race?
My sources aren't really any better than yours, to be honest. I think Pennsylvania is just proving to be such an example of. And Arizona. Can somebody, speaking of places, how in Sam Hill does a county, Maricopa, I know it's the biggest county in Arizona, but it's not even a neighborhood in Florida. How is it that they can warn you in advance that it's going to take a long time to count the votes? To me, that's preparing for failure, and that makes me suspicious when a state prepares to tell you we're not going to be able to do this very well. And you'd think they'd have learned their lesson last time. But Steve, I just worry that these big states, these battleground states like Pennsylvania and Arizona are going to make us wait a long time. They're already warning us in Wisconsin that there's so many early votes and mail-in votes that it's going to take longer to count those because they have to come after the votes on election day, which makes zero sense to me. I think if you and I were running a railroad, we'd say, hey, why don't we have the people that voted first? Why don't we count theirs? Why don't we prepare everything so that we can run them through the machine and have the results out, within a half hour? I don't get it. I guess it's too much common sense. So I don't dare say, Steve, but here's what I do think. I think, and I saw the Florida call. I don't know how that margin ranks compared to previous years. But I think the best way we're going to get an indication is how North Carolina and Georgia go, and not just whether he wins them, but then how big he wins them and how he compare. As you might know, he won North Carolina, he being Donald Trump, won North Carolina, lost Georgia last time. Right now it's looking like he could win Georgia and may not win North Carolina. If that happens, then I guess I'd say it's going to be a very long night and well into tomorrow. If he wins both of them, then I think you could see a little momentum.
Fox News has just called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris with about 38% of that vote in. She has a 54-44 lead, so that's the latest presidential call. Kevin, you talked about Florida. Here it is. They've had their polls closed for about an hour, 2.5 hours, and they have 94% of their vote in. And if a state like that can figure that out, why are other states not able to do that? Is there anything Congress or the Supreme Court can do to force a little bit of, if not accountability, just efficiency and competence in getting the job done? This should not be that hard to do.
Well, first of all, when it comes to efficiency and competence, I wouldn't lean on Congress too much. But not to mention, as you know, we really do covet the state's right to run their own elections, and you got to have some guardrails. What I don't understand is why the people that live in those states don't demand something higher. I just find it crazy that they can't. Yeah. I'm just going to look here at Florida myself because I want to, when you look at Florida, we're talking about, let's see, expected votes in, 89%. They estimate about 1.3 million. I mean, see, when you think of the numbers like that, so you're talking about over 10.5 million votes have been cast and already counted.
Yes. Yeah.
That can be done. There is a way.
Most two states.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
There is, right?
There is. You just got to want to do it. You just got to want to do it. Kevin, we thank you for
By the way, I want to, as long as I'm on Florida, one of the other sort of endangered Republicans here was Rick Scott. He is winning by 13 points, 55.7 to 42.6. It's been called, obviously, with 88% in. So that tells me that we're outpacing the expectation in history. Rick Scott's never won a race. Remember now, he was governor twice and senator once. He's won every race he's been in with a recount, every single one. And he'll save some money and he won't have to hire lawyers for a recount.
There you go. Well, Kevin, we appreciate your time very much. It's great to have you on anytime. And even though you're giving us some humble treatment here, we still think it is a pretty big deal when we can get you on the program. So thank you for doing it. Congratulations on your reelection. And we look forward to seeing you standing up for our state here for the next 4 years. Or next 6 years, I guess it is.
We're going to do our best to tackle that budget.
Very good. Yep. We like to hear that as well. Thanks so much. Kevin Cramer, a U.S. Senator winning re-election tonight. Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate your time. Scott, we can go to a break, or do you have a guest there who's waiting to visit with us?
I do have a guest, former governor, former U.S. Ag Secretary Ed Schaefer's here. Hi, Ed.
Hey, hello.
How are you?
I'm terrific. That was exciting. I'm all kinds of happy and charged up here tonight. It's awesome.
Yeah, you've been at a few electric election night parties in your day. Is this one feel any different at all?
Well, it's kind of fun. One of the things that's fun is when I walked in the room, there are a lot of people in here I don't know. And I thought, wow, people are getting engaged and they're coming into the party and are excited and have voted and are supporting, the conservative direction in North Dakota. So that was exciting.
It's going to be a lot more fun to not be on the ballot on an election night party.
Well, that last week before the election is always kind of interesting. You've done everything you can do. You've said everything you can say, and it's kind of all over. But you're still charging to the finish line. You still keep going and going. You have your fingers crossed. You wonder what's going on. Did I miss something? Are they going to sneak up on me? What's happening? And so election night is over for sure. And it's one way or the other. It's over, and everybody breathes a sigh of relief.
You obviously have mentored many candidates, counseled them. Tonight you have, we just talked to Kevin Cramer. Obviously you've known Kevin a long, long time. He was in your administration. You've got Julie Fedorchuk, who worked for you very early in your campaign, now winning a resounding victory, heading to the House. Obviously Kelly Armstrong as well on the governor's race, taking your old spot. What's your thoughts about those three tonight?
Well, it's just fun to see it go through. Kelly's dad brought him into my office in the Capitol when he was 7 or 8 years old, right? So, I mean, I've watched him all through the years. And as you mentioned, Kevin, we worked with for 8 years, Julie for 6 years in the Capitol. And you know them, and you know their capabilities, and you know what they can get done, and their commitment to serving the people. And so it's just to see them, come through and to have the opportunity to work with them all along the way, now supporting them and cheering for them. It's just so happy and great to be there and to see him get elected.
What is your sense of the state of the Republican Party in North Dakota right now? Obviously, if you look at election results, this is a strong Republican state, no doubt about it. What's your sense of the state of the party?
I think, I go back to what Kevin Kramer just said, or Senator Kramer just said, about North Dakotans. And you can spend all the money you want, you can have a good candidate all you want, but if you don't talk about values, if you don't talk about what people believe in their hearts and their communities and in their culture, you don't get elected. So obviously Republicans are reflecting North Dakotans' Main Street values, and I think it's being reflected in electing people over and over again. When I started in 1992, we didn't have much of a Republican Party, and the Democrats had controlled the State House for 40 years. But what happened was not because I got elected, or not because we had a great legislature or something like that. What happened is people started to trust Republican leadership because Republican leadership was giving them the government they asked for. And I think that's the most important thing. We have to remember, this is a government by the people and for the people. And when Republicans deliver, it isn't against Democrats. It isn't, some special interest group or whatever. It is a government that people ask for. If we represent the people, give them what they want, and they're going to elect you.
Just checking in on some of the constitutional measures. Only 32 of 385 precincts are in, so it is obviously very early so far. But right now, measure number 2, which I know is something you watch closely, is losing 56-43. Measure 3 is losing 52-47. And on measure number 4, that's going down 70% to 29%. Legalized marijuana going down 59 to 40%. Obviously early, but some interesting results on a couple of them you've watched closely.
It is, and measure 4 surprises me, the property tax issue. Last time it was on the ballot, it was defeated, but it was defeated not because there weren't some property tax reforms that need to be done, but it was defeated just because of the system that was there, or the policy that was put forth just didn't look like it worked. Legislature had a chance to deal with it, and they didn't. They didn't do anything about it except put $9 billion into it, and our property taxes went up. So obviously they didn't do anything to help property tax relief. So I kind of thought that this time around, not that this piece of legislation did anything to reduce property taxes, but it did seem to me it's on the ballot again. Nobody's doing anything about it. People are going to have to speak. I thought they'd have a stronger showing.
Yeah, obviously we'll see how it goes. The polling suggested that it was in some measure of trouble unless the undecideds broke, quite a bit in favor of it. But it'll be interesting to watch. You have been vocal about your concerns about Donald Trump. Somebody called the show one day and said, "I just heard Ed Schaefer say he's going to vote for Kamala Harris." I said,
"No,
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't believe that for a minute." But maybe you said you weren't going to vote for Donald Trump. What did you end up deciding on that race?
Well, I just took the stance where I think Donald Trump is not a very good leader. I mean, I don't like his bombastic approach and his attacks on people. I just, I don't like it. But I like his policies, and I think that's what made the difference in the end. When people started looking at Kamala Harris and policy, not that she would ever tell us what her policies were, just Kamala Harris and her non-policy, and hide in the basement like Biden, and then you compare with Trump, and Trump said, "Here's what I do on the economy. Here's what I did on immigration. Here's what I did on inflation. Here's what we did for employment." You go down, it's like, how can you not vote for the guy? How can you not elect him if we were a better country, globally, and in the United States of America and in North Dakota when Donald Trump was president?
Interesting. Well, have some fun tonight. And as we all watch the results together, it's kind of fun to get a lot of folks together. A couple hundred people here already, and the crowd seems to be building. So appreciate you stopping by and chatting for a little bit.
I'm glad you're always engaged, Scott. And I had to come over here and get the information, so I knew what was going on.
Good to talk to you. Thanks, Ed. Ed Schaefer joining us live from we're at Sweet Shots, where the United Republican Committee is hosting a gathering here with a number of folks, and it's turned into a busy place, Steve. That's for sure. So we'll turn it back to you, and I think we're behind on a break here.
Lots of happening things going on. Absolutely. Let's do that. Let's get in our next break here. When we come back, Chris Larson is in here from the newsroom, and he's got some early Fargo and West Fargo numbers for us as well. That when we continue here on our coverage, coming to you live from the Labor Masters Election Headquarters studio. And we are also making sure that we welcome our friends in KTGO country out in Tioga, Stanley, Watford City as well. We'll continue with our coverage on Election Night 2024 right after this. Steve Hallstrom, Scott Hennen, a cast of many behind the scenes making it happen tonight on Election 2024. We're coming to you live from the Labor Masters Election Headquarters studio, and I can pass along a very interesting nugget that just came from our text line, 701-237-1590. Texter Tim from Cullum, North Dakota says, hey guys, New York Times now projects Donald Trump will get 287 electoral votes. So that would be a very good development. So we will see how the night plays out. Chris Larson has been in the newsroom along with Ty Schonert, Austin Erickson, all those guys keeping an eye on some of the numbers. And Chris, we're starting to get some local numbers reporting in for the first time tonight. Yeah, we are. All right, let's see. I'm going to have to get you. You were on. What mic is he on? Sorry, brother. I didn't know I was.
I believe I'm on 4.
Are you on 4? Okay, there you go.
All right, yeah, Steve, we've got 23 of 23 precincts partially reporting, no fully reporting in Fargo. The Fargo Dome sales tax issue right now is failing in Fargo, 55.52% to 44.48%. Again, only about 724 votes being counted so far. The lodging tax has a 50.69 to 49%.
I need 60.
No. Yes, and that needs 60. So that one failing as of right now. And then the vote for fire and police right now, again, 23 of 23 partially reporting with 473 votes out of the 717 total counted. That is a yes vote as of right now, Steve.
The yes vote winning there, about 66-34. So interesting that right now, and again, 724 votes, still very early, but the no is winning both of those right now. Let's take a look and see if we can update you on some Cass County Commissioner District 1. Tim Flackel in 1 and Jim Kapanen in 3 are running unopposed. There is a race in District 5, Joel Vettel and Keith Godis. Vettel right now leading with about 1,400 votes in there, 66-32. Taking a quick look to see if there has not, by the way, been an official call yet for Julie Fedorchak from the Associated Press, who they would call that. It wouldn't be Fox News Channel or somebody like that. But we are not seeing a call on that, even though she has a massive lead over Trygve Hammer, 72-28 right now. So I would think that that's just a matter of time.
Steve, Decision Desk has called it in the House race.
Okay.
For her, but whether AP will catch up or not, I don't know. But obviously, looking at her numbers, they're as strong as Kelly's and and Kevin's. So I guess it's just a matter of time there for sure. North Carolina, by the way, has been called for Trump as well. That was a big swing state, and that one now called by Fox News. So
big news.
That's a big one. Yep.
Okay, you're saying North Carolina's president race. Okay. They do not have that updated on their map right now. So are you sure you're looking at the president, or are you looking at something, Senate or House maybe?
No, Fox News called it about 8 minutes ago.
Okay. They are behind on their website then.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is still showing as not a call, but that's huge. That was one. Typically, it's close. Typically, it always seems to go Republican, and it certainly seems as though that has happened again. So that is a good thing. Good to hear. All right, I'm going to grab the microphone and head out and talk to some people who are here from our Flag Plus Club, and they are enjoying some wonderful food from Casey Joe's Catering, some beverages from DS Beverages as well. So I'm going to go out and talk to some folks here. And Scott will join you again in just a few minutes. So let me head on out, talk to some folks here. All right, we got about 20, 25 folks still hanging out. There's been more than that that's been here so far. And going to come out and sample some opinion. Good afternoon or good evening, sir. How are you feeling about what you're seeing so far?
Cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
I guess, but a little nervous.
Yeah, I think everybody's
too many big point states that haven't decided yet. So
yes, yeah, we just heard that North Carolina got called for Trump. That's a big deal, but a long way to go. New York Times, we heard as well, as just projected that Trump will win with 287 votes. So that's a nugget, and we'll see what happens from there. Sir, what are your thoughts on what's happening so far?
Well, I was surprised to see that Pennsylvania has been called by Newsmax for Kamala, so I'm a little worried, but I'm optimistic.
Okay, so Pennsylvania called by Newsmax. Had not seen that.
They have it colored in blue, so that makes me worried. But
Okay. All right. Yeah. We've not seen that map, but something definitely worth keeping an eye out for. How about you, sir? How are you feeling about things tonight?
Well, I'm still thinking about the Senate and House rates. I still think Arizona and Montana are states that we need to pick up on the Senate side, and I think, if we look at control of those the both houses, I think is incredibly important. I think Minnesota is going to be interesting. I think Trump's got a lot of momentum. Considering Wall's home state, I think whether or not he takes the state or not, I think it tells us something about his home state voters and how they feel about his overall governing the last number of years.
Yeah, Trump's got a lead there right now, very, very early, but it looks good so far.
Yeah, I saw articles coming out of Mankato last week that even his local population around Mankato were not all on the Wall's train. So I think it's interesting because to me, being a border state, I think that's a real something we run up against all the time is how he governs in his own state, which is a true indicator. So
we all know how that goes, right?
We do. We certainly do.
All right. Thanks for being out here tonight, sir. How are you feeling about what's happening so far?
I think it's looking good for Trump. I'm just hoping that he carries through with some of the Senate and House races so we can get America back on track.
There you go. Love that. All right. Thanks guys for being here, sir. Good evening. How are you feeling about what you're seeing so far?
I'm feeling very optimistic right now. Okay. I'm just watching that ticker go up on the one side, on the red side, and I think it might be a historic evening.
Well, 195 to 117 right now, and if we can hold that margin, we'll be in good shape.
Amen.
Thank you very much for being here tonight. We appreciate it. All right, let's walk over here and talk to some more folks who are hanging out here and eating and drinking, having a good time.
Nominated a spokesperson for our table.
John, how you doing, my friend?
Good.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little optimistic. I was a little more apprehensive earlier in the evening, but I mean, when I drove by the Shields Arena, there was a lot of cars. I thought it was a forced game. I forgot they were voting there, but then by our church where we vote too, there was a lot of cars, a lot of people out there voting. So, I was encouraged by that for the North Dakota measures, but also just hoping that that's indicative of the nationwide vote get out. Get more people out to vote.
Anything on the state measures surprising you on what's coming in so far?
No, I'm kind of glad to see 5 go down. I'm anti-5, and I was hoping 4 would get passed.
Okay.
But I've just talked to Chris. He said it was looking like it was failing so far, but hopefully it'll get passed.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing so far. Absolutely. Thanks for being here. All right, this gentleman's eating, so we'll let him get by. We're going to keep scooting down the line. We're saying we're all good over here. How about these good folks over here? How are we feeling tonight about what we're seeing?
Very hopeful.
Okay, good. What makes you hopeful?
Well, we see a lot more red up there on the maps than we do blue, and we want to keep seeing more. That's
county comparisons here because they show that he's trending higher than he did the last time, and so I think that's good. Plus, he's winning the overall vote, which I think he needs to do. He needs to win that as well as Electoral College to make them think it's legitimate because I think it's not.
Yeah, I saw right now the popular vote looks like Trump's ahead by about 3.5 million, although you got California that hasn't reported yet, so we'll see what happens there. Cheryl, how about you? How are you feeling about things?
I am very hopeful now.
Okay, what did you just see? You said now. You weren't before, but...
I was tentatively optimistic earlier today, but just watching the numbers roll in, it's just bringing back a lot of hope.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like what I'm hearing about Pennsylvania, so we'll have to keep watching that one. But one of the networks is called Pennsylvania, so we'll have to see. What was that, John, now?
Georgia was looking pretty good, though.
Georgia looking good. Yeah, we've heard good things out of Georgia here for the most part. Kenneth, how about you? How are you feeling?
I'm kind of on the same page as them. I'm optimistic. I like what I'm seeing in Georgia, North Carolina. I think Minnesota's in play. I think timing-wise, it's going to come down. I think Arizona, Nevada, and Nebraska are going to be factors when it's all said and done.
Yeah, a lot of drama left to go yet, but there's a lot of hopeful optimism out here. So what would it be like tonight if a state went up on the board for Trump and put him over the 270? What would that be like? Unbelievable. Yep. Everybody would open up another beverage and we'd be here all night. But we would take that. All right, thanks, folks, for coming out. We'll check back with you here again in a little bit. All right, so let's head back into the studio. Scotty, what's happening down there at Sweet Shots, my man?
Well, again, everybody just kind of waiting for these numbers to trickle in. There are more and more people that are joining the crowd. I did check Newsmax. Newsmax is using the decision desk map that I've been watching all night, and I think he might have mistaken a call by Newsmax of Pennsylvania of there being a lean in Pennsylvania to Trump. To Kamala Harris. But again, that's because there is so little of Pennsylvania that has been counted. Let's see here. The last number, percentage in is 39%, and that race is 50-48. But you should know all of Philadelphia and the surrounding counties, which are the blue counties, as well as Pittsburgh, which is the heavy Kamala Harris counties, have already been counted. So the metropolitan areas. I don't think Pennsylvania is too close to is anywhere near being called yet because it's close. And B, they only have, as I said, 39% of the vote in. New York Times is doing this thing where they're projecting percentage chances, and they actually have Pennsylvania going to Trump ultimately by 1%.
Okay.
That's a prediction at this point.
That would be fairly close to what the final, if you look at what Real Clear Politics had for their polling average, Trump, I think, was up by 0.6% in that aggregate. So that would be fairly close to that. Yeah, it's going to be a heck of a night, Scotty. And now I've seen more of the networks have called North Carolina, but Fox News has not. They still have North Carolina as up for grabs. They have it, Trump up 52-47, 65% of the vote in. And right now Trump leads there by almost 200,000 votes, but they have not made a call in North Carolina. So that's interesting because Decision Desk has had that one up now for a little while.
They have, and there is some reporting out that they did call it. I'm not watching the screen enough, but that'll be interesting. Yeah, Decision Desk has called that right now, and that's why they have the presidential race on the Electoral College tally at 210, just 60 shy of the 270 needed for Trump at this point to Harris's 108 as they have North Carolina in there. Georgia is now up to 79% of the vote in. And it's 52-46 for Trump. And again, Atlanta and all the counties around it are already in. Savannah and Columbus already in. So the counties that are left are all rural counties of Georgia. So that tells you at least where things would be at. New York Times keeps raising the prediction on the Trump margin in Pennsylvania. Now it's at 1.1%.
Okay, we like that.
They say Pennsylvania by 1.1, Michigan by 0.08, and Wisconsin to Trump by 0.03.
Okay.
And that's, again, from the New York Times. Again, a predictive model that they're using, not final results. But if those trends obviously continue, then this is going to be the we're going to know in the not-too-distant future because we don't even have to wait for a Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah, well, Scott, you're starting to talk now about, I don't know if a full swing state sweep, but something close to that if those projections hold.
Right. Yeah, exactly right. Again, predictive model, but it's coming from the New York Times, so they wouldn't exactly be quick to give a favorable model to Trump, but they are so far.
Well, we are coming to you live from the Labor Masters Election Headquarters studio. When we come back after this top of the hour Fox News update, we're going to give you some new numbers on some of the Fargo City measures, including one of them that has changed, that has flipped since our last report. So we'll tell you about that and many other details. We'll be watching the national races, the local races. We've got some more North Dakota results coming in from the Senate and House districts as well. So we're just getting going. We're buckling in for a long night. It may not be as long as we had thought it might be. We'll see what happens. But we're staying humble, keeping it nice and conservative here as we like to do. More on our election night coverage right after this. It is just after 9 o'clock. Steve Hallstrom, Scott Hennen, a cast of many working behind the scenes here, and a lot of folks from our Flag Plus Club hanging out here with us, eating some great food from Casey Joe's Catering, beverages from DS Beverages, and having a good time hanging out. We are glad that you are here with us, whether you are listening to us on the Flag in Fargo, the Flag in Tioga, Stanley, Watford City, KTGO, or whether you're watching us on Flag TV here on our video stream. Glad to have you with us here for Election Night 2024. And we've got a lot to talk about here tonight with the issues and some of the storylines that are developing here tonight. But we do want to update some of the state and local races because a few things have happened here over the last probably 20 minutes or so. Austin Erickson is here from the newsroom. And Austin, you've got a call on a race that we've been expecting some resolution on for a while.
Yes, I do. And it's not surprising, but Julie Fedorchak has won North Dakota's lone House seat. Of course, she succeeds Kelly Armstrong, who has won North Dakota's governor's race. And then, of course, Senator Kramer wins his first re-election to the Senate. So all the statewide federal races have been called in North Dakota.
Yeah, governor, U.S. Senate, U.S. House, all going to the Republicans there in pretty big fashion there. Kevin Kramer, 68-30, the current number over Katrina Christensen. Fedorchak, 72-27. Kelly Armstrong, 71-22 over Merrill Pepcorn. Josh Gallion, by the way, is going to cruise to a win tonight in the state auditor's race. He leads Tim Lamb, the Democrat, 71-28. Tom Beadle, the state treasurer, and John Godfrey, the insurance commissioner, running unopposed. So not much of a race there. Randy Chrisman leading Tracy Wilkie in the vote for public service commissioner, 72-26%. You'd think that one, if there might be a call on that one soon if there's not already. Kirsten Baszler is in a fairly contested battle with Jason Heitkamp, but she still has a pretty significant lead, 40,000 votes to 29,000. The percentage margin there, 57-41. And in the presidential race, no surprise, the race for Donald Trump was called as soon as the polls closed. Trump at 71% to Kamala Harris's 27, so 71-27. Scott Hennen, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Donald Trump has been in the high 60s. I don't know that he's gotten 70 in any of the three elections that he's run, but am I remembering that wrong?
In North Dakota, you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I honestly don't remember. Is it 67% of the vote?
That's
now?
what I want. It's 70 right now. 70.5. So it might be a new high watermark for Donald Trump is all I was getting at there.
His approval rating's always been mid-60s to low 70s in the state, but I honestly don't remember on those numbers where he's at. But obviously, North Dakota is solid Trump country.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. Interesting, Fox, as you mentioned, has not called North Carolina where Decision Desk has, and that's with 68% of the vote and a Trump lead of 51-47. But they have called Virginia, and they called that for her, which
very
is
early,
interesting.
very quickly.
Yeah, Decision Desk does, but again, Fox has not. Fox is now showing Trump with a 49.4 to 48.9 lead over Harris, and again, in some of the areas where they have counted, it's more the metropolitan areas. So that's good for Trump. 51 point. Back to North Carolina, 52% to 47% for her as well. So it's going to be interesting. I would say in the next hour, you're going to start seeing some of these that are teetering tip that probably could tell us whether or not we're going to know tonight whether Donald Trump is the 47th president.
One very interesting storyline that's developing here. We are now to the point where we've had about 75 million votes cast nationwide. And even though it's still relatively early because we haven't heard from California, which is a monster state, Minnesota, Washington, Oregon, but Donald Trump leads the popular vote right now by almost 5 million votes. And that is a big number, obviously. And it certainly will be cut as we see the polls close on the Pacific Coast. But to this point, just something worth watching there. The latest state called in this race by Fox News Channel was Utah for Donald Trump. So right now he leads 205 to 117. Decision Desk has it a little differently at 226 for Trump to 108 for Harris. So we'll continue to watch that. Want to continue with some of the news and notes that we're seeing across the state of North Dakota. The statewide measures, we have a little bit more information in on those as well. The storylines generally haven't changed a lot there. The measure describing some of the terminology we use to label public institutions, some folks wanted some more sensitive language there. That's going to pass by a huge margin, 83 to 16. The measure related to constitutional amendments, that's an interesting one to watch. That's the measure 2, and that one's gotten a little closer. It would basically limit the ballot initiatives to address a single subject, and it would require voter approval at 2 consecutive elections. So it would really change how it's done. Right now, the people of North Dakota are saying we don't want that change, 57.5% to 42.5%. People like the initiated measure process the way it is right now. Measure 3, which would limit the spending from the state oil and gas fund, the legacy fund, would limit that from 15 to 5%. Also right now, that getting a no vote, 51 to 48, but that's very close. That is a very close one. Measure 4 continues to be a big lead for saying no to the idea of redoing property taxes. Right now, the no vote leading 67 to 33. And recreational marijuana, that one continues to stubbornly stay in the no column, 55 to 44. That's narrowed a little bit here over the last hour or so, about 32% of the state reporting on that one, 55 to 44. Right now, the people of North Dakota so far saying we do not want recreational marijuana in our state. Let's take a look at some of the state Senate races here for our friends out in the Tioga-Stanley area. In District 2, Mark Engett, the Republican, with a big lead on Rosemary Tanberg, the Democrat, 79% to 19. That one is pretty much over. 10 out of 22 precincts have fully reported out there. So the numbers there tell you that's going to be very difficult for there to be much of a change there. In District 10, Senate District 10 out of Fargo, George, and Scott, you'll have to help me with the pronunciation on this. I don't know that I've heard it. Is it Roughhead? George Roughhead?
Sure. I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
He leads Ryan Braunberger, the Democrat, 58 to 41 right now. Still pretty partial there. Only about 280 votes are in on that race altogether. District 16 in West Fargo, David Clemens, the incumbent Republican, leading Heather Tulenden, 66 to 33. So it looks like a re-election tonight for Senator Clemens, although still a little bit early there as well. Continuing to move down the line, our friends in Watford City, we can remind you that Senator Dale Patton is running unopposed in his Senate district campaign, and so he will go back to Bismarck to represent the people of McKenzie County there. Moving down a little further here into the Senate districts, Josh Boucher in Fargo out of Senate District 44, the Democrat, the incumbent, running unopposed. And Scott, that's an interesting storyline. No Republican contest in District 44, either the Senate position or the 2 House positions there. I don't know. I thought it was interesting anyway. Senate District 46, Michelle Powers, who is running for Jim Rohr's old seat in District 46. She has a lead of 62% to 33% right now. About 2,100 votes in there, so a big early lead for Michelle Powers. We can tell you about that in District 46. District 2, we've got the 2 Republicans that are out to big leads, Bert Anderson and Don Longmuir, over Betty DeVetter and Jean Nygaard, the 2 Democrats. Anderson and Longmuir with about 38% each. The Democrat challengers there, 11 and 9. So it looks like a good night in District 2 for the Republicans there. We can also tell you that in District 10, Jared Hendricks and Steve Swantek, with 429 votes in, have a lead over Hamida Dekani, and I hope I'm saying that correctly. Hendricks and Swantek, the Republicans, Hamida, I believe an incumbent state representative there out of that district, but right now she trails the 2 Republicans in that race. Moving down a little further into District 16, Out of West Fargo, Ben Koppelman and Andrew Marshall, the two incumbent Republicans, have a lead there, 35 and 29% over Julie West and Phil Weiss. The Democrats, they're not too far behind, but it's a pretty big lead in just a sheer number of votes, almost 100-vote lead right now for the two Republicans over West and Weiss, who are at 18% and 15% respectively there. Moving down into District 28. Oh, excuse me, that's not the district I wanted there. Let me get down here into the 40s, where we've got some more local races here. House District 44, as we mentioned, Carla Rose Hansen and Austin Foss running unopposed, the two Democrats there. In District 46, House District 46, this was the one, Scott, there was a ton of money that piled in on this race late for the Republicans. Jim Casper, the incumbent, Desiree Morton, who is bidding to take the spot that was manned by Shannon Roars-Jones, who decided, like her father, Jim, not to run for re-election. They are now mounting a fairly substantial lead. Casper at 31%, Morton at 29%. And then Todd Reisenauer and Will Thompson, the two Democrat challenges, are at about 19% each. So about 3,800 votes in. So that's starting to pile up pretty good as far as total numbers of votes there. And in fact, I'm going to refresh my Senate District 46 numbers as well there, because I think we're going to have more, and we do. Powers about a 500-vote lead now, 62-37. Over Jess Arneson. So that's a look at that. In the Cass County Commission races, as we mentioned, Tim Flackel and Jim Capitan running unopposed. In District 5, we have now about 18,000 votes in. Joel Vettel, a very substantial lead, 64% to 34 over Keith Godis. Vettel with about a 5,000 vote lead there. So looking very good for Joel Vettel in that race there. County Commission, let's hit a couple of County Commission races. McKenzie County Commission, for those of you listening out in McKenzie County, out in the Watford City area, they are looking for 3 of 4. And right now it's Clint Wold, Craig Heistad, and Joel Brown, who have a pretty commanding lead over Richard Bean, the person in 4th place in that race. Wold at 32%. Heistad at 30, Brown at 28, and then Bean quite a bit back at 8.1% there. So we've got those races to tell you about, and then let's update the Fargo City measures that we've been talking about. The Fargo Dome sales tax now with about 13,000 votes in altogether. The no continues to lead on the Fargo Dome sales tax, 53-46. Scott, I don't know how many votes have to be in for that to start getting late early, but I feel like we're starting to see a trend there that maybe the people of Fargo are not hip on a sales tax increase for the Dome.
Yeah, no, that is, and that's what we say, 13,000. How many? What percentage that we have of the precincts?
No full, but 23 partials.
23 partials. Got it. Yeah. That I would agree with your assessment, Steve.
Yeah, and right now the no's have a 53-46 lead, 7,034 votes to 6,116. So, Scott, that's 700 votes difference right now. That's getting to be a pretty significant margin there. The Fargo lodging tax is one I was interested to see, because this is not a tax the most Fargo residents will pay. This will be people that come into the city to stay at a hotel. They will be paying this bill in full to help fund a fund that would eventually build a convention center in Fargo. Right now, the yes votes are leading this by a narrow margin, 51.8% to 48.1%. The yeses with about a 300, almost a 400 vote lead there for the yeses. And fire and police, Scott, not a surprise to see the people of the city of Fargo want to take care of their cops and their firefighters. The yes winning that one big. This would be the measure that would go in where there would be a sales tax to fund fire and police, because the city commission is not able to apparently do it with the typical mechanisms that they have. 70% to 29, the yes vote on that one right now. 9,200 to 3,900 is that vote total right now.
Interesting. Yeah. And I'm looking statewide in North Dakota. We're still, only 115 out of 385 precincts totally reporting. So, obviously, as we get down to the county by county level, we've got a ways to go. But you're starting to see some of those trends emerge, no doubt about it.
Taking a look at the Minnesota side, we begin with a presidential race, and we have 25 of 87 counties reporting. Really, we're only about 6% of the electorate in Minnesota that's reported. Donald Trump continues to lead in the early results, 59.1% to 36.2%, 48,534 votes to 29,758 for Kamala Harris. Still very, very early there. In the race for United States Senator, we have about, again, 6% of the vote in. And to this point, Royce White continues to lead Amy Klobuchar 41-34. Scott, if we use the Trump-Harris race and compare it to what we're seeing there, certainly you can tell that Republican precincts are over-reporting, or I guess will be out-kicking their coverage, if you will, on what we're going to see in the eventual final numbers there, because Amy Klobuchar has already been declared the winner. She will end up winning that race. But right now, White up 52% to 43 in the Senate race there. In the congressional districts, a couple of races that people are very locked into here in our area. First of all, Michelle Fischbach in Congressional District 7. The incumbent Republican looks like she will have no trouble tonight, even though it's still fairly early in this reporting. 73% to 26% over A.J. Peters, the Democrat challenger there. Pete Stauber, a lot of people were wondering if he might be in some trouble against Jen Schultz, the Democrat, but the incumbent Republican's up big early in that one, 68 to 30. If you are curious, Tom Emmer's out to a big lead over Jeannie Hendricks in Congressional District 6. And in Congressional District 2, which is one that a lot of people are watching because the Republicans thought that could potentially be a flip of a district that the Democrats hold right now. Angie Craig in District 2, the incumbent Democrat, with a big early lead over Joe Tarab, 60 to 37. Again, just 6% of the vote in Minnesota, but that's what we're what we're seeing so far. It's an interesting situation with the Minnesota Senate because there's only one race that is taking place across the state of Minnesota, and it doesn't have anything to do with our area here. So not much drama or not many storylines to talk about in regard to the Minnesota State Senate. Let's take a look, though, at District 4 in the state of Minnesota. That's where you get Josh Zinke taking on Heather Keeler in Moorhead. And Keeler, the incumbent Democrat, Zinke, the Republican challenger. Right now, no votes counted yet in that one. And Jim Joy in District 4B, the incumbent Republican, leads Thaddeus Logish right now by a very, very small margin, but only 1% of that vote is in. So nothing yet really to talk about there. And I'm just checking to see if we have any votes in yet on the Moorhead City Council, and we do not. All right, Scotty, I'm going to need to stop talking for a minute, brother. Say something.
We've been kind of watching the New York Times predictive model. They're now predicting Trump wins the popular vote as well. So they've had him up.
Wow.
Small percentages, but up in Pennsylvania, and those numbers fluctuate. I mean, it's, again, a predictive model, but it's the New York Times, and now they're estimating that he wins the popular vote.
Scott, I want to stop on that for a minute. That would be a massive storyline tonight. In all let's give you this result, this note, that note. What you just said there has a potential to completely rock the electorate in this country.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And what's interesting is, according to Fox, at least, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada still too close to call. I'm looking at the decision desk map based on what's reporting, and you've got Wisconsin leading Trump. You've got Pennsylvania leading Trump. You've got Georgia leading Trump. They've already called North Carolina for Trump. Michigan still coming in super slow, but Harris is leading there. Only 22% of the vote in there. Can you believe that? How much in Arizona? According to this, 52% of the vote is in Arizona. That's 50-49 Harris-Trump. So that one now, again, kind of depending on where they're coming from. Here again, Phoenix is already in. Tucson is already in.
Wow.
So that's a good sign for Trump in Arizona.
That's a very good sign. And, Scott, I want to continue to update. I don't know how this will hold throughout the course of the night, but Donald Trump is expanding his lead in the popular vote. You just mentioned a note on that a minute ago that the Times is now predicting Trump wins that. He now leads by about 5.5 million votes in the popular vote. Certainly California will have something to say about that, but we're starting to see now some numbers that are really piling up in favor of the 45th president of the United States.
Yeah, New York Times just updated state by state. Wisconsin, they predict Trump 1.1. These are all for Trump. In Wisconsin by 1.1, in Nevada by 1.8, Michigan by 1.9, Pennsylvania by 1.9. That number jumped.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia by 2.6, North Carolina by 3.2, and Arizona by 3.9. And their new number now on the popular vote is 0.6%. So
Okay.
half a percentage point. But they're putting his win odds now at 79%.
Okay, well, the North Carolina and Arizona numbers that you just talked about there, what the projected numbers look like there, those would be pretty significant improvements on where Trump finished in the Real Clear Politics polling average for those two states. Both of them were, Trump by maybe 1%, but hardly by any more than that. Fox News,
that's been the whole ball game. To
Yeah.
me, is just to see whether the trend of Trump overperforming his poll numbers happens or not. And
yes,
we mentioned in Florida it was significant. And as you point out, if those numbers hold, same thing in those key states.
Yeah, North Carolina still, Fox News Channel has not seen enough to make that call, and Decision Desk has had that for quite some time. I'm taking a look to see. I've got the CNN feed up on my computer here screen too, and they have not called North Carolina either. So Decision Desk might be the outlier here, but they made that call quite a while ago. So be one to watch.
They also called Iowa. I don't know that anybody on the Fox side has called Iowa yet, but Trump was always expected to win there. It was a weird poll that showed Harris leading, but nobody believed that. But they also have got Iowa already in the Trump camp.
Okay, yeah, Fox does not have Iowa, and it's interesting looking at Decision Desk. They have got some more updated numbers, and right now Trump leads that one 52-46. That pollster in Des Moines is going to have some splaining to do, Lucy, about that.
that was
that
gaslighting
poll.
of the nth degree. That
Unbelievable.
That really, that whole ballyhoo over that poll led me to believe that the Democrats were concerned about where this race was going for Trump v. Harris because they really glommed onto that as if it was something real. Electoral vote count on Decision Desk now 226 to 108 for Trump, and that's largely a result of North Carolina.
Okay, something just changed then, Scott, because I just refreshed my page on Decision Desk. They've got Trump at 242.
Oh,
so
let's see what that changed. You're right, they did.
Something happened there. I'm looking to see if there's a state that jumped in there, and I don't. Oh, they gave. Okay, no, North Carolina. They've had that for a while. Well, anyway,
yeah, I don't know. I did the same thing, and you're right. The numbers now jumped on their prediction, 242 of 108. They, by the way, have Trump leading in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, is swing states. They have Harris leading in Arizona and Michigan. But again, Arizona's what is Arizona now? 52%'s in. Michigan still only 23%. What's going on in Michigan? My gosh. Pennsylvania at least is at 54% now. So they've gotten over the halfway mark, and they have Trump leading 50.8% to 48.3%. So this thing's going to tip pretty quick, I think, once these numbers start getting a little more solid for some of the other numbers.
And Scott, let's take a look at Wisconsin for a minute. On the Decision Desk page, you take a look at these numbers. Trump at 54.7 to Harris's 43.9%, and 95% of that vote is in. We're not dealing with small numbers here. Now, we don't know, maybe Milwaukee has yet to report, and that's the
Actually, Decision Desk breaks it down on what's in. Milwaukee's in, Madison's in. So the big counties for Harris are already in.
Well, Scott, that's a whooping, is what that is then. That's a 10 percentage point lead with the big metro areas in Wisconsin.
I don't know where you're seeing that. I see 49.2, 49.2 dead heat with 48% of the vote in Wisconsin. Where are you seeing a 10-point lead?
I just refreshed that page. I've got Donald Trump with 1,932,000 some votes. Kamala Harris, 1,550,000. Wisconsin president general election. Trump at 54.7, Harris 43.9. So that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, weird. I'm looking at Wisconsin Decision Desk, and it shows 49.3 for Trump, refreshed 49.2 for her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
And
I'm seeing
you're looking
something
at
different.
Decision Desk HQ?
Yes. Yep.
What in the world?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
well,
and
anyway.
that's with what percentage of the vote reporting?
95.
95% of the vote
It's
in.
a 95% of the vote in. Yeah, it was 1.5 million to. Yep. So anyway,
That's a bizarre. I don't know. I don't know how to.
I
explain
think
that,
your
'cause
story.
I've only
To be honest, your story sounds more believable. I don't know that they would have 95% of their vote in.
I only
at
show
this
48% of the vote in, but that's just
Okay.
wonky that we're both looking at the same provider and getting a different number. It's
Very
weird.
strange. Well, we'll let that sit. Maybe there was just a glitch. Who knows? But very interesting. I tell you what, Scott, it does my heart good to see Donald Trump sitting at 242 on the decision desk counter.
Oh, by the way, they called Georgia for him. I think that
They
might be
did,
why that
okay.
number jumped. Yep. They have now called Georgia for him. So that's we were trying to figure out
Okay.
earlier why that number had jumped to 200. Well, now they got him at 242 electoral votes. So they're calling. They are calling Georgia. So that swing state goes his way.
Okay, I'm looking at the Fox News channel mapped. Oh, there was just a big cheer that went up out in the team space. So something happened there. Fox News desk still has not called Georgia or North Carolina or Iowa.
No.
For
yeah,
Trump.
they still got Trump at 205. They're being super conservative here.
Yep.
Interesting. And it's by the way, with leads, there's 88% of the vote in Georgia. Trump leads 51.2% to 48.1%. And I'm looking at where the votes come in from, and the Atlanta and the population senators that are pro terrorists. Those numbers are already in, so I'm not sure what they're waiting for. But they're being super cautious. They don't want another controversy like over Arizona last time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break here. Bottom of the hour break here. We're coming to you live from the Labor Masters Election Headquarters studio. So far, Scotty, I think we would say so good for former President Trump and maybe future President Trump. We'll continue to watch these results come in, and based on what we're seeing from some of the news sources calling certain races, we may start to see, as Scott mentioned, some of the things start to tip over here and setting up to be maybe a very good night for Trump supporters across this country. 9:32 here on WZFG, KTGO, and on our video stream on YouTube channel and AM1100theflag.com. We'll be back with more election coverage right after this. All right, we're hanging out with our people here at our Flag Plus watch party, and I've got to tell you, the temperature is rising a little bit out in the team space because the numbers are starting to look pretty favorable. And we were taking a look at some of the numbers that have come in so far on a number of the different networks, and it's been very interesting to watch to see the vote counts and what states have been awarded to who. Newsmax has followed Scott Hennen. Decision Desk HQ, which we've been watching. So they've been kind of moving in lockstep. They have gotten Trump already to 242 electoral votes, whereas Fox News Channel has still got Trump at 211, and CNN's got him at 195. So it used to be in the old days, all the networks moved pretty carefully and pretty closely, but we're starting to see some interesting things. Visiting with a few of the fellas out here too about what we're seeing in Minnesota, and what are we picking up out of the Gopher State, gentlemen?
Well, we're not seeing a lot right now. It's interesting. It's gone quiet. It's like it's blanketed. It's like they're not wanting to report. But you look at like the Senate and House races are already reporting. Fishbaum has done really well, so we know that that's a conservative red zone. So it'll be really interesting to see in the next half hour, 45 minutes. And I said it an hour ago. I think Minnesota is in play. I really do. I think the number of people down in the Minneapolis area that are fed up with what's been going on the last 3-4 years, I think they're going to speak tonight. I really do.
It really seems as though you're getting some quicker results in. So for the some of these networks to have called now North Carolina, Georgia as early as they have has to mean that every other state too has got to be a little more in play to the red than what it's been before. So I think Minnesota's definitely a state to watch. I don't know how it'll turn out at the end, and it's still very early in the reporting. That's one thing I've noticed. There's still very few precincts. I think it's about 6% of the precincts have reported in Minnesota, which is interesting. Now, they closed at 8, not 7, so they've been closed for not a whole long time. But typically, you'd start to see a blue shade lean on those, and we're not even seeing any of that right now. So overall, gang, how are we feeling right about now? Really good. Yeah, feeling pretty good. Could be worse. Yeah, absolutely. So it's very interesting to watch. What other storylines are we watching here? What are we keeping our eye out? Kenneth, what are you seeing that you think we need to keep our eyes on here?
They've called Nebraska for Trump.
Okay.
Two out of the 3 anyway, it looks like.
2 of the 3 districts.
They got, yeah. I think Arizona, I think if she loses Minnesota, North Carolina or Georgia, I don't think she can win.
No, it's starting to be a tough map for her already, the way things are starting to stack up. All right, what else are we seeing out here? What are we noticing about what we're seeing here this evening, folks?
Well, we're waiting for Minnesota.
Yep.
We would really like to see Minnesota break this way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it could happen.
I think it feels to me like we could get a North Carolina, Georgia turn. Now, a couple of the networks have already reported that, but if Fox News, CNN, whoever start reporting that, then I think for the Democrats, it's going to start to feel like it's getting late really early, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you look at the popular vote on Newsmax, it's 45 million to 40 million. So popular vote, I mean, he's leading. The people are speaking. Hopefully it's going to show in the results, in the end.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about the popular vote here, and I've been watching the same thing as you. It was about 5.4 million a while ago. It's still over 5 million. And I know you got California, Washington, Oregon. There's still some major population centers that are going to close that gap a little bit, but it certainly appears as though that the popular vote is in play here tonight. What do you guys think?
I think the people are starting to see that actions are more important than words. And when you compare Biden's record and Harris's record against Trump, there's no contest.
Yep. And I think we're starting to see the people are saying that we notice that too. We pay attention. You can tell us whatever you want to tell us in the media, but we've got 2 eyes of our own, and we can draw our own conclusions. What are you thinking, sir? What are your thoughts here as we're sitting here about 9:30?
Well, I was just watching Arizona, and right now they're looking at the votes that came in today, but they can't count their early votes until after the polls close. But I've been listening to Charlie Kirk, and they registered a whole bunch of Republicans. They outnumbered they took a whole bunch off the polls. They registered a whole bunch of Republicans. So I'm anxious to see what comes in after they start counting the early votes.
Yeah.
And I think it's still really close, at least to the.
So far it is, yeah.
I'm anxious to see what Arizona does as well.
Yeah. Well, I think we're feeling good out here in the team space area. Thanks, folks, for hanging out here. We're going to go for a while longer. Y'all are welcome to hang out, and maybe we'll do a celebration cheer together here in a little bit. We'll see how that goes. All right, so we're feeling good here, Scotty, in the food and beverage section of the arena. How are things looking out there?
Everybody's waiting for some decisions to be made here in some of these counties these states rather, we're all washing. A lot of people showing me their phones, and they like to point to the New York Times numbers that are getting a lot of attention right now. What does the New York Times know? They just bumped Pennsylvania to Trump +2, Michigan to Trump 2.3, and, of course, as I mentioned earlier, have them winning the popular vote as well. So it's been kind of interesting to watch their presidential forecast and that needle that is, I think picking up a lot of things we're seeing, but also wondering why some of these other networks are not calling things the way they are. By the way, Virginia was called very early on by the decision desk for Harris, and other networks have not called that the other way. Some people saying, is that going to be put back in play now? So we wait, we wait.
That
also,
would be interesting.
A little story. There was some court action, Steve, in Pennsylvania. A couple of counties in Pennsylvania said they wanted to be done counting for the night. The Republican National Committee said not so fast, and there evidently was some court action, and they are going to continue counting. But when you start talking about stopping counting, it brings back some PTSD from 2020.
Yeah, absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. All right, let's do an update here on some of the local and statewide votes that we have seen come in here in North Dakota and Minnesota. Do some updates there for you. I'm not going to touch too much more tonight on the races that we've talked about that are decided, Kevin Kramer, Kelly Armstrong, and those. I will continue to update the results of the presidential voting. Right now, Donald Trump, 68.3% to Kamala Harris's 29.0. So it's 68 to 29 in that race. It'll just be interesting to see what that number looks like if the support for President Trump grows or shrinks based on where he was 4 years ago. But it looks like it's pretty similar to where it has always been. Let's go down to Superintendent of Public Instruction, Kirsten Basler and Jason Heitkamp. This race has become more competitive since the very beginning. It's still a pretty significant lead for Kirsten Basler, though, 90,140 votes to 67,143. And we've right now got about 43% of the precincts reporting. So it's starting to build up to be a pretty big lead for her, although Heitkamp continues to shrink that gap a little bit. Taking a look at the measures in North Dakota, let's do an update there as well. Measure 1, which is language with people with disabilities, we're going to stop reporting on that. That one's up 83 to 16, so that one's done. The requirements on ballot initiatives, basically changing the way we do initiated measures. It looks like the people of North Dakota, Scott, do not want to see a change to that. We now have almost 200,000 votes in, and that's 56 to 43 right now. I don't know that number can change enough to overturn what side's going to win there right now.
Yeah, that's. I think you're right, Steve. That and I found before in these measures, you kind of get a pretty good sense early on. I mean, you don't need a huge sample to kind of they don't wildly go one direction or the other based on what area the state's reporting. So these are pretty good indications on those.
All right, I want to check something because CNN is making a big fuss about Virginia right now, and I don't know why that would be. They have taken Virginia off the board for Kamala Harris.
Wow.
They had that race called for Harris, and now they have taken it off the board. How about that? Let's see what Fox News Channel has done the same thing. Virginia is now white on the board, where it was blue about 5 minutes ago. Scott, this is unheard of. We've seen these networks that have waited so long. Remember, we're seeing it right now where there's a lot of evidence that indicates certain races are going certain ways in certain states. You hardly ever see this happen, but they have pulled Virginia off the board for Kamala Harris. That has got to be a massive blow to the midsection for the Kamala Harris campaign.
And again, that was not supposed to be a swing state. That was supposed to be a solidly Harris state. And it was one of the ones I was watching early on. And, of course, early on they ended up calling it for Virginia, so you sort of take that off the map. New Hampshire and Virginia were two that I were watching that if they did go Trump's way early would indicate that things were going to roll pretty good in his favor. But it's interesting. They obviously got ahead of their skis a little bit. And I think that what that means for these states that we're waiting on right now is really significant.
And look at what is happening in the popular vote here. Donald Trump is now ahead of Kamala Harris by almost 6 million votes, 48,835 to 42,962. So almost a 6 million vote. Scott, I don't know that I anticipated the popular vote to continue to grow. And yes, we've not heard from California, Oregon, or Washington, but we now have heard from a lot of states across the country, and Donald Trump's lead in the popular vote continues to grow.
Yeah, and right now, again, this changes by the second at New York Times, but they have Trump now at an 87% chance of victory, and they have a popular vote estimate of Trump by 1 point. So that's grown. I think last time I told you it was at 0.06. So they've got them and predicting 299 electoral votes.
Okay, Fox News Channel, by the way, has now called Iowa for Trump. So those 6 electoral votes are on the board. They now have Trump at 211 to Harris's 117. But again, those 13 electoral votes for Kamala Harris are off the board. And while somebody's going to have some explaining to do on that one, because we did not expect that to happen. All right, let's get back to some of our local and statewide races here as we'll continue to watch those storylines coming off of the electoral map. Wow, I'm just stunned on that because we thought it was so odd that they called that race so early, and when it was supposed to be somewhat of a suspense factor, and that made me wonder right away, oh boy, if that was thought to be a state that Trump could maybe steal and it was called this early, is that a bad sign? Well, it doesn't look like it. Property taxes. It does not look like there will be much drama on that tonight, although that has closed a little bit. It's now 65 to 35 on repealing property taxes. People of North Dakota do not want a new way to do property taxes in the state, so we'll probably quit updating that one. The measure, though, Measure 3 about limiting spending from the legacy fund is basically neck and neck, 50.6 to 49.4. The vote count 91,307 for yes, no 89,126. So people are saying right now that they are in favor of limiting that to just 5% instead of 15%, but that still is very close. And then recreational marijuana is another one that is still stubbornly staying in the no camp. And across the state of North Dakota, that one is at 53.7% no, 46.3% yes. So very similar to what we saw the results in 2022 at this point. And again, we got a ways to go, but about 57% of the state is now reporting on some of those numbers. So interesting to see those. All right, let's continue to update some of the statewide races across North Dakota. Let's go to District 2, North Dakota State Senate. Mark Engett, the Republican, leads Rosemary Tanberg there, still in a pretty significant way. We've got about 10 of the 22 precincts fully reporting there, and Engett with an 81-18 lead. I think we're going to count that one as a win for the Republican there. So that one is pretty much all taken care of there. In District 10, George Ruffhead continues to lead Ryan Braunberger, the Republican, and the Democrat respectively there. The Republican leading with 55.8% of the vote. We've got about 2,100 votes that have been filed in that race. Ryan Braunberger at 43.8% with about 935 votes. In District 16, David Clemens leads Heather Tulenden, 66-33, so a 2-1 margin there. It looks like it'll be a good night for Senator Clemens, the incumbent Republican, with about 3,800 votes are in there. And that might start to get close to what we're going to see in that one there. Dale Patton running unopposed in Watford City for District 26, so not much to update for you there. Let's get into some of the Fargo districts that we have been following, as we mentioned, Josh Boucher running unopposed. District 46, Michelle Powers, a newcomer to politics. It's looking like a very good night for her, 61.4 to 38.2. So she's now got a lead of more than 600 votes. It looks like she has got a very comfortable lead over Jess Arneson, the Democrat. Powers, a newcomer. Arneson looking for that seat as well. That is the Jim Rohr's old seat. It looks like it will remain in Republican hands. All right, in the House races across the state, the two Republicans in District 2, Longmuir and Anderson, the Republicans have a big lead on the two Democrats there. It looks like that one's just about one that you can put to bed in District 2. In District 10, Jared Hendricks and Steve Swantek have pulled ahead of Hamida Dakane. And I believe that Dakane was an incumbent there, so that would be a pickup for the Republicans. Hendricks right now leading all vote getters with 1,287, Swantek 1,078, and Hamida with 861. There has been, Scott, some conversation that Hamida, who is a relatively new American, an immigrant, however you want to speak about that, that she has told people within the political establishment that she does not see herself as much opposed or as a long ways away from being a Republican or having a lot of conservative ideas. So that might be a conversation for the Republicans to continue to have with her to find ways to get her to potentially be part of the story going forward there. State Representative District 16, Ben Koppelman and Andrew Marshall with sizable leads over Julie West and Phil Weiss, the Democrats. So it looks like they are on their way here tonight in in District 16. We're starting to see some final calls now in some of the districts, but not the ones that we've been following here yet. Getting into District 46, Jim Casper and Desiree Morton, again with sizable leads, 31 and 29%. The two Democrats, Reisenauer and Thompson, at 19. No precincts fully reporting there, but about almost 5,000 votes in there. Scott, that's looking like a good night for the Republicans. And honestly, we're seeing a very good night for the Republicans across the board here in North Dakota. These races are not close right now.
No, and 46 has begun that was Jim Rohr's lost a seat to George Sinner, then won a seat. So some concern that was going a little bit purple, if you will. So I think the at least the lead right now looks solid. I agree with you, and that's good news for Republicans in District 46 for sure.
All right, let's update the Cass County Commission race, the one race that is still a race, and really it looks at this point as though it's pretty much not a race anymore. Joel Vettel with about a 2-1 lead over Keith Godis for Cass County Commissioner District 5, so I think we can put that reporting to bed for the evening. McKenzie County Commission, a lot of our friends out in Watford City are listening for that. There has been a call now, as all 11 precincts have reported there. The 3 county commissioners, Clint Wold, Joel Brown, and Craig Heistad, advancing, and they beat out Richard Bean, who finished a distant 4th in that particular race out there. So that's another one that we can call a final result in tonight. Congratulations to Wold, Brown, and Heistad. City of Fargo measures, how are those looking? Well, we've got a pretty good fight on one of them, and the other one fairly close as well. Fargo Dome sales tax, right now, no is winning 52.9% to 47.1%. There are about 18,000 votes that have been tallied there so far. No precincts fully reporting there. In the lodging tax, that one is a yes by a thin margin, 51.3 to 48.6%. And fire and police, that one's pretty much a done deal. The people of Fargo are willing to support a sales tax for the fire and police here in the city, with about 18,000 people having voted there in that one. Let's take a look at Minnesota. We've been talking a lot about Minnesota. 35 of 87 counties have reported. We've only got about 13.4% of the precincts who have reported. 549 of about 4,100. So we still have a long way to go there. But this one is interesting. And the longer this continues, the more interesting that it looks, even though, as you said, it's very early. But right now, Donald Trump, 61% of the vote, Kamala Harris, 36%. So long way to go there. But it's staying with a big margin a lot later than I thought it would. Amy Klobuchar has already been declared the winner for U.S. Senate in Minnesota over Royce White, even though Royce White continues to lead the voting. I guess that's why we don't place much stock into the presidential numbers here quite yet. And in the congressional districts as well, Brad Finstead, again, fairly early on, but 60 to 40 in District 1. District 2, Angie Craig leads, but that race is tightening a little bit. Angie Craig with 16,500 votes. Joe Tarab, the Republican challenger, at 13,900. So that now is 52 to 44%. So that's tightened up a little bit there. Tom Emmer, no trouble tonight in his race. Michelle Fischbach, no trouble in hers. Pete Stauber, really no trouble in his as well. So going to be a lot of drama in a lot of those congressional races here. And then we can also update you on District 4 in Minnesota, as actually we can't. No precincts have reported there yet. And in the Moorhead City Council races, nothing reporting there yet either. So there you go. All right, we're coming up on 10 o'clock here on WZFG and KTGO's live election night coverage. Also, big howdy to those of you watching on the video stream as well. Want to say thank you to Labor Masters for making our coverage possible. We're coming to you live from the Labor Masters election headquarters studio. We're going to continue to watch these races. It's getting very interesting. This presidential race, I think, is we're all feeling a little bit better than maybe we thought we would here at 10 o'clock. All right, more coverage coming up right after this. All right, we have broached the 10 o'clock hour here on our election coverage. Steve Hallstrom, Scott Hennen here with you on the Flag. Flag in Fargo, WZFG. Flag in Tioga, KTGO as well. Want to thank everybody for listening to us, whether you are on the eastern part of the state, western part of the state, in Minnesota, or wherever you are tuning in. If you're watching us on the video stream, great to have you with us on Flag TV here as well. Scott, there's been some discussion here among our Flag Plus audience on hand, saying that some of these Senate races are not looking very good for the Democrats either. Tammy Baldwin is not doing well in her bid to retain her Senate seat in Wisconsin, and that would be a big loss for the Democrats there. The presidential map still shows, depends on which one you look at, Decision Desk HQ and Newsmax are both showing Trump at 246 and Harris at 162, whereas Fox News Channel has Trump at 216 and 193. Now, I will mention, though, that Decision Desk has put Virginia back on the board for Kamala Harris, so that's been a bit of a schizo state here tonight.
But Fox hasn't, right? Fox pulled that back and hasn't gone with a decision there yet.
That's correct. Fox still has not declared Virginia for them. So Fox News called Idaho for Trump, and as you heard, California, Washington, and Oregon basically as soon as the polls closed. No surprises there. Donald Trump, though, continues to lead the popular vote by about 6 million. He's right now at 51.6 million. She's at 45.5. So that gap continues to grow. And, Scott, I don't know how many more scenarios are out there for Kamala Harris to catch Donald Trump in the popular vote. This trend just continues to be a snowball rolling down the hill.
It is. I'm fascinated by the New York Times. They keep updating this, and they say they consider Trump likely to win the presidency. That's the New York Times. He has an advantage in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. To win, Harris would need to sweep all three. There's still a lot of vote left, but in voting so far, Trump is narrowly but discernibly ahead. They have him at an 88% chance of victory right now. They're projecting 301 electoral votes for him and a 1-point popular vote victory.
All right.
So it's interesting. The most bullish on, while the Fox is, for instance, sitting there on Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada, and still saying Virginia's too soon to call. And you have the New York Times saying likely Trump victory.
Likely there. All right, we're going to go to the phone lines right now, and we're coming to you live from the Labor Masters Election Headquarters studio. We are pleased to be joined by Julie Fedorchak, who is going to be heading to Washington, D.C. for the first time as North Dakota's Congresswoman. Julie, congratulations on the big win tonight.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored and so excited to have this great honor to represent people in North Dakota who I love so much, and so proud and honored.
After you won the primary election, it felt like your chances to win the general were going to be pretty good, but I'm sure that you haven't wanted to assume anything. And from the sounds of it, I was talking with Sandy Sanford earlier today, and she said, I don't know that anybody's worked any harder than Julie Fedorchak getting around the state of North Dakota. So it didn't sound like you left anything to chance in your campaign.
No, we certainly didn't. We traveled about 30,000 miles across the state many, many times, and I feel like that's the responsibility of somebody who wants this kind of a job and wants to be an effective representative of our citizens in Washington. So we're very honored by the support that we got, the results that we have, and looking forward to doing the very best job I can on behalf of the citizens of this state.
What are you most looking forward to about going out to D.C. and representing North Dakota?
Well, I like hard work, and I know this job is going to give me a lot of opportunities for that, building relationships with others, really digging in on the policy issues that I know are vital to our state, the farm programs, the farm bill, energy policy, tax policy, the borders. Those are big challenges that we're very much looking forward to getting to work on and getting to work on right away.
Julie, tell me about what is there something that I don't want to say that you're going to keep you up at night, but is there something that maybe makes you a little nervous about the trip out there or with the job you're going to be doing, or anything that causes you maybe some hesitancy about not sure what to expect, or something that you've heard might be some tough waters to navigate at all?
Well, it's a learning curve like any new big job with a lot of responsibility, but I'm not really nervous about it. I feel like I've worked really hard for the last 30 years and have the exact kind of background and experience that I need to do this job well. So I am excited. And I'm being pulled away, so I got to go. Thank you for the chance to talk tonight.
Appreciate the time. Congrats again, Julie. That's Julie Fedorchak, North Dakota's next U.S. Representative, Congresswoman Julie Fedorchak. And Scott, somebody who's been through a lot of battles in North Dakota Public Service Commission, but now kind of taking her game to that next level. It's going to be fun to see her do what she does out in D.C.
Yeah, it sure is. I first met Julie when she was a staffer for Ed Schaefer in his run for governor back in the early 90s. So she's been around politics a long time, and obviously has put the work in. I mean, what she does in the Public Service Commission is really significant work. She is the president of the national, her association, the National Association of Regulators of Public Utilities, which is a really significant national position. She's serious about her work, and I think she'll take that into the House, and really comes into the House as an expert on grid reliability and things important to her work at the Public Service Commission, and on the energy front, and all of the threats to the grid that are out there based on a lot of climate action nonsense that have happened out there. So she'll be a tireless warrior. She'll be great. Fox News Decision Desk called the Ohio Senate race.
Yes, I just saw that.
For Bernie Moreno, who is the victor over Democrat Sherrod Brown. So that's another pickup for Republicans in the Senate. West Virginia earlier, and now that one. That's certainly a big one for sure.
And that brings the Republicans to 50 in the Senate right now. So they only need one more to go their way. As you mentioned, West Virginia and now Ohio as well. So some interesting notes there. Also, I think Kevin Kramer had mentioned there were a couple other races that he thought might potentially go their way. We're watching that Montana race, and the last I saw on that one, he had a lead over the incumbent Democrat Tester, and I want to say that was about 4 or 5 points that I saw.
Yeah,
so,
it's actually a low number in. I see here 6% reporting, but 55-42 lead for Sheehy, so pretty significant lead. But again, where's the vote from, and pretty early on there. But that one polling-wise was the most likely pickup in Montana. So if the polling numbers hold there, Sheehy wins there, and obviously coupled with the Ohio race, that's big, no doubt about it.
Very big. House of Representatives, let's check in on that here for a minute as well. Right now, Republicans have won 100. All of the seats are up. They do this every 2 years. Republicans have flipped 3 seats so far in the election here tonight, and Democrats have lost 3. So there's still a lot of battles in there. Scott, do you have a feeling how that one might turn out by the end of the night?
Well, holding the majority was a big deal for Republicans. So to have, with a good chunk of the country reporting in a 2-seat advantage, so going to be super close still, but at least it improves the majority a little bit, and obviously, the Senate and the House map right now. That if some bizarre thing happened and we have a reverse of 2020 and you see early Trump momentum dissipate and a Harris win, those are big firewalls up against a what would be obviously an agenda that would not sell well in our part of the world for sure. So I take some solace out of both the Senate and the House looking really good for Republicans right now. Really, really important as we continue to watch the presidential race play out.
Yeah, taking a look at the presidential map here to see if we have any new calls. Not seeing anything. Idaho, the most recent call that was made on that map. And Decision Desk is still sitting at 246 for Trump. So Newsmax and Decision Desk have been marching in lockstep. I believe that Newsmax has been kind of citing Decision Desk as their sort of news source. Scott, I don't know enough about the inner workings of Newsmax. I don't believe they have an actual news team or an election team that's doing kind of their own curating of the data. I think they're kind of reporting what Decision Desk is saying as far as what I can pick up on anyway.
Yeah, they seem to be tracking there. I think they do have their own apparatus, but right now they like the numbers that Decision Desk is seeing. And then again, in my experience, Decision Desk calls them earlier than the networks do, but generally they end up falling in that direction. They have called Virginia early on, and the networks followed them, and then the networks pulled back on Virginia. So still off the map, but obviously we're waiting for Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada. Here's the numbers we do have on those states, okay? You have Trump leading in Arizona and Wisconsin, as well as Pennsylvania. You have Harris leading in Michigan, and, of course, Decision Desk has already called North Carolina. And what have I forgotten? I guess Nevada, we don't have enough results on Decision Desk for that one. There isn't at all, so it's a little early for that one to be called as well. But as you mentioned earlier, 246 is the electoral count. If you're following Decision Desk, it's 216 for Trump. If you're following Fox News Channel, as they wait for Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada to be called.
What do you think the conversations are like right now within DNC headquarters?
Well,
is it outright panic? Is it modest worry? Is it, they're still early in the game?
What they're hanging on to is that in a couple of the metropolitan areas, that Harris's Election Day vote outperformed Biden's. Okay, so in the chatter that I'm seeing online, that's what they're holding on to. Now, what they're not telling you is that Trump is performing better than he did in the rural areas in some of these other places. So that's, I think, what they're clinging to, and obviously there's a fierce battle that goes on where the campaigns say what they're seeing and lobbying the networks not to call things too early, as we've seen past controversies like with Arizona getting called too early last time. So that could be what is holding back some of the cautiousness, just that in some of the metropolitan areas in these key swing states that we're waiting on, that Harris on Election Day did pick up enough to overperform over Biden. And so that has folks a little worried. I see Colin Rugg just said a glum Jessica Tarlov says some of the numbers coming in for Donald Trump are jaw-dropping, specifically with Latino voters. She says it's in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you're having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at potentially 45% of Donald Trump in some of these swing states. So she's obviously a voice that's tapped in on the left as well, Steve.
Okay. We can update you on some numbers coming from the Moorhead City Council race as well through the Minnesota Secretary of State website, which is the reporting agency that gives us the numbers that we need. In Council Ward 1, this is Matt Gilbertson's ward. Nicole Mattson leads 2,174 to 2,119, a very tight race there, less than 1% there, but it shows Mattson in the lead in that race. And that one showing 3 precincts reporting. It doesn't say if they're fully reported, but that's certainly going to be one to watch, because there may be some last-minute drama there. In Ward 2, Emily Moore has a big lead over Cassie Sofferman and Ben Hammer, 51.5% to 31.4 and 16.5. Hammer in second place there. Lisa Borgen in Ward 3 looks like she's on her way, 61% approval over 38% for Noelle Hardin. And in Ward 4, Sebastian McDougall with 63% to Zach Amin's 36% there. So that would be that's worth watching. It looks like Matt Gilbertson is in a fight in Council Ward 1 in Minnesota. Statewide, we're seeing more numbers come in now about the presidential race. And yes, it's still fairly early, but I think starting to show some interesting trends here with 23.2%. So we're almost a quarter now reported. Donald Trump 61% to Kamala Harris's 36%. Now, Scott, I don't know how many percent we need to have in the barn before you start, if you're a Democrat, starting to get nervous. But I'm starting to get nervous if almost a quarter of the vote is in and Donald Trump's still sitting with a 25% margin. Now, we don't know which precincts are still to report.
Sorry, Steve, that's what state again?
Minnesota.
In Minnesota, yeah.
So we don't know. But the longer those numbers stay up there, the more interesting that one gets. We've said that Klobuchar has been declared the winner, so we're not going to update too much there. The one race, the congressional district in Minnesota that seemed to be worth watching. Oh, and it is worth watching. Joe Tarab, after being down big early, has tightened that race significantly. Angie Craig is the incumbent Democrat, and this is kind of a South Metro suburban district. Tarab is, how would you describe him? Maybe an Arab American, former military guy. He's the Republican in that race. And Angie Craig right now only leads him by about 2 percentage points. That would be a big congressional pickup for the Republicans. There's been a ton of money invested in that one. But Craig in a fight there with Tarab. Other than that, most of the other districts are pretty one-sided in those races. Michelle Fischbach, Pete Stauber, Tom Emmer don't look to be in much difficulty today. Brad Finstead in District 1, the same could be said there. District 4 for House races. Let's see what we have there. Okay, we have 10 of 13 precincts reporting in Clay County District 4. And Heather Keeler, the incumbent Democrat, leads with 9,100 votes to Josh Zinke, the Republican challenger, 6,400 votes. So she's got a 58-41 lead.
In Montana, you're saying, Steve.
Sorry about that.
In the House race in Montana on Zinke.
No. I'm talking about Minnesota, House District 4A. This is Heather Keeler in Moorhead, her district.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
You're thinking about a different Zinke. Josh Zinke, 58-41, trailing Heather Keeler. Sorry, I started coughing there. Jim Joy in 4B, the incumbent Republican, has a 65-35% lead over Thad Logish. So it looks like Jim Joy should be in pretty good shape there. It's going to be tough in that district with the Moorhead Democrat machine there. Keeler looks like she's in pretty good shape. 10 of 13 precincts report. It's going to be tough to make up too much ground there.
Do we see any? Is there any total House race counter anywhere on Minnesota on the House races?
You're talking about the State House now.
Yeah. I'd love to know.
I'm
not
looking
been
to
able
see.
to find a number.
You're talking about total votes. It's not broken down that way on the Secretary of State's website that I can see.
Yeah, because that's obviously just a slim majority for the for the Democrats there. So, some of these.
In which district are you talking, Scotty?
I'm talking the balance of power generally.
Yes.
So I was just kind of curious if we take all the races, kind of where we're
Yeah,
at.
very thin margins in both the House and the Senate. It's like 1 or 2. I forget the exact numbers, but it is small. That margin is very small. Okay, 10:23 here, and let's take a look at the national map again now that we've updated all of the local races. Still no more states have been called for on the presidential side here. Again, Decision Desk has put Virginia back on the board for Harris after taking her off for a short amount of time. Fox News Channel took her off a while ago and have now put her back on. So that's been a weird state. There's going to be some books written about what happened in Virginia tonight. But in that state right now, with about 77% of the vote in, Harris is up 50.2% to Trump's 48.1%. In the just total number of votes there, she leads him by about 80,000. She's got about 1.8 million. He's got about 1.75. North Carolina, Trump continues to lead there with 89% of that vote in. Trump at 50.7, Harris at 48.1. In Georgia, 91% in. Trump 51 to Harris's 48.2. We've been
By the
talking
way,
about the
North Carolina just called by AP, so I don't know if they're doing a separate decision desk. But,
for who, Scott?
Trump. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's notable. AP calling that one there. I've got to pull up an AP ticker then to see what's happening there. Minnesota's still really early. There's been some talk out among our Flag Plus members tonight, Scott, that Minnesota may be purposely dragging their feet in reporting some numbers tonight to make it look as good as possible for as long as possible for Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. Interesting theory. But it's interesting to me that we're sitting here now an hour and a half after the polls closed, and we have 16% of the vote in. Florida had like 70% within an hour and a half. So I take that for what you will there. Arizona is just very early, but they've got about, I guess it's not as early as I thought, basically a dead heat with about 50% of the vote in. So that's very close. Nevada, polls are closed, but nothing really reported there. New Mexico is expected to go for Harris. She has an early lead there, but the race hasn't been called yet, even though the polls are closed there. Wisconsin, Trump leads 50.9 to 47.6. 66% of that vote in. Michigan, Trump with a pretty big lead there, but they're fairly early, only 32% of the vote. But Trump up 52.3 to Harris's 45.8. Pennsylvania, Trump continues to lead there as well with 77% of that vote in. Trump 51 to 47. And Scott, you were saying in a lot of those big states, the major metro areas have already reported.
Again, that's according to Decision Desk. Yeah, they show them in and as counted. So, but again, the chatter from the Harris folks is that the reason they're seeing some optimism as late is that they're seeing overperforming of Biden numbers. So I don't know if they believe they're still coming in or what's going on. But it's nerve-wracking here to see Trump leading in all these states with an increasing amount of the vote in, and yet no calls being made.
Yeah.
It's just you sort of say, what are they seeing? What are they doing? What's going on?
What are they waiting for?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting notes there. All right, let's check the text line, see if we've got. From the text line, guys, I don't know if you're checking the Senate races very closely, but the Wisconsin Kelly Baldwin race is interesting. Baldwin is losing, and it's getting late. So let's
check that one right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at that one in Wisconsin. So
I have a 49.8. This is, by the way, with 66% of the vote in, just updated to 67%. It is a lead by a point and a half of the Republican candidate Hubby, and that would be a pickup as well, 49.8 to 48.2. So again, where they're showing the vote in is a lot of the red counties in the rural areas, but also Madison and Milwaukee in. And I'm just counting, some of these. So like Madison, how much of Madison's 90% in, Milwaukee is 56% in. That would tell you that there's a ways to go there. So that may be the reason there. You've only got a little better than half counted in Milwaukee right now.
In Pennsylvania, there's a very good Senate race shaping up, too, between the Democrat incumbent Casey and the Republican challenger McCormick. Right now, McCormick leads by about 100,000 votes, 49.5% to 47.8%, with about 75% of that vote in. So that's starting to turn into be a pretty significant margin as well. The Sheehy-Tester race, Scott, is looking like a whooping so far, although I guess it's only 7% reported. Sheehy up 57 to 40 percentage points, but again, very early there with that. So, boy, if you are in Republican Senate leadership, you got to feel really good about what's happening there tonight.
Yeah, no question about it. The pickup in Ohio is huge. Kind of predicted the West Virginia pickup, but Ohio was obviously tight as a tick. If you add Montana to that, and boy, Pennsylvania ends up going Republicans' way. Wow.
Yeah.
No question about it. That'll be a big, big night.
Yeah, now you get that kind of margin we've seen in the last couple of years. It's nice to have more than just a one majority if you need it. If somebody gets sick or whatever happens, someone decides to retire, you're not sitting at 50-50 any longer. So Republicans may be getting a little greedy, not just looking for wins, but looking for margin here tonight when it's all said and done. All right, it's 10:29, sneaking up on 10:30, so we've got a bottom of the hour break to get to, but we're going to continue to watch these races. We're going to continue to monitor what's happening across North Dakota. Much of that drama is done already. Minnesota, there's still a lot that we don't know, so we'll continue to watch that. Plus these fascinating House and Senate races on the national scene, and watching that electoral college. Right now, depending on who you look at, Donald Trump may be as high as 246 electoral votes, needing just another 24 to be able to get to that magic number of 270. We'll continue to watch it all for you as we continue live from the Labor Masters Election Headquarters studio on WZFG and KTGO, the Flag, and on our YouTube channel as well. Stephen Scott back with more right after this. Steve Hallstrom, Scott Hennen here with you for Election Night coverage. Got a cast of many helping us behind the scenes make it all happen. From the newsroom, Ty Schoner, Dawson Erickson, Chris Larson, working on headlines, keeping us up to date on different things. All right, I just refreshed my browser here during the commercial break, and apparently Hennepin and Ramsey County have entered the chat because the numbers have swung big time in many races in Minnesota. The race for president, which Trump was leading like 60 to 35%, has swung quite a bit the other way. And Kamala Harris now with a 55 to 42% lead over Donald Trump in Minnesota. Now there are about 39% of precincts reporting there. So we're not halfway done yet, but certainly we're seeing the metro areas weighing in here over the last few minutes on that one. I can also tell you that Angie Craig-Joe Tarab race has shifted again, too. Craig has opened up a big lead now, about 50,000 votes over Tarab in Congressional District 2 there in Minnesota. So a couple of updates there. Chris Larson has been watching the City of Fargo measures as well here, and he's got to check in with us right now.
Yes.
Try that again, Chris.
All right, thanks, Steve, so much. Yeah, we still are at 23 partially reported precincts, not at fully reported, but as of right now, the Fargo Dome sales tax issue is a no vote, 53% to just under 47%. On the lodging tax right now, again, no fully reported precincts. That goes the way of the yes votes, 51 to 48. The fire and police, you can pretty much say that one is in the books right now. It's a 69% to 30% yes vote for the fire and police, and then so that one definitely looks like the span right now is at about 13,000 votes there in the affirmative for those.
All right. Let's go back to the newsline right now. The next governor of the great state of North Dakota is with us, Kelly Armstrong, who trades in his plane tickets to D.C. In favor of, I don't know, maybe a bus ticket from Dickinson to Bismarck or something like that. But Kelly Armstrong, congratulations, Kelly, on the big win tonight. How does it feel?
It feels great, Steve. It's been humbling to have, friends, family, supporters here all night. I'm excited. I'm a little nervous. I think it's just a fantastic night in North Dakota, and I think it's going to be a good night across the country.
It sure looks like it's been a good night for Republicans within the state of North Dakota. We always wonder, every time we do these election nights, it's 65 to 70% vote totals for the Republican. The Democrat sits there at somewhere between 30 and 35, and we're seeing it all over again with yourself, Kevin Kramer, Julie Fedorchak. It just looks like Republicans have got the code figured out on how to appeal to people of the state of North Dakota. What do you think about your message and the messages of your colleagues are really resonating with the people of North Dakota?
Well, I think first you talk about Julie Fedorchak, Kevin Kramer, and us. I learned everything I learned about campaigning from Kevin Kramer. He got outspent, 2-1 by Heidi Heitkamp in 2018, but the reason he beat her is he went everywhere. He'd go into any town hall, any town, a friendly group, groups that are less friendly, and he'd go out and he'd talk to them. And I think, our message is great, conservative government, recognizing that the government doesn't build things, the people of North Dakota build things, but also being out there and going and meeting people where they're at.
Yeah. Kelly, to have the people of North Dakota so resoundingly say, Kelly's our guy, and we want him to be the next governor of this state, that's got to be something that hits you pretty hard, isn't it?
It does. It's hugely, hugely humbling, and I just view it as a tremendous responsibility, and we're up to the challenge. We're going to do everything we can. I said it in my speech tonight. We're going to make mistakes, because if you don't make mistakes, you're governing too cautious. But we're going to make those mistakes by being aggressive, running 100 miles an hour. And if we do it, we're going to come on your show and we're going to own up to it.
Yeah, there you
I have
go.
a question, Steve.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Kelly, we're about, 288 out of 385 precincts reporting, but it looks as though Measure 4 is going to go down rather significantly, 63 to 36. What do you think that will mean? What's your reaction to that?
So my biggest fear with Measure 4 is that it passed. My second biggest fear was that it failed big enough that people think it's not a big issue. Because I can tell you, Scott, I've been talking to people from one end of the state to the other since January. And there are a lot of people that voted no that are expecting significant relief and reform. So it's got to be the number one priority of this legislative session. It just has to be.
Does that number surprise you so far?
No, I don't. I mean, your best advocates for this kind of stuff are your cops and your firefighters and your teachers and your small communities that are like, if this thing passes, I don't even know why a township would exist. And so there are a lot of people that don't like their property taxes and think it's out of control that still voted no.
Kelly, I want to ask you a little bit about the legacy fund. It's one of the biggest questions that a governor and a legislature will have to deal with every 2 years. There's $11 billion in that fund. It kicks off a nice amount of return every day, every month, every year. It can be a tool. It's got to be used wisely. How will you govern as the governor of this state when it comes to the legacy fund and how it should be used?
Well, one, we want to keep it growing because, the first thing we'd like to do is figure out how to crack the code and get another 10% oil out of the Bakken. And we want to keep that flowing and keep North Dakota as prosperous as possible. But you got to keep the fund growing, but you also got to reinvest it in the places that North Dakota citizens can see and that really truly show it to them, because otherwise you're not doing it justice. So there's a fine line there. I don't think we should touch the principle. I think we should continue to grow it, because you get it big enough and you start doing the multipliers. We're not that far away in good oil prices from being able to do really do some great things for North Dakota taxpayers and North Dakota constituents. But I think what you do use their interest and earnings on, you gotta be really transparent. You got to know everybody who's competing for it has a fair shake on it, and it's got to be being invested into things that North Dakotans want and North Dakotans can see. But also, you can't use it to compete with existing North Dakota business, because that'll really, really frustrate people. And there's a couple of minor places where that's happened, and I think that's just the wrong approach.
Kelly, last question before we let you go. It's been discussed a lot with the Measure 4 item that Scott was talking about earlier, about how fast the government in North Dakota has grown compared to the pace of population increase. And certainly government has grown faster than the state has grown. How do we rein in that spending and make it so that government continues to be something that works efficiently for the people, so we don't get so top-heavy with programs and administrators and things like that? How will you lead as governor to make sure that that doesn't happen?
So, and I think that's a great question, and a really smart guy who I have a tremendous respect for says, you talk about this, be careful about saying what you're going to cut and what not you're going to cut. He said, talk about spending North Dakota's dollars better. And I said, and we talked about it, and I said, you want more, every taxpayer dollar, you want the highest percentage possible going back to services and out of that administrative bureaucratic bloat. I mean, there's places we need to spend more money, and then there's places where we could obviously spend less, and that's even in the same agencies. So I think making sure you can get those things as efficient as possible. But you're right, the growth in our government, I mean, North Dakota's been we're a commodity-based economy. Like, we're not used to growth every year from 2008 until 2024. But we can't sustain this growth in government over the long term either. And I think I hope Republicans and conservatives recognize that.
All right. Well, Kelly, again, congratulations. To be named the governor of this great state is certainly a great honor, and I think the people of North Dakota are saying you've earned it with your work that you've done for this state as a congressman and the other things that you've done. And so we join North Dakotans across the state congratulating you on the big win, and we appreciate you making time for us here tonight on the program.
Thanks, Steve. I thought I had the best job in politics. Turns out it was only the second best job in politics.
There you go. Well, we appreciate you sharing some time with us on a special night. Thanks again, Kelly.
Thanks. Bye.
Kelly Armstrong.
Sorry, Steve. Yeah, thanks to Kelly. Good to catch up with him, and good for us now to.
I know what you're going to say, though, brother.
North Carolina finally called by Fox for President Trump, rather. Not sure why that one took so long. Not sure exactly what's going on there. That one long ago called by the decision desk, but they put that now at Trump's camp in North Carolina. That means 232 electoral votes to Harris's 198. One other piece of news on the Minnesota side. The legislative races have focused on the House races. Those are up. The Senate are not. But there was a special race in Minnesota that could have changed the balance of power in the Minnesota State Senate. That, however, did go to Democrat Ann Johnson Stewart, who defeated the Republican down there in District 45. So the DFL will hold the state Senate in Minnesota.
Okay. Very key development there. Taking a look at a couple of those national maps here, we can also tell you that now, let's see. Okay, New Mexico has been called for Harris, and now just a moment ago, Fox News called Virginia for Harris. So that was one that early on was called for Harris by just about everybody. They took it off the board, but now enough information is in to make a call there. So on the Fox News map that I'm looking at right now, Trump at 232, Harris at 211. So we're getting down there now to really just a handful of states that have yet to be called: Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada. So, Scott, we're down to 7. And I think most of these 7 are ones that we thought were going to really determine it one way or the other, and here we are.
Yeah, exactly. They are the races, and what's odd is that Trump's lead is not large, but it is in many of these states there, and not enough, even with some significant percentage of the votes in for the networks to call that. So we're sitting here on pins and needles waiting for these races to be called and seeing if this presidential race can be called.
Yeah, of those 7 states we're talking about, Trump leads in all of them except Minnesota, where Harris has a lead with about, although that's tightened up a little bit, 51% of the vote now in, Harris 53 to 44. So she leads there, but that's the only one of those 7 states where she currently leads. Nevada,
Michigan.
Nothing reported yet there.
I think she still leads in Michigan.
She does not. Trump is at 51 to 46 there in Michigan, unless you have some recent numbers that I'm not seeing here, Scott. But right now I'm seeing Trump leading in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. Arizona's very close. They're all relatively close, but like you said, he continues to have leads. But remember, in 2020, he led all those states, and then they turned at about 2 in the morning. So there's still a long, long way to go on that territory. All right.
Just look at Pennsylvania here. What percentage now Philadelphia is up to? So 72% of Philadelphia is in. Obviously, that's what's going on here. And 94% of Pittsburgh is in. So the other blue county is Dauphin, and that's at 63% of the vote in. So, again, not exactly sure what they're seeing, but there's something that's obviously holding them back. New York Times has been something we've been watching interesting tonight because they have a predictive model that they're using. They have Trump still at an 89% chance of victory, recently updated here. They have Trump at 301 electoral votes in what they're calling, and also predicting a popular vote win of 1.0%.
Okay.
So they continue to favor Donald Trump in that race.
In the North Dakota ballot measures, we can give you a couple of Associated Press official calls to nobody's surprise. Measure 1, which changes the description of some entities for people with disabilities, that one is a yes. That's been called now. And then Measure 4 has been called for the no on that. About 89% of the state now having reported the no, sitting currently at 63%. So it may not end up to be a 2-1 margin, but it's going to be something close to that in the end. But recreational marijuana, now with 89% of the precincts reporting, the no continues to lead there, 53 to 46. Oil and gas fund, Measure 3, that's 51 to 48. Yes, leading that one currently. Measure 2, which would change all the process for initiated measures, the no continues to lead there. That's one we may see a call on fairly soon as well. 56 to 43 is the lead there. So that's an update on a few of those that look like they are worth updating for you right now. Okay, 1050 here. Let's do a refresh on some of the state House and Senate districts here to see if we have some calls. Not much new. Mark Enget's going to win in North Dakota Senate District 2, the Republican. That's Bob Harms' old seat, Scotty, that Mark Enget came out of the Republican primary taking on a relative newcomer, and Enged is destroying the Democrat there, 85-15. There has, in District 10, there's not been a call yet. That race between George Ruffhead and Ryan Braunberger, Ruffhead the Republican, Braunberger the Democrat, continues to be a close one. Ruffhead at 50, basically 52% to Braunberger's 47. Scott, who was the incumbent there? Do you remember North Dakota District 10?
Well, there's Steve Swantek's there.
Yeah, he's on the House side.
Yeah.
I can't recall. Anyway, it's probably not a big deal, but I was just trying to remember who that is. Dave Clemens, that race has not been called, but he's got a big lead there, 62% to 36 over Heather Tulenden, the Democrat challenger there. So it looks like he's in pretty good shape there. Dale Patton, as we mentioned, Watford City running unopposed, so not much drama there. Getting into the District 46, we are seeing Michelle Powers. That race has tightened some. Powers at 57% to Arneson. Jess Arneson's 42. Powers, newcomer Republican. Arneson, I don't recall if she's run before, but certainly not an incumbent. The Democrat there. And right now, Powers leads that by about 1,000 votes. About 7,000 votes have been recorded there. House District 2 up in the Stanley-Tioga area. Don Longmuir, Bert Anderson, the Republicans are going to win there. It just hasn't been called over the Democrats. But that one, you can pretty much put that one to bed. In District 10, there's still a pretty good race there. Jared Hendricks, Steve Swantek, 35 and 34. Hamida Dakani at 29. So still fairly close there, about 6,700 votes counted. Certainly something could still change there, although the Republicans in the lead there right now. District 16, kind of the same story. Ben Koppelman, Andrew Marshall, the Republicans at 33 and 27%. They've got a solid lead on Julie West and Phil Weiss. West at 21% and Weiss at 17. So they are looking, the Republicans looking good there, but that one's not done quite yet. And then getting back down into the Fargo district in 44, Carla Rose Hansen and Austin Foss running unopposed. And in District 46, this one has gotten tight. Jim Casper, Desiree Morton lead 28 and 27%, but Todd Reisenauer and Will Thompson are at 22%. So they're about 600 votes behind Desiree Morton, who is right now in second place. About 12,500 votes in there. That one's got to be getting fairly late, too. Not sure in District 46 if you're going to see that many more than 12,000 votes come in. It's a fairly substantial district, but that's a pretty big vote number there. So those are some of the legislative races. Fargo Dome sales tax, the no continues to lead 52 to 47. The lodging tax, yes, continues to lead 51 to 48. And fire and police, that one's basically a done deal. Yes at 69, no at 30. All right, Minnesota side, let's see if we've got any more updates that we can pass along. Indeed, we do. 47% of the precincts now reporting. Let's take a look at that presidential race. Tightened up just a bit. Harris at 53%, Trump at 44%. 60 of the 87 counties have reported. As far as the total precincts, we're not even halfway there yet. Still a good race there. That nobody's called that race, so that one's still sitting out there. In Congressional District 2, the Angie Craig Joe Tarab race, Craig leads 55 to 41. So that race, kind of like the presidential race, has tightened up a little bit. All the other congressional races are pretty much in the bag for the incumbents there. In District 4, House District 4A, Heather Keeler is up now. All 13 precincts are in, so that looks like a final total, although it's not being labeled a final total. Heather Keeler looks like she will win re-election 58 to 41 over Josh Zinke, the Republican challenger. And in District 4B, 38 of 55 precincts are in. Jim Joy with a big lead there over Thad Logish, 65 to 34. Let's see if we can update the Moorhead City Council races. We've been watching those. That has not moved. Now showing 3 precincts have reported with Nicole Matson with a small lead over Matt Gilbertson. That race might be final, Scott. We may have a new city council person in Ward 1 in Moorhead. In Ward 2, Emily Moore looks like with 4 of 4 precincts in, so that one looks to be final as well. 49% with a win there. Ben Hammer, 32% in second place. Cassie Sofferman, 17% in third. And then Sebastian McDougall and Lisa Borgen have had big leads in 4 and 3 all night long. So, all right, that is a look at some of the state and local races there as well. Checking to see here any messages in on our text line. Good coverage tonight, guys. I'm watching it on Fox, but you guys keep bringing it home. I listen almost daily. Keep it up. All right, we sure will do that. Scotty, anything coming up to 11 o'clock here? Anything you want to hit before the top of the hour?
Fox News is now projecting the Republicans will take control of the Senate. They did that after a race folks were watching in Nebraska closely where there was a Republican incumbent up against an independent challenger, and a lot of dollars got put in there, significant dollars. So
yes,
they were watching that one closely, but they're now saying that one is going to go to Deb Fischer, the Republican incumbent. So that's how they're able to say that the Republicans will hold at least 51 seats, enough for an outright majority. And that's, of course, before we're done counting in Montana and Arizona and a few of the other races we're watching as well. But that's certainly good. MSNBC is reporting the Harris camp expects tens of thousands of votes to come in from Philadelphia for Harris soon. So, again, that's where I guess the drama is coming from in Pennsylvania, where that's 81% of the vote in now. Well, actually, Philadelphia's 72% of the vote in. The county surrounding it, 81% in right now, and so. That's what this drama is about. Obviously, Pennsylvania tips, and I think you're going to see these others go as well. But Fox is saying possibly they'll have some more states to call here in the next little while. So we shall see.
Okay.
But New York Times has not changed, other than they did go up 0.1 percentage point. They're now 1.1% popular vote estimate. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. That's
in those Senate races, Scott, very interesting. If the races hold as they are right now, this will be a substantial margin for the Republicans. In Montana, the Republican has a 17. These are races that have not been called. The Republican has a 17-point lead. In Wisconsin, the Republican has a 3-point lead. In Michigan, the Republican has a 4-point lead. In Pennsylvania, the Republican has a 2 percentage point lead. In Arizona, Kerry Lake is behind there, but that's still really early there. So, again, a long way to go. But if you're looking to feel good about people who are ahead, it's generally people who are wearing red sweaters tonight. All right, we are coming up on 11 o'clock here, and we're going to hang here until we've learned everything that we can learn here tonight. So far, it's looking good for the Republicans nationwide and certainly in North Dakota as well. Minnesota's still a bit of a mystery, but we'll keep tracking it all as we continue here on our election coverage on WZFG, KTGO, and our video stream as well. Be back right after this. Welcome back. Steve Hallstrom, Scott Hennen here with you. Election night 2024 as we continue to wait for results to come in from around North Dakota, Minnesota, and around the country as well. We are hanging out with a bunch of cool people here at the studios. It is our Flag Plus members that are hanging out with us here in the studio here tonight. Assembling some opinion. All right, gentlemen, what are we seeing? What are we thinking? How are we feeling?
Well, good. I'm just looking at the North Dakota measures. I find it's interesting. Measure 3 and measure 5 still, relatively tight, although it's 97% reporting. So, they'll fall. Looks like it's just about over with. But I still think that Arizona is up for grabs, although Lake is behind in the Senate race. It's going to be an interesting next hour. But here again, we'll have to wait till tomorrow morning or a month from now to figure this thing out. Right?
Yeah, unfortunately, we're starting to see some of these things gumming up the works. It's looking good. New York Times projections are still for a popular vote win and an electoral college win too, but projections are one thing, actual results are another. How about you, sir? How are you feeling about everything tonight?
Well, I mean, looking at the statistics and the projections and all that is a little bit makes me a little bit nervous just because of the midnight mystery that happens. But I'm going back to something you said a couple of weeks ago on the radio. God's in control of this. And even though we get all worked up about it and get excited about things, we've done our part. Now it's really not in our control anymore. And I have to believe that our nation is going to be given grace, and win or lose, we have to just move forward with that. Yeah. So that's where I'm sitting.
Yeah, it's hard to say that, right? As a person of faith, you want there to be a resolution that also works for us pragmatically on the political side. But at some point, there's not much we can do. We've done what we can do on the voting side of things, and now it's just to wait to see. But there are so many positive signs. The way that the Republican establishment has been the watchdog on all these things that have happened to this point gives me confidence that if there is anything that's happening tonight, Laura Trump and Michael Whatley and those guys, they're going to be the bulldogs that are going to get after that and make there be some accountability. Now, if you want to look at it glass half empty, here we go again, it's over. You can feel that way if you want to, but I'm telling you, the tone of how Republicans are vigilant about looking for irregularities and following up them is very different than it was 4 years ago. So we have to hang our hat on that. Yeah, it's taken some time, but you've got those organizations, the Crowder organization, Charlie Kirk's team, that have worked so hard. So let's keep sampling opinion. How you feel, sir, about what you're seeing tonight?
Well, that we won't fall what you just said, that we won't fall for the same tricks we fell for last time. The pipes won't bust, or we won't believe the pipes burst, and we're not going to go home, and we're not going to watch, or there's not going to be no one there to watch someone pull out 4 or 5 suitcases full of ballots and run them through the machine 4 or 5 times, the same ballots. We're not going to have trucks back up to the doors and unload ballots. We're not going to be tricked as easily as we were before, or fall for the same, all the Republicans have to go home and the Democrats stay in while things are happening. We're not going to fall for it as easily as did last time. And Kerry Lake is behind, but Arizona doesn't count the early cast ballots until after. I mean, they start counting today, but hopefully she catches up because they registered so many more Republicans than they did before. So
yeah, and the polling has looked better there, no question about that. Let's continue to work our way around the room. How about you, Kenneth? What do you think? What are you seeing? What are you feeling?
Well, I like to see that, all the critical states are leaning Republican. Minnesota, the numbers now are shifting to Harris, so I don't think Minnesota's maybe in play right now, but we don't need Minnesota to finish it out. I think the news stations are maybe dragging it out for the sake of it.
Yeah. But we'll see. We'll keep playing her out. All right, folks, over here. We're well into the evening, but we're not giving up over here. There's a lot of enthusiasm. So how are we feeling?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. They're putting up some stuff on Fox here that says that they got some insiders with the Harris outfit there that they're feeling pretty glim. So that's a good sign as well. Look up here on News Nation here. They got a 92% probability that Trump will win. So
yeah, that's the Decision Desk HQ win probability, 91.7. New York Times has it, I think, Scott said at 87%. So the signs are good, but I think we've seen this movie before, right? With crazy things that happen last minute, and so nobody's going to rest easy until we know the story here. But certainly things are looking good.
Yes. And we've got the Senate, and I think we've got a couple more seats you have to pick up yet. So I think that's even more good news.
Yeah, the Senate could be in Republican hands by a few votes there. So how are you feeling there, young lady?
Good. Yeah, long night, but it's worth it.
Okay. Yeah, we only get to do this once every 4 years, right? So, all right. Well, Scotty, we're hanging in here at FLAG headquarters and enjoying the opportunity to hang out with these good folks and keep doing what we're doing here and watch to see what happens. And I think now, Scott, the thing to watch is, when are we going to start getting some indications of here's what we are going to know tonight and here's what we cannot know tonight? And I think a lot of us were hoping that this would somehow be decisive enough that some races would be called and it might sort of push things through the process a little bit, and we might get some results that we didn't think we were going to get. I don't know. It kind of feels like we're grinding a little bit to a halt right now, and things are slowing up as far as what we might know and what we might not know tonight.
Yeah, Fox has just had some reporting from inside the Harris camp that they are glum, I think was the word that they used, that they realize that there are, that while there might be still a path to 270, that it is a very narrow path. Some indication that within the Harris camp they even see this thing slipping away. A little longer this goes, again, I'm perplexed, especially when let's look at Georgia. Fox has not called Georgia for Trump yet. 95% of the vote is in. Trump is at 50.8% to Kamala Harris is 48.5%. So, it's not close. It's I see Chris LaCavita, who is the co-campaign chairman of the Trump campaign, tweeted a little bit ago, why won't these networks call Georgia for real Donald Trump? And he said, I'll answer my own question. Ratings. Suggesting that maybe they see an outcome that they know is coming, but they're holding this out to keep an audience as long as possible. I don't know. It's interesting.
I see that the Associated Press has called the Angie Craig race in Minnesota. That was a House seat in Congress that Republicans thought they might be able to wrestle away in kind of some of those suburbs and what they call the exurbs of some areas that are just on the outside edges of the suburbs. But Angie Craig, after kind of early in the evening, seeming to be locked in a pretty tough battle, now with about 54% of the vote in, she's got a 55-42 lead, and the AP has said that's about 45,000 votes, and that's too big of a margin for Tarab to overcome. So I think we can kind of put to bed all of those Minnesota congressional district races. Ilhan Omar has won re-election. Hooray on that. And then all of the other incumbents.
You don't really mean that, I don't think. I detected a little sarcasm there.
Well, it's just interesting. But she represents that community, and they like what she has been doing. There's been all kinds of talk about how her service has been a little controversial, but when it comes to time to vote, she always seems to win and win fairly handily. So the congressional races, I think, are all pretty much put to bed in the state of Minnesota as well. We'll continue to watch these presidential numbers because they are interesting. They are
all we have left for drama, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It continues to tighten. We had this massive bounce toward Harris here about 45 minutes ago, and ever since then, Trump is kind of reeling her in a little bit. Again, we don't know where these votes are coming from, but right now it's 51-45. Where that will end up, we don't know yet. But that one's a long way to go. Only 53.8% of the precincts are reporting there. So that's kind of where we stand there. Let's take a look at some of the North Dakota House and Senate races here. Let's do an update on those since we haven't checked them a little bit for a little bit.
One important note here. Cardi B has tweeted, "We need a Hail Mary." So one of the top Harris surrogates is obviously pleading for a Hail Mary. So I thought you'd want to know that's a good sign.
Okay, well, if Cardi B, she's not on the right side, so if she is feeling like there's some stress, I will take that as a good sign.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can give you an update on the North Dakota Senate District 10 race. This is the one with Roughhead and Braunberger. Roughhead has led this one throughout the night, but now Braunberger has passed George in this one, 50.3 to 49.5. No precincts fully reporting there yet. This is later. When we talked to earlier in the night, Brandy Madriga, I think she was optimistic that by about 11 o'clock that all the results would be fully reported. We don't have that yet. So we still see a few things out on that one, but that one has moved into Democrat hands. And Scott and I are still trying to remember who the incumbent was there. We don't think either of the contestants was the incumbent there. District 16, David Clemens continues to have a big lead. I've not seen I should find a good Associated Press source for that call, but I don't see anything yet there, even though David Clemens is up big, 61 to 38, and has been all night. It would be surprising to me that there's going to be much drama there, so we will see. In District 46, a race that we've been watching pretty closely, that race tightening a little bit, but Michelle Powers still hanging on to a 54 to 45 lead there. About 8,300 votes have been cast in District 46, and Powers with 45-10. Jess Arneson, the Democrat, with 3,800 even. Excuse me. District 2, I'm going to stop updating. That's Longmuir and Anderson up in the Stanley-Tioga area. They're not going to lose. That race hasn't been called, but that's a big lead for them. Would be surprising to see if that changes at all. District 10, North Dakota District 10, this is Swantek and Hendricks. They continue to have a lead over, excuse me here, over Hamida Dakani, 34, 33, 30. So that's been tight all night long, and the Republicans still continue to be on top in that one. In District 16, Koppelman and Marshall have a lead there, 32 for Koppelman, Marshall 26, and then the Democrats at 22 and 18, Julie West and Phil Weiss there in that district there. And then moving down to 46, which is the other one that we're watching here, that race continues to tighten as well. Now 15,323 votes are in. This one is really getting tight. Jim Casper leads with 26.8%. Desiree Morton in second, 25.9%. And then the Democrats, Todd Reisenauer at 23.7%, Will Thompson at 23.3%. So very close in that one. I've got to believe that just about any time we could see those go final, but they haven't yet. So we'll continue to watch those. The Fargo City measures. The Fargo Dome sales tax now 49,381 votes are in. And I don't know, Scott, what typical turnout in Fargo is, but it looks like we got about 84% of the precincts that have reported there. I've got to think we're close to the finish line there, but the no leads 52 to 48 on the sales tax. The Fargo lodging is exactly the opposite, 52 to 48 for the yes vote. And on the police and fire, that one's been decided for a long time. The yes is going to win there. Scott, you and I haven't talked about this fire and police one much. And this is a kind of a dilemma for me because we all support police and fire. But the fact that we have to go to these measures to support them when the city commission, it's under their purview to basically provide for these within the city budget, and they continue to spend all this money on stuff that doesn't really matter, and they leave the police and fire out, so they've got to go do this sales tax measure to support basically themselves by getting this thing on the ballot. I don't know. I guess I'm not going to be upset if the yes vote wins on this, which it's going to, but I'm kind of cranky at how it's come about.
Yeah, I voted against it for the reasons you're voicing as well, Steve. Just saying, look, the very basic functions of city government should say police, fire, Obviously, roads, streets, clearing, just the basic infrastructure things. That's the core services of government. So why would you need an additional tax revenue source
100%.
to be able to fund it? It just doesn't make any sense. Now, West Fargo instituted this a while ago, so it's not new to the metro. It's been done in other places. The argument from the firefighters is that they were, in their view, understaffed and wanted to go take this case to the voters. Obviously, the Fargo City Commission went along with that, they believe that's one of the reasons they cite that I guess has some merit to it on this mechanism as a way to fund it, is that any accident that happens, for the most part, the first responders are the fire department, right? So they're out there, and then the police come, and if you look at any given day in Fargo, obviously there's people from all over the region who come in, and so they're saying, really people who shop and come to Fargo are being protected by the infrastructure of Fargo, so therefore they should pay some of that share. So that's the argument they make, that many of the calls for service are from people that are not paying property taxes in Fargo proper. But it just seems to me to be a slippery slope where we get into needing a sales tax for a core function of government.
100%. I couldn't have said it better. I just feel like we are enabling our city leaders to spend recklessly by doing this. So as much as we all love the police and the fire, I voted the way you did. I just, on principle, I said, this is not how we fund those things. And I think, like you said, slippery slope, Pandora's box, it didn't feel right to me. And you and I are in the minority on this one, brother.
Well, I think, obviously, it's interesting how voters sort this out. But I think when you see, again, the people we revere, those first responders that are there saying we need this, I think it's just a case of voters going, I'm going to trust them.
Yep.
I'm just going to trust them that we need it and it'll be better for them. What's interesting to me is if you're doing budgeting and you say we believe the fire department, the police department are getting what they need, then you would say, well, whatever dollars they get generated by the sales tax, we're just going to reduce out of the city's portion of the funding. Yep. I mean, they technically could end up at the same point just with funding coming from somewhere else, enabling spending elsewhere. I'd hope it doesn't come down to that, but that's one possible outcome.
We would hope. Yes, we would hope. Okay. I'm getting a note from Chris Larson in our newsroom that Cass County now is fully reported, which is good to know because then we can update you on a few of these things that should be showing final. Yes, here we go. We now have final results for Cass County, so let's get into it here. The no vote wins on the Fargo Dome sales tax got 52-47. All 23 precincts have reported there. On the lodging tax, the yes vote, Charlie Johnson's a happy man tonight. He'll have a smile on his face as he puts his head on the pillow. 51-48, although it was tight. And police and fire, 69-30. Scott, I feel for the Fargo Dome folks. I think they feel like they've got a good plan. They're being responsible. They're putting their own money into it. But I think people in Fargo are just saying right now, I don't have any more money, and I don't care how good the cause seems. Now is not the time.
Yeah, interesting. Do we have a Cass County number on Measure 4? I'd be curious to see what that came out in Cass County because I think you're right. I think people just right now, their bottom line's pinched. And they're saying, whether we need an update on the Fargo Dome or not, I'm just not ready to have that back in. I mean, it was a quarter-cent sales tax. It wasn't much. But I think that's just a case of when it comes to more spending, more taxes, the answer is no.
Right now,
What's interesting to me on that is that obviously, the details were important on the Measure 4. That went down. I'm just kind of curious if it tracked in Cass County with how it did statewide, if we can pull that number up there. But, there was an opportunity for people to vote themselves a tax decrease, at least early on, to say, maybe the dust will settle at some point and the taxes will just come from a different area. But, an opportunity doesn't present itself very often for the voters to go say, I'm cutting my taxes, and they could have in Measure 4, and yet they rejected that soundly.
Okay, so you're looking for a county breakdown on Measure 4. All right, so if I go to the breakdown on that, I can find that for you.
It's
no,
kind of a loose connection there.
Yeah, well, that's all right though. No wins 63-36.
So pretty much tracked where it's at statewide.
Very close. Yep. So I'm wondering about some of the other metro area counties. The metro area counties, I feel like, are areas where people have seen the pinch the most on political spending. But Grand Forks County, 65-34. Is it Burleigh County, Scott, that Bismarck is in? Okay, so Burleigh that was 59-40. The no wins there as well. I'm just kind of going through the different counties. There's no counties here where this was really very close. So yeah, there was nothing here that that really looked like it was that any counties just going by. A lot of 70s in this one, and that was my suspicion. I thought if this had any chance at all, the bigger city counties would have to. Morton County 56-43. That was about as close as I've seen on that one. Yeah, they're all about the same, Scott. They are all about the same. Okay, so let's keep kind of tooling through here.
It's probably the biggest surprise of the night in North Dakota to have that lose as big as it did.
Yeah, I mean,
the polling had it losing by 20 points. It lost by darn near 30. But the polling also had 20% undecided. That would tell you all the undecideds went the other way, and a few other folks switched their vote there. It's closest thing I can call a surprise tonight. I mean, I went in as an opponent of Measure 4 and one that I thought because there were so many unanswered questions about how you would make up those dollars and where they'd come from, and really, in my mind, if you would have made the case of we have the money and here's where it can come from, and more of a plan for how that $3.15 million could have been made up, you might have had a better chance. But I'm just surprised it went down that big. I can't point to anything else in North Dakota that surprised me.
I'm surprised too. I thought at the end of the day there would be a lot of people that were willing to say, you know what, maybe I don't know all the answers. Maybe the plan isn't completely figured out, but I'm struggling. And the chance for me to not have to write out a check for $3, $4, $5, $10,000, whatever your taxes are, I just thought it would have more traction, but it didn't. Let's take a look at Cass County on the cannabis measure. I'm interested to see because in 2022, it was 55-45 statewide against, but it was 55-45 for in Cass County. And sure enough, 56.7% yes, 43.2% no in Cass County. And I'm going to look to see if any other county voted in the affirmative on that, like Cass County did. Well, Benson County. Where's Benson County, Scott? I should know this, and I don't.
I don't know. I don't remember either.
Benson County, it was one. Let's see. Anybody else here? No. Yep, Grand Forks. Those, the Fighting Sioux, they like to smoke a little weed once in a while up there. So
yeah, Benson County Spirit Lake Reservation.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll leave that one alone right there. McKenzie County was out the rigs, man. They got to do something to pass the time. That was 51% no, but 48% yes. So that was close out there. Mountrail County. Is that Williston, Scott? I think that's Williston.
Montreal be Stanley.
That's
Williams
our friends in KTGO country. All right.
Yeah.
Barely went no, 50.1 to 49.8. So that's a little surprising. Tioga Stanley.
What's interesting on that is that's the second time this has been on the ballot now, and it's lost. Again, I think it's
third actually.
Is it the third time? Okay, yeah. And so it inches a little closer each time. So you wonder if they'll keep trying. But
a small
South
amount.
Dakota had this
small amount this time.
Went down in South Dakota pretty strongly too, as I recall. I was checking those numbers earlier.
Okay. Rolette.
60-40 in South Dakota.
Okay.
Went down.
Rolette County was a 61% yes. So that's probably the biggest number I've seen, Rolette County. Yeah, other than that, all the other counties are pretty significant no's on that. Ward County, that's Minot. Ward County was close. Williams County was 59% yes. So there you go on some of that in the county. You can also break this down by precinct, and I'm kind of curious about this one. Okay, but it doesn't tell you where the precincts are, so we don't want to mess with that. Okay, let's finish out here what else we know in the county. I've got to close out where I had here. No, I don't want to do that. I want to get back to county. There we go. Okay. So we got into all of those, and these should now be final, and it's not showing me that. No, I guess we said Cass County was final, but statewide not yet. Okay. Let's see. It's 11:31 right now, so let's do a bottom of the hour break here. We're going to check our U.S. Races, presidential races. We're going to check the Senate. We're going to check the House. Again, the Senate has flipped from basically even to Republican hands. And we'll take a look and see. I see a couple of more congressional races have been called, so we'll check in on that as well. Continue to update the Minnesota numbers. The Minnesota results have been slow, but we're now up to 60% of the state reporting, so we'll give you an update on what's happening there between Harris and Trump. Hint, hint, the race is getting tighter. That and more as we continue here on our live election coverage. All right, Steve Hallstrom, Scott Hennen here as we continue our live election night coverage, coming to you live from the Labor Masters Election Headquarters studio. We do have final results in now on some of the North Dakota House and Senate races that have gone final too. So new information here on some of those, and very interesting races that have been decided. After leading most of the night for the North Dakota Senate in District 10 race, George Ruffhead, the Republican, loses to Ryan Braunberger 50.6% to 49.0%. Only about 50 votes difference there in a total cast of about 6,000. So that an interesting development there. David Clemens, as expected, wins handily in Senate District 16. In Senate District 46, we have a new member of the state Senate. Michelle Powers wins 54.5% to 45.2% over Jess Arneson. That was two newcomers in there on that race. In House races, House District 10, North Dakota, Steve Swantek and Jared Hendricks knock off the incumbent Democrat Hamida Dekane. Swantek at 34.1%, Hendricks at 33.4%. So they are winners there. And in the District 46 race, which has been a big talker, and the North Dakota GOP invested some resources in that race as well, and it turns out that the money was well spent. Jim Casper, the incumbent representative, is going back to Bismarck. He wins among all candidates at 27.0%. Desiree Morton, a newcomer, is going to Bismarck as well, 26.0%. Todd Reisenauer and Will Thompson, the two Democrats, close behind, 23.5 and 23.0. So about a 400 vote margin there in the end. And so in the end, District 46 remains in Republican hands, although there was some very good battles on that one here tonight. We gave you the city measures already, so we've taken care of those. We want to continue to update you on the Minnesota races. For president, Harris continues to lead Trump. That gap is shrinking a little bit, 50.5% to 46.9%. So right now that's about, about a 2 percentage point difference, 3 percentage point difference, something like that. Little over 3 there right now, with 64% of the precincts having reported. In the House races in Minnesota District 4A, again, the Senate races, none held locally here. All precincts now have reported. Heather Keeler, the incumbent Democrat, going back to St. Paul, beating Republican challenger Joshua Zinke 58-41, and Jim Joy in District 4B from Hawley, the incumbent Republican, beats challenger Thad Logish 66-33 in that race there. In the Moorhead City Council, that is now final, and 3 newcomers and 1 incumbent. Probably the biggest story, an incumbent gets beaten in Ward 1, Matt Gilbertson, in a very close race, loses by about 60 votes in a field of about 5,000, 50.4% to 49.1% to newcomer Nicole Matson. Emily Moore in Ward 2 is the winner there, 49.8%. Ben Hammer in second at 32.6%. Cassie Sofferman in third at 17.1%. Lisa Borgen, a newcomer, but obviously a big name in Moorhead politics for many years, wins in Ward 3. And then in Ward 4, the incumbent Sebastian McDougall is going back after beating Zach Amin 58% to 41%. A couple other stories we haven't talked a lot about, but we should update you on. There was a school district levy in Moorhead that would have generated $4.3 million a year over the next 10 years, but Moorhead voters said no. It was a close vote. 51.2% said no, 48.5% said yes. And Scott, we're starting to see more and more of these where I think people appreciate the schools, want to have good schools, but they're just saying, I'm tapped out. I don't have any more money to give.
No, exactly right. And I think that's kind of a product of the last 4 years and what people have been living with. And you've seen that in school referendums. You've seen that on a previous Fargo Dome vote with the convention center, and you're seeing more of it tonight as well.
Yep.
Ryan, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, Ryan Youngren was in a pretty public race with Daniel Gast, and Youngren ends up winning 64-35. Assistant Cass County State's Attorney Ryan Youngren, I got to credit the forum for that. They're the ones who are reporting this where I saw it first. So I think that brings us up to speed, Scott, on some of the things that we need to make sure that we're updating everybody on right now. So not a lot of drama here locally, although a few races left for us to monitor. Scott, I think we could probably dip into some Fox coverage here, but anything else that you wanted to talk about before we send it to the network?
I just saw the Georgia Secretary of State revealed that there are 100,000 votes left to be counted, and Trump's lead is over 100,000.
Oh, my.
So, again, why these aren't being called, I have no idea. It's very, very weird. Update from New York Times says another hour has gone by. The story is still the same. Trump is favored in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And we'll just have to wait longer to see whether maybe Harris will do better than expected in key Democratic areas. But they've increased the chance of Trump winning now to 92% likely.
Wow.
From the New York Times, with Electoral College estimate of 302 and a popular vote estimate now up to 1.2. So.
1.2. That continues to grow. Isn't that something, how that popular vote, I'm taking a look at that right now.
Somebody's talking at Harris headquarters here, so I don't know what's going on there.
All right. So with that said, then I think we've given you an update here. Let's dip into Fox News Channel coverage, and we'll be back to update you along the way here on the Flag.
That have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
This is Cedric
but
Richmond,
you will hear from her
by the way, spokesperson for the Harris campaign.
She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, you know, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some movement?
Up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there, and we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily, but this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right, because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you'll have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, or sorry, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids, is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia, loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote, 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
Yes.
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election that is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these, swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall.
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan in particular as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or 2. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but...
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. You know, the more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is, we think, why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there at like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we had thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states? Yes.
There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out, is the FNVA performing consistent with the data? There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas, but the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit. We've
got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
it was a moment ago here.
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4. Which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much is it? 99% in or 90? What did you say?
90%. Statewide, 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it, the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but, it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask, exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a lot.
For coming
Good job.
by.
Great
Very
job.
nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter, so perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Well, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Cough drop?
We'll head back there if the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision-making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate. Based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah.
Data to report there. And then you see the 248.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County there.
All right, welcome back to our coverage here on WZFG, Dilworth, Fargo, Moorhead, West Fargo, USA, and on KTGO, Tioga, Stanley, AM 1090, FM 92.7. Continuing our live local coverage as well. We are watching for President Trump to take the stage in Mar-a-Lago, and when he does, we will take you there as well. But we've got some happy candidates here close to home who are celebrating wins tonight. One of them joins us here on the Newsline, coming to you live from the Labor Masters Election Headquarters studio. Jared Hendricks wins in his first race in District 10. for the North Dakota House of Representatives. He got 33.4% of the vote. He joins Steve Swantek, who got 34.1% of the vote. And Jared joins us on the newsline. Jared, congratulations. Great night for you and the team.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So tell me what this means to you, getting the win tonight.
Well, I think it certainly was a lot of hard work and it was a long journey to get here, so it's gratifying. But I'm hoping more importantly what it means for the community is I want to do right by the people, and I want to be a voice for everybody out there that's struggling to pay their bills. They're watching their monthly rent go up, their insurance, their groceries, everything. And I'm in the same boat as everybody else. And we need people that are going to go there and be serious about it. And also people that are going to be willing to buck the status quo a little bit. As one of the main messages we drove home was making sure that the people are represented. I'm the guy that led the term limits measure and made sure that I had a few opponents in this race, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to make sure we realign the power back down to the people. We have a responsive government, and we don't have a good old boy club in Bismarck, and that the people know and understand their voice in the legislature.
You basically, with this win tonight, unseated an incumbent Democrat, Hamida Dakane. I hope I'm saying that correctly. What do you think that means, and what kind of statement do you think you hope this meant to the Republican Party, what you were able to do in this race?
Yeah, well, as most people know, have been following it, there's a very large New American community in this district, and there's been some coverage around that, but I'll just put it this way. To me, it's very simple. You talk to people the same way you talk to anyone, and I approached everybody in this district to the best human ability to listen with sincerity and to also offer my positions with sincerity. And a lot of people, especially in the New American community, I believe, feel like they don't have a seat at the table. They feel like nobody really engages with them. And in fact, really no Republican has very much. So it's very simple. We met them where they are, and I told them the truth about what I believed, and I was very sincere about it. And we were willing and able to go out and do the work and talk to people and go into the community and show respect to it and do things that are maybe not always so political. I mean, we did a soccer tournament in the late summer, which was a really wonderful event. It brought all kinds of different teams together. It brought people together. We didn't want to have a conventional campaign, I guess is my point. I knew this was sort of an unconventional district. It's 80% apartment buildings, which I would say is probably logistically makes it the most difficult district in the state to campaign in.
Right.
And so we knew we were to a big challenge, and we needed to reach people in a different kind of way.
Yeah, Jared, I think it speaks a lot for you that you have really done probably more than most Republicans have to really try to bridge that gap and try to find areas where there is some common ground. And I have heard from people that have visited with Hamida, and she's even told people before that when she wanted to get her political feet underneath her, she just wasn't sure who to reach out to. And the Democrats sort of said, sure, we'll take you in. So maybe there's some fertile ground here for us to bring more conservatives in from communities that you maybe wouldn't think would be candidates.
Yeah, I absolutely believe that. And again, when you focus on the things that really matter and you focus on values, people that come here, including many people that I'll be forever grateful towards who helped me in my campaign, or New Americans, many of them waited years to go through the process. They came to America, they learned English, they brought their families here, they worked hard, they obeyed the laws. And, it's really a beautiful thing. And I think that if we, again, just treat people with basic respect and sincerity and have an open dialogue with them, I think we can certainly do that as Republicans.
What would you say, last question for you tonight, Jared, what would you say is the number one promise that you can make to people in your district, in District 10, as you go forward? What's the commitment that you're making to them tonight about how you will handle your affairs in the state legislature?
I'll give you a couple things. I'll make it quick. So one is, I think, transparency and just putting the information out there. I mean, I've pledged that I want to do town halls. I want to bring a lot more continual updates during session into the community, because I think a lot of people just don't really know what's going on in the Capitol. And then the second thing is, we're a very wealthy state, and I've said this going door to door. We've got $30-some billion different in sitting in different state funds, and obviously some of those are earmarked for different things. But the point is, we're wealthy, and so the question for me is, we don't have the problems that a lot of states have. We have so much money, but are we prioritizing? Are we prioritizing our roads, our schools, our police, our fire, our infrastructure, the things that benefit everybody, versus, unfortunately, sometimes there's some special interest spending, which I oppose completely. So I think that, all government spending ultimately contributes to a cost of living to everybody, because it has to be paid for somehow. And so I think we need to keep that focused on the priorities that benefit everybody. And that's really resonated.
Well, congratulations, Jared. To win a race like this and defeat a current incumbent is a very difficult thing to do. And you've been able to pull that off and do it. So we give you a ton of credit. Congratulations. It's been fun to see this race unfold, and we know you've worked very hard to do it. Did some things that maybe people wouldn't normally do to try to win it, and it all paid off tonight. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, sir, and glory to God.
There you go. We love to hear that, too. Thanks so much. Jared Hendricks going to Bismarck to represent District 10 in Fargo, along with Steve Swantek going back as the incumbent. Next up on the news line, we're going to visit with Jim Casper. And speaking of big wins and contested wins, we have one to talk about in District 46 as well. Jim Casper wins re-election, and this was a tight race from the very beginning, but Jim Casper comes out as the leading vote getter in District 46. Jim, good evening and congratulations.
Hey, Steve. Thank you very much. Very, very happy for the honor to represent my district again in the legislature. It was a hard-fought race. My team was fantastic. My running mates were great, and I'm looking forward to the next 4 years.
What does it mean that all three of you, you basically swept the voting tonight? Desiree Morton along with you in the House, and then Michelle Powers wins in the Senate. Two newcomers, and then the KG veteran, Jim Casper. But you all get to go do it now together in Bismarck. What does that mean to you?
Well, Steve, what was our campaign theme was elect conservative legislators from District 46. Not only me as an incumbent, but my running mates. And that, I believe, resonated with the people in District 46. They're tired of the spending spree that the Republican-controlled legislature has been on for the last 10 years. You and I have talked about that a number of times. We're going to go out there, and I certainly can't speak for them, but I can tell you from my perspective, I'm going out to shake the roots of the Republican liberal establishment in the legislature. We're going to get control of the stupid spending spree we've been on, and we're going to give the money back to the people.
Well, we love to hear that around here, Jim. You ran, as you mentioned, this was a tough campaign. You took incoming fire from both Republicans and Democrats in this one, and yet you remained standing at the end. How much satisfaction do you have tonight, knowing not only did you have to beat the opponents, but you also had to beat some PAC money coming in that targeted you in ways that I know you felt were unfair?
Steve, I can tell you this. There are turncoat Republicans that call themselves Republicans that are not Republicans, and one of them is Pat Finken, who ran the Brighter Future Fund. He used to be on my campaign committee, and all of a sudden, he decided with his Republican country club liberals out in the western part of North Dakota, including, I believe, a number of legislators who wanted to take me out because I am too outspoken on conservative principles. I'm too outspoken to try to preserve what the Constitution of North Dakota and the United States Constitution says, and they tried to take me out, and it was an orchestrated effort, Steve. You look at the crap that they sent into my district, 5 hit postcards, all lies about who I am and what my record is, and it was all orchestrated by Republican legislators and Republican bigwigs, and I'm going after them when I get out there.
All right. Well, it sounds like there's some interesting days ahead. Last thing for you, Jim, is this. So Todd Reisenauer and Will Thompson had very good showings in this campaign. They were not far behind you and Desiree. in this battle, and Michelle Powers had a good battle on her hands as well. It's clear that there are people in District 46 that maybe have some different opinions and perspectives. How will you listen to them and try to govern or legislate for them as you go to Bismarck now to represent everybody in District 46?
Steve, my door has always been open. My cell phone is out there. My email address is out there. I've always worked with the people in my district, not only District 46, but the city of Fargo, Cass County, and across the state. The years I've been in the legislature, going on 24 years, I try to do what is right for the people of our state. I will always be there for the people. All you have to do is contact me, and we will talk. And I am always open to ideas and suggestions and concerns. That will never change.
Well, Jim, we appreciate the visit tonight here. I know it's fairly late, but I figured you'd still be up with some excitement from having notched the big win here tonight. And I know you worked very hard at this. I know you invested heavily in this race with time and resources. And so we say congratulations and best of luck as you go to represent District 46 back in Bismarck.
Well, Steve, I want to thank you for the opportunity to visit. My wife, Sandy, and I are sitting here watching the national returns. It looks like President Trump is going to be reelected. We praise God for that because our country needs him back in the White House.
Yes.
So we're happy about, our district, our win in District 46, but we need President Trump back in the White House. So I just pray that he will be there.
Yeah, well, it's looking good so far. The Democrats are not done trying to run their tricks. We know that. So certainly the hay is not all in the barn yet. But as of right now, many good signs, no doubt about that. Jim, thanks again, and congratulations again on the big win tonight.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Take care. That's Jim Casper heading back to Bismarck to represent District 46. All right, 12:14. President Trump has not taken the stage yet in West Palm Beach. They are expecting that he will at some point tonight. As we have told you, we are going to stay until we believe that we will not be able to know anything more tonight than we know already. So that means if we're here for a few more hours, we will do that. But right now, we're continuing to wait for these election results to come in many of these key swing states. And we've been updating these numbers for you all evening long. And there are right now 6 states that are still outstanding now that Georgia has been called for President Trump: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada. Right now, Donald Trump leads 51-47 in Pennsylvania. He leads 52-45 in Michigan. He leads 51-47 in Wisconsin. Harris leads, but that number has shrunk in Minnesota, 50.7 to 47.2. Trump leads 49.9 to 49.2 in Arizona, and in Nevada, Trump leads 50.9 to 47.5. So of the 6 states still left to be decided, I'm not counting Alaska at this point, Trump leads in 5 of those 6, and Minnesota is the only one that he does not yet does not have a lead in. So things are stacking up well for the former president, but there's still a long way to go. And we're going to hang around here for a while and see what happens and see if there's any more states that can be called here tonight. And we're going to wait and see if President Trump takes the stage as well. But right now, let's send you back to Fox News Channel coverage as we watch as they assess and analyze what is happening here as well. 12:16 here on WZFG and KTGO Radio. Let's now rejoin Fox News coverage.
We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends Today.
This is our legacy. I won't let anyone take it.
The epic return of Yellowstone.
I can see it now. I know what to do.
There is no morality. This is war.
We fight here, or we die here.
Oh, this is going to be fun. It's been pretty fun so far.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Reminder, bent finger appointment.
I don't want to wait or have surgery for my Dupuytren's contraction. I want a non-surgical treatment.
And if non-surgical treatment isn't offered?
I'll get a second opinion.
Take charge of your treatment. If you can't lay your hand flat, visit findahandspecialist.com to get started.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age.
It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now during Ram Power Days, get $4,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. Don't miss Ram Power Days. Hurry in today.
Enjoy your risk-free trial.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Back here live at the Labor Masters election headquarters, Steve Hallstrom here, Scott Hennen at Sweet Shots, and joining us here in the studio, Jay Thomas,
hey,
our buddy from the other end of the hall. How'd the coverage go on DAY tonight, my man?
Oh, Tim Flacco and I had a blast. Tim, I got to call a race tonight, and I called it early. I called Tim Flacco, the new commissioner for. He ran unopposed. I got to tell you, this has been quite the evening. Not just on a national level, but a state and I'm tired, dude, and local level. Some surprises. I really thought the Fargo Dome was going to pass. I was surprised that
it wasn't much, but it didn't.
And I didn't think that the convention center would pass, and it did.
We don't have to pay for that. Other people can pay
exactly.
for that, so that might be it.
Hiding behind a tree. Yeah, exactly. What really surprised me was how blown out of the water Measure 4 was.
Yeah.
We had newly elected Governor Kelly Armstrong on earlier tonight and asked him, number one thing, first thing you hit the ground running, and he said, property taxes. We're going to fix this problem.
Yep, that's a good thing.
And Tim predicted Flacco by 2:30. It'll be over. I'm saying it's going to happen before that. We will have this thing done with Trump.
Yep. Scott Hennen's live with us at Sweet Shot. Scotty?
Pennsylvania's been called for Trump. Boys.
No.
She's over.
What?
Yeah. Pennsylvania's been called.
Oh, boy.
I'm going home, boys.
Why in the world they waited as long as they did, I don't know, but they did.
Nobody's showing this on the monitors.
They are right there.
I don't know what monitor you're watching, but Fox News has
got it.
Oh, it's up now.
For Trump. 267 votes, electoral votes. He's not over what he needs yet, but obviously with Michigan, significant lead in Michigan.
Yeah.
And so this one's going Trump way.
Oh my gosh, that is a monster. So now that gets Trump to 267. He just needs
3.
Anything. He needs 3. Well, any of these states, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada. There's no way that Harris runs the table with what we know now.
Let's see what the New York Times is saying. Well, they just pegged the meter. 95% chance. They're now saying 306 electoral votes.
Oh, my gosh. How about that?
Yep.
Fox News projects Trump wins Pennsylvania. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all over but the shouting.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
it's
all okay. We've got some Flag Plus members that have been hanging out. Scotty, I know you had a couple other notes that you wanted to pass along about Minnesota, though.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but the Fox Decision Desk guy that was on explaining why some of these things were taking a while was asked about Minnesota, and he said Minnesota stopped counting. The House Republican leader said that they've already picked up 2 seats in the House, but some counties had still not reported a single vote 3.5 hours after the polls closed. 3.5 hours after the polls closed. So there's something going on in Minnesota that's weird, but none of that's going to matter, obviously, because that's not needed. And we still have, obviously, Michigan and Arizona and Nevada and other races as well. So this is Pennsylvania's the big prize.
Yeah.
Trump's going to win, and we're going to hear from him shortly.
Yeah, we are. Steve's out talking to the crowd, and I'll tell you, these people hung on, man. They are out there hooting and hollering, Scott.
We are small in number, but we are mighty in spirit.
Amen.
Here at the gathering, well, when Pennsylvania turned, I don't know about what you all think out here. We got five people who are not giving up tonight, and we are pumped about this. Pennsylvania goes for Trump. The call is made, and really Kamala Harris at this point does not have a path forward. How are we feeling out here?
I feel awesome because there's no way she can win now, no matter what. So I'm glad she went home. She can come back in the morning, put some makeup on, and say, have a nice presidency.
Yeah, I really don't know what path forward unless she contests certain things that they see some irregularities, but we're just out hanging with our people here, these the five Lone Rangers that hung out with us until all hours, but it looks like what we have been hoping for so long is coming to fruition.
Looking forward to the next 4 years, and after the next 4 years, looking forward to the next 8 years.
Amazing. Did we ever lose hope that this could happen? Because it looked bleak along the way.
I was a little nervous. I was a little nervous that they'd try to do what they did 4 years ago, but the count continued to count. They continue to count the votes, so he's got it.
Yeah, I think he does too.
They had people in place to prevent all that stuff. They make sure that everything is on the up and up. They had Laura Trump did a fantastic job with that RNC. I'm glad that she was part of that, because she made it happen, I think.
Just think of where we were 4 years ago. It felt as though, what do we have going on here now? Okay, Decision Desk is now projecting Trump at 270. They must have awarded another state here. And Scott and Jay, I cannot hear you guys. I know you can hear me. We're going to want to send it back so we get that nailed down there. But just last comments out here. How are we feeling kind of seeing it? It's happening, right? It's happening.
Yes, it's happening. Finally, we waited so long for this again.
4 years ago, when all that happened, we said, how can we get a ground game going in 4 years that could possibly match with the Republican? Michael Whatley, Laura Trump, Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder, so many people said, I'm putting my agenda on the back burner and I am going to jump in and I'm going to fight this thing. And here we are. And somebody out here in the team space, Scotty and Jay said it very well, but they built the kind of apparatus to watch ahead of time and head these things off of the pass so people knew that they couldn't get away with things the way they had done before. And all of that is paying off now as it looks like Donald Trump is on his way to winning the 47th presidency of the United States.
Wow. A lot of people are projecting he's going to be in the 300s for the electoral votes, so we'll see what happens.
You've got a lot of Trump victories yet that can still come, right? Because the map still the Decision Desk has him at 270. I'm trying to figure out what they've counted that Fox hasn't, because they have it at 267.
I'm guessing they're counting Alaska. That's 3 votes. They're probably just giving him Alaska.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
They show Alaska with a 56 to 38% edge right now. Only about 30% of the votes in, but it looks like Trump's off to a big lead there early. So that's the 3.
And you got Michigan and Wisconsin.
And he's winning by 3 points in Michigan right now. 90% of the vote in Wisconsin. He's winning by 4 points. In Arizona, he's up a point with 56% of the vote. And then Nevada, he's up by 4 points there with 73% of the vote. So he could still run the table, which, by the way, I hope happens so that we get out of this idea that there was anything but a significant victory with Donald Trump winning all of the key swing states. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, Minnesota is the one that it will be tough. Harris still leads Trump by about 3.5 percentage points there.
That was never a battleground state, right? I mean, that was I'd love to see it happen, but what are they showing here? I've got Harris leading by 3 points there with 76 reported, but again, Fox is reporting they've stopped counting in some areas, so I don't know what that's all about. some of the House races are well, but we don't need Minnesota, right?
Well, what
cherry on top?
What about this move, you guys, of Kamala Harris going home and basically saying, I'm not going to concede tonight no matter what, when they must have had the same kind of information or the same kind of sense that we did of it's looking pretty bleak here. This is kind of uncharted territory for basically the networks here fairly soon are all going to call this thing for Trump. And one of the major candidates who should be giving a concession speech right now is not doing that. Talk about, they just ripped Trump up and down for not
it's total
being
Bush League.
Conciliatory in handing the baton to the next president, and now they're doing the same thing.
Because this is what they do. You couldn't get her to talk to the press. She wouldn't talk to the press. She wouldn't give any information on how she's going to fix that. Last thing she's going to do is sit up there and give a speech and concede to this thing. She's going home. She's pouting.
Yeah, exactly right. And by the way, Hillary did the same thing, remember, in 2016. Remember they came out, John Podesta came out and said she's not going to be talking tonight? So she took one out of Hillary's playbook. Yeah, so but it's pathetic. I mean, again, as all these, it'd be one thing if they stopped counting, as in 2020, right, where, nothing's going to change. But when they're still counting, why she'd say I'm not coming out tonight is to me sour grapes. I'll tell you some interesting things that we're going to be talking about tomorrow. Trump's margin of victory with black Americans, with Hispanic Americans, with the younger vote. There's some constituencies, Catholic vote, that broke Trump's way that are suggesting that there is a new coalition forming out there. That is going to be pretty interesting in the way of, I would hope, if they have any sense of themselves, maybe will require some introspection with the Democratic Party to say, hey, here's why we lost. We lost huge ground with Hispanics, huge ground with with black Americans, with younger voters. They weren't buying what the Democrats were selling. That's why Trump won tonight in the fashion that he did. So that's going to be tomorrow's story. But I'm. Everything I've seen with the exit polls and what we know so far, there's some pretty significant shifts. Well, and that's how Trump won this.
And you're going to hear some on the left. They're going to start going after the Electoral College, which, you know what? Sorry, that dog doesn't hunt because he won the popular vote too. So
far he is. He is up about 5 million votes in the popular. I mean, how many votes have yet to be counted where it's going to swing that much? You're talking about a big margin, and that margin has not decreased really all night.
No, it hasn't.
It's been kind of very consistent.
Republicans have everything.
New York Times for the last 3 hours has been putting this from the lean to the likely to now. Of course, it's pegged over 95% chance of victory for Trump, but they put the Electoral College estimate now at 306. And on the popular vote, a Trump plus 1.3.
1.3. That's growing as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, guys, let me ask you this question, okay? So 267 electoral votes are in the barn right now if you go by, I'll just use Fox News Channel. Now, you've got some networks that are also calling Alaska, and so you would assume that follows through on the other networks. So Trump gets to 270. What can the Democrats try to do? Is there a way that they can file suit, wage some kind of a grievance against the process? Is there a way that Donald Trump could still lose this in the courts or something else? Or has Donald Trump, in fact, really won this thing?
I think you are going to see he's going to get Wisconsin. He's going to get Michigan. He is going to end up with over 300 electoral votes. It's going to be so far ahead of Harris. There is there's nothing to fight there, and that party will look like a bunch of hypocrites because they were the ones for how many years were crying foul. How dare, we question the integrity of elections in this country. Now they're going to turn around and do the same thing. It's going to just scream sour grapes immediately. But again, because this Electoral College win is going to be so big, there's nothing to fight because nothing is close.
All right,
I would agree with
Scotty?
Jay. I'd agree with Jay. I just don't think there's, and again, I guess you could say, well, all right, all of these other states are going to somehow go the other way that the rest of these swing states have gone, that somehow Wisconsin will tip Harris, Michigan will tip Harris, Nevada will tip Harris, Arizona will tip Harris, all of them, then maybe, you'd have something to wake up to and to challenge. But I don't think the trends tell you tonight that that's the way this thing's going. I mean, he's leading in all of those states.
Unbelievable.
I got to believe they're gonna call Michigan, Wisconsin here pretty soon.
Well,
what's Michigan at? 74% of the vote in.
What's Wisconsin at?
Wisconsin's 91%.
Yeah, Wisconsin's going to get called here
with a 3-point lead.
Yep.
Arizona 56% in. Nevada's got 73% in and a pretty sizable lead. So yeah.
Yeah, Arizona looks close. Minnesota doesn't look like it'll fall, but it sure looks like Michigan, Wisconsin. One of those two. I mean, I don't know how you stave off the
inevitable
Wolves at this point. All right, so a big part of what we do here on these nights when we are together following this is we give you a chance to speak. I know there's a lot of you Patriots that are not going to sleep anytime soon, so let's give a call. And I think we can safely say that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States of America. I guess it hasn't been called on every network yet, although I see CNN is going to give a potentially a call here or a key race alert, and we'll see what's going to happen. But it's looking very...
Have they called Pennsylvania yet? Did they
yes.
call? They did. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. CNN...
I don't think they have.
CNN has... Hold on here. They have not. They haven't actually called a... Okay, no, I'm on the wrong map. No, they have not.
So that might be their significant call they're talking
that
about.
Might be what they're going to do, yes. So
even
if they do that, they're not going to be... Okay, it looks like they just are here. But anyway, so it's looking really good. And it would be almost impossible now for Kamala Harris to win the presidency. It looks like it's Donald Trump. 701-271-1100. I know a lot of you are listening from around Fargo-Moorhead, West Fargo area. Also watching us online, many of you on the YouTube stream from wherever you're at. We want to hear from you. 701-271-1100.
They're booting my butt out of sweet shots.
Okay, all right. Scotty's going to come on back.
They got to go home and go to sleep, Scott. They're not like us.
I'm waiting for Trump to speak. Let's bring him on. Let's get it done.
He's expected to address the crew there in West Palm Beach anytime soon. We're not going home anytime soon here. We want to hear from you. 701-271-1100. Phone lines open. This is your chance to let us know how it feels right now. And I'm guessing a lot of you have got something you want to say. So give us a call, 701-271-1100. Let us know your thoughts. Donald Trump now has been declared the winner of the Electoral College by a couple of major news sources. The Decision Desk HQ has got him at 270 votes. Newsmax has him at 270 as well. And we are still waiting for, I guess, one of the big campaigns or one of the big networks, to declare him the winner. But it looks like there's a tidal wave coming for Kamala Harris, and she will be unable to stop it. So how do you feel right now? 701-271-1100. Jay Thomas, I have to tell you, I remember very clearly sitting with you and Scotty maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, saying Donald Trump can't win.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't believe he can win. There's been too much brand damage. They've taken too much out of him. And I'm happy to eat that crow. I am. I think a big part of this story has to be the Democrats' inability to put a candidate out there that had anything to offer the country. First was Joe Biden, and we could see him falling apart.
Yep.
And they picked the worst possible person to step in, but they were so beholden to their identity politics. It had to be Kamala Harris for all the reasons that are obvious, and they were never going to move her out for anybody else when they should have. It should have been Gavin Newsom. It should have been Joe Manchin. It could have been whoever, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, anybody, but they wouldn't do it. And now they get to sleep in that bed that they've made.
That's right. It really, I was really, really shocked that they did not go with Gavin Newsom. I thought for sure once Trump kicked Biden out of the race with that debate, Steve, I'm like, there's no way they're going to go for her. She couldn't get one vote when she ran against Biden, and they threw her in there.
Yep.
And the honeymoon period, we watched that grow, and we all got a little nervous. You watch the honeymoon period, and you're watching the money roll in, and you're watching all the support roll in. But we all sat back and said, hey, look, this is a honeymoon period, and that's exactly what it was. And the fact that she wouldn't talk to the press or hold a press conference, she had no plans of her own. Let's be honest. What's the first thing she did? She jumped right on Donald Trump's ideas, and the first one she dumped on was no taxes on tips. She started stealing his stuff, and you know what? People were seeing through it. This country is going to look a lot different. Not only do you have Trump, I mean, Trump's got this thing. I mean, it's done. But you also have the Republicans. They get the Senate back. They're going to hang on to the House. So
that's right.
They have everything. So now you have no excuses.
Jay Thomas.
No excuses.
Keep talking sexy to me, brother.
You're liking it. But you came running back when I said that.
I'm loving it.
They have control. They will have control of everything. There are no more excuses. No more excuses.
Well, you're right. Now, that's the story for tomorrow. But now let's get some bleep done, right?
Yep,
I mean,
exactly.
You've got everything you wanted.
Minnesota's been called by Fox.
Okay, for Harris.
Yeah.
50.6 to...
They flash him numbers so fast.
Yeah, that was
we're
quick.
really tired.
So she's now at 226, Trump at 267. So, yeah, that race... 50.6 to 47.3, so 3.3%. That
he didn't do bad.
No, but it wasn't nearly as close as he was with Hillary in 16. So Minnesota's just always going to be that tough state. All right, let's go. We got full phone lines. Let's knock them out here. We're going to start with Andy on line 1. Andy, good evening. How are you feeling tonight?
I am feeling absolutely fantastic.
How about this, Andy?
I swear I knew this was going to happen. I made bets with coworkers 6 months ago for $50, and they're like, no, I don't want to take $50 from you. And I'm like, you're not going to be taking $50 from me. I knew that Trump was going to come through with a major win, too big to steal, I told everybody, and I was considered a nut. But I love Trump, and I am so glad that we have this coalition of working class people, the black men and the black women that are coming out for the Republicans, the Hispanics. It's going to be a completely new Republican Party, and I am so happy about everything that's happening tonight. It's the election I can remember in my entire life.
Unbelievable. Yep.
Yes.
Andy, we appreciate you calling. Way to keep the faith, brother. It has not been easy to be where you have been, where we have been, and there have been times, right, when you just said, I don't know if it's ever going to turn back our way. There were people texting me today during the Steve Hallstrom show saying a Republican, this is the snarky people, saying a Republican will never win the presidency again.
Hand me one of them cough drops.
I think we're on the start of a fantastic run of the Republicans taking this country back and common sense governance instead of the craziness that we've had. And I think the whole country's ready for it.
Yep. Andy, thanks for giving a call. We appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for checking in.
Bye.
It's Jay, I'm still not exactly sure how to feel here, because on one hand I feel like we've won. On the other hand, we just have one news source basically saying we've called Alaska, and other than that, we don't have anything yet. Are we safe in feeling like this is over?
Yeah, we're safe because Alaska it's going for Trump. That's a given. I mean that's done. And again, you look at Michigan, you look at Wisconsin. He's for sure he's got one of those, if not both of them. So yeah, this thing is this thing's over. Again, the Senate, that race, that one's done. I think you're going to see the Republicans with 54 seats in the Senate. They're going to hang on to the House.
Boy.
Yeah.
That House, I'm curious about that. We got more phone line people to get to on the phone lines here. Let's get them in here. Wayne is online too. Wayne, how you feeling tonight, my man?
Oh, great. I'm glad that Trump is winning.
We are too.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
We're here.
Yeah. I've been waiting to hear something about the Republican governor, the governor's race in North Dakota. I haven't heard anything.
Oh, that's
that he won.
done and over. Kelly Armstrong smoked the competition. He is the new governor, will be the new governor of North Dakota. He blew the competition away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kevin Kramer won for the Senate, Julie Fedorchak for U.S. House. So yeah, it was a clean sweep for the Republicans tonight.
And Wayne, we had Kelly Armstrong on our show on our sister station, and asked him, "What's the first thing you're going to hit as governor?" He said, "The number one thing I'm going after is," he said, "we are going to get these property taxes fixed in North Dakota."
Well, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yes, sir, Wayne. Have a good night. Thanks for listening tonight. All right, that opens up a phone line for you, 701-271-1100. 701-271-1100. Let's go to Bernie and Walcott. Bernie, how are you feeling tonight?
Well, I'm having a Miller High Life.
Ah, you're killing me, dude. Really?
There we go.
Yes. So Wall Street and and Las Vegas were correct today.
Yep. Steve, you and I both said, those Polymark, those are the numbers.
They jumped.
That's people's money, man.
In the last 24 hours, they jumped by 6-7 percentage points, and in the end, they were right. I don't know if it's going to end up to be a 20-point win in the popular vote. Probably not. But people that were betting their own money said, "This is how we're going to do it." Yep, fantastic. I didn't hear about Wall Street, though, Bernie. What happened there today?
Well, the stock market was really good today.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the markets were up.
Yep, and that's an indicator usually, the
money always knows, Jay Thomas.
It does.
The money always knows.
Follow the money. My kid came and hung out here with us for a couple hours tonight. Helped us out, and he goes to some different stuff on YouTube and follows these people, and he's like, "Dad, I'm telling you," he said same thing. Goes, follow the money, because he follows those betting markets. He said that's your true gauge of what's going to happen.
All right,
and they had a big billboard on the Strip in Vegas, and they kept the track of the betting.
Yep,
and Trump was up, at least this afternoon, at 55%.
Yeah.
In Las Vegas. So all I have to say is go red.
There you go.
There you go. Thanks a lot, Bernie. We appreciate you calling, my man. Have a good night. Thanks for listening. Addison, I can hear you, but when you say it the first time, I'm not prepared to hear you. Say again what you just said to me, please. Okay, got it. Very good. All right, that opens up a line for you, 701-271-1100. Let's go to Joan on line 4. Joan, good evening. How are you feeling tonight, Joan?
I'm feeling great. I'm so very grateful and thankful to President Trump and his family. We can all rest a little easier and just know in our hearts that America and Americans are going to be put first and protected. In
Joan,
all aspects, we're going to be protected. Thank God.
Yes. Did you ever lose faith along the way that we could have a night like this?
Nope. I never lost faith. There were times that I grew frustrated because of all the lying and the word play and the fear tactics that other sides tried to use and stuff. Whereas to me, when President Trump said something, he was basing it on facts or something that he'd already done for his 4 years of service.
That's right.
But the other part was just the lying and cheating, wondering who's really believing this and who's seeing through all this. But if you just keep the faith, sometimes you don't always get your answer you want or right away.
Yeah.
But eventually, I do believe it truly comes to you. And I'm just feeling great. I'm truly grateful for all this man has given up. So
Unbelievable.
that's
Joan,
all.
think about what he has been through.
Oh, man.
They have tried everything.
More than any one man should have to ever put up. He
Yes.
sacrificed his daughter-in-law, his family. I mean, for God's sakes, the man never took a salary when he's in office, and he's being stuck trying to pay out millions in fake, awards and stuff. So, no, I right now it's like, a big sigh of relief. We can rest easy. When you put your head on the pillow tonight, just know that someone more than the big guy, there's other ones looking out for you too.
Boy,
So.
you got that right. When you think about it, what an absolute smack in the face to establishment media, the courts, the weaponization of government. They have tried everything and they could not beat him. If they would have if he would have lost tonight.
Hold on.
Okay, here we go. Let's join Fox News Channel. Let's take that live, Addison.
They just called. Trump said 277. Now, who did they call?
Yep.
The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
Wisconsin called for Trump. That's what happened.
States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Britt Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he really know Washington and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kaylee's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees, who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
Britt, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone. Kayla, I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story. And I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers? the Republicans and the Lincoln Project people and Bill Kristol and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump.
Kellyanne?
We'll get to the never Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. Yep. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They got to. They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They have him. They had him in a courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward.
But he will
I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while he was going to. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he. I don't know him as well as you, but I hope the people around him can be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
If you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you
say?
About
$50. It's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know what I was struck by? The
Rogan
final
and Musk and the rest of them.
The final ads where they
were excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Yep.
I mean, the adversity that he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No,
maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hosni, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight, and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called, and so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup in front of Howard University.
Yes, all of her
where
people
she
were already
attended.
there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that people used to.
They were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
Yeah. I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said, everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up, I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know,
All right, we're going to bring our night to a close here from our Fieldstone Group studios in South Fargo. Steve Hallstrom here on WZFG and KTGO. Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States of America. Friends, the comeback starts now. Absolutely amazing. It seemed impossible at one point, but Donald Trump surviving everything that the establishment, big media could throw at him, the political machinery of D.C. withstood it all, almost taken out by an assassin's bullet in Pennsylvania this past summer. And here we sit, watching almost in a stunned state of mind, watching what has happened here. It is an amazing, amazing night. It will not fix all the problems of our country. Absolutely not. It certainly won't fix a lot of things tonight. But there is hope that common sense can once again be a major piece of this country going forward. The adults are back in the room. And what an amazing night it is. It's been great to be with you on this historic night. Apologies that the throat is failing me a little bit, but it has been an absolute treat to be with you. We're watching for President Trump to take the stage in West Palm Beach, Florida. And my buddy Scott Hennen coming back in the studio here after being out at Sweet Shots tonight, giving me a fist bump, and absolutely amazing night. And Scotty, we're just finishing up with some comments here before Donald Trump takes the stage, and then we'll turn it to Fox News for ongoing coverage throughout the night. But
this is great.
Unbelievable.
This is so great. It's great for Flag Nation. Really, when you think about what this guy's been through and the assassination attempts and everything they've thrown at him in the courtroom and everything else, it's pretty extraordinary. All the never-Trumpers, all the anti-establishment types, called a Nazi, called Hitler, called It's unbelievable. This is a defeat of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and that whole cabal, all of Hollywood and from the Taylor Swifts to the Bruce Springsteens to all of them. It just feels great.
Scott, if Trump would have lost in this election, you could have seen legacy media, the political establishment, whatever you want to call the apparatus in D.C., they could have said in a gleeful, gloating way, we won, we beat him. Because the reason that Trump, I think, struggled as much as he did over these last few years is because they tried to make him seem like the devil incarnate. And they would have been able to say, we did it. We took so much out of him. We caused the people of America to hate him so much that they didn't vote for the person that we wanted them to vote for. This is a total rebuke of all that system.
It
and
is.
now Donald Trump stands on that stage and said, you tried everything that you could think of, and you couldn't beat me. And this country needed all those powers and principalities I talked about before. This country needed them to be beaten in this election, and it happened tonight.
Another thing I'd say is we can't underestimate the difference that this decision will make on the state of North Dakota. When you think about, this is a check on the woke extremism of the climate hoax agenda.
Yes.
This is an opportunity to re-energize American energy. The Biden administration from day one,
100%.
And their executive orders and taking federal lands off of leasing and all the things they did, all the ways they tried with the EPA and others to try and shut down oil and gas. Donald Trump talked a lot about American energy and drill, baby, drill, and oil and gas and liquid gold and how that's going to provide the economy. He's talked literally about it being the way we bring down the national debt.
Yes.
I mean, the national debt finally made its way into the conversation in the political race, specifically tied to energy.
Yes.
And the difference we can make there. So this is a big, big win for North Dakota. I'm thinking of Doug Burgum tonight. I mean, he laid it all on the line.
Yep.
Coming in within inches of being the vice presidential running mate of President Trump's, and did it because of how concerned he was about the difference a Harris versus Trump presidency would make for North Dakota. So I'm thinking about him tonight too.
We are watching for.
By the way, do you see CNN is not quite yet ready to call Wisconsin? They're still holding out. They don't have them across 270 yet.
Yeah.
I'd love to listen to MSNBC right now. Wouldn't that be kind of fun?
Oh, my gosh. It's got to be a funeral procession.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
When President Trump takes the stage, we will conclude our coverage, and we'll do it very quickly. We're just going to say, good night, everybody. Here's President Trump. But until that happens, we still have time for a quick phone call or two at 701-271-1100. And give us a call. It is a chance to celebrate. We can spike the football a little bit tonight. We deserve this. Let's bring on the program Eric. Eric, good afternoon or good evening. Where are you calling us from?
Moorhead, this is Master Sergeant Martz.
Oh, hey, Eric. Thanks a lot for calling. How are you feeling tonight?
I am so glad that John Walz is nowhere near the White House.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you for bringing that up, Eric. That's a good point. And you know what's interesting on that point, Eric? Pennsylvania was the difference tonight. Obviously, that tipped the balance. We'll see when the dust settles whether he could have won it without Pennsylvania. But Pennsylvania was the 800-pound gorilla of this race. And she had the opportunity to pick Josh Shapiro a moderate and super popular governor of Pennsylvania. And she doesn't.
Smart guy, too.
Yeah, very smart, savvy politically, knows that state, the whole deal, right? And really would have been a better governing partner for her, without question, if she truly wanted to unite America.
Absolutely.
Instead, she picks the ultra-liberal putz, Tim Walz, and it's one of the reasons she lost tonight. So I'm with you. That's something that needs to be mentioned.
And bona fide liar.
Yes.
You know.
Absolutely.
He is.
Absolutely.
So much so he believes in himself. I will leave it with this because I know someone else wants to get on, but I'm going to sum it up in one word, quoting William Wallace.
I knew you were going there, Eric. Love it. Master Sergeant March, thanks so much for giving a call, brother.
I love it.
Thank you guys for what you do. It was great programming on both channels today.
Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks for staying up with us.
You know, Scott, and by the way, that opens up a phone line, 701-271-1100. We are waiting for President Trump to take the stage, and when he does, we will go to him right away.
Maybe he's waiting for CNN to finally wake up and smell the coffee.
Scott, Master Sergeant March brought up a really good point, and I'll say it a little bit differently and expand on it. They thought that you, listening to this, you and me and Scott and everybody, they thought that we were all so stupid that we wouldn't be able to understand what was really happening. They thought that we were so stupid that we wouldn't realize that Kamala Harris had no plan, that she had no resume, she had no ideas, she had no energy, and they tried to put her out there and tell us she was the choice when we could all see with our own two eyes how completely vacant she was. She offered nothing to the American people. She never talked about her ideas, her plans. They thought that we were so stupid that we would just say, oh, yeah, Donald Trump, we don't like him. We're going to vote for you, and we're going to elect you to be the president, when she has accomplished nothing. Everything she has touched, she's got the opposite of the Midas touch. Whatever she touches turns to garbage. And they tried to say, no, don't believe with your eyes and your ears and your mind. Don't think about this. They thought we were that stupid that we would just ignore all of her faults and all of her issues and the fact that she offered nothing to this country. They tried to put her out there because they thought, well, the American people are so stupid. They're going to, she's a black woman. And because of that, they're going to have to vote for her. And you can't say anything bad about her because of all of that. When they knew that she was terrible as a candidate, they knew that she was terrible, but they thought that the American people were too stupid to figure it out. And now they got what is coming to them.
Watching the headquarters of Trump, headquarters in West Palm Beach, I see Governor Burgum is there with Vivek Ramaswamy, Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota, Steve Wynn of the Wynn Casino fame, all lining up and waiting for President Trump to come out. So next question we'll start asking soon is the cabinet assignments and where might Governor Burgum land in that sweepstakes.
Absolutely. I mean, think about it, Scott. Look at this all-star team that's now going to be descending on the White House saying, let's fix this trash. Vivek Ramaswamy and RFK and Doug Burgum and Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, these are heavyweights. They're going to be able to get in there and do some amazing things. Let's go to the phone lines. Dan in West Fargo. Dan, you're up next.
Hey, Steve and Scott. Great coverage from all you guys tonight. Loved it.
Thanks, Dan.
Steve, I can't make the decision, but you need to take tomorrow off. just relax. I'm sure Scott will pay you. Just take the day off tomorrow.
That's not how he's wired. I'm here to tell you. He can't wait to get on the radio tomorrow afternoon on the Steve Hallstrom Show and talk about this win.
I know, but he kind of sounds a little horrible.
Yeah, well, I don't doubt that. No, I'm kind of battling a little bit of a cold, and I've been talking for about 8 straight hours. So I get it. Nothing personal. I won't take it that way. No problem at all. Dan, how do you feel tonight?
I feel great. I was a little worried for a while, but then I don't know, something just kind of like kept rolling, and that red wave that we've been talking about for years just kind of seemed to happen.
Yeah.
I have to admit, along with them, that there was a point tonight where I started getting, flashbacks to 2020 and to stop counting and, just like, what are they doing? Because, all the tea leaves, in these states we're pointing to Trump, but they're holding out. You're wondering, what in the heck's going on,
Yeah.
But I only allowed myself to think that way for about 15 minutes because, again, I think one of the amazing things, you cannot trust polls in America when it comes to Donald Trump. They're always wrong. And you know what? Maybe you could say in 2016, gosh, this guy's new to the political scene. We have a hard time judging. But now 2016, 2020, 2024, Donald Trump continues to overperform his poll numbers. I'm not buying it. I think there's some real reform needed with polling as well.
All right, Dan. Hey, thanks for calling, buddy. We appreciate it very much. Thanks for listening to us tonight, and thanks for helping us celebrate here on a special night. You take care.
Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Dan. Yeah, Scott, I'm taking a look at the Real Clear Politics average from earlier today, and Pennsylvania, Trump 0.3%, and what's he going to win that by in Pennsylvania? It's 51 to 48, basically 2.9%.
Yeah. So look at Michigan. He's up 52-45 right now in Michigan.
52-45 in Michigan, and it had Michigan Harris 1.2.
Right. This is just ridiculous.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't know. We like to badmouth polls around here quite a bit. It could just be that people said, yeah, I'd pick Harris, but they never intended to get out to vote. We don't really know. But one way or the other, you're right, Scott. He always seems to do better than what you think.
By the way, Mark,
aren't we glad?
Mark Cuban tweeted out about 50 minutes ago, congrats, real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. # Godspeed. Kind of a classy move from Mark Cuban, who got a little snarky at the end there.
Well, he might want a job. That's very possible.
The suck-ups begin, huh?
Yeah, very possible. I was just taking a look, Scott, at the House races in the
Minnesota?
No,
nationally.
Nationally.
Okay.
Because we've got the presidency now. It looks like we've got the Senate. I guess we do actually have the Senate. What happens now in the House, and where do we stand on that? And it looks from what I can see here that the Democrats have flipped 3 seats and the Republicans have flipped 3 seats. So we're about even.
Dead even, wow.
Yeah, and so Republicans are now at 189, Democrats at 163, and you need 218. So we're a long way from having the House figured out at all. But if you got the presidency and the Senate, that's a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, it is. I would argue, actually, Donald Trump, or rather Joe Biden, having the Senate and the House led to a level of cockiness that helped cause this loss tonight for Kamala Harris. Because that's when they went way crazy on spending and the inflation and all the things that happened. They got way ahead of their skis and got swung back there. So, but you want the House to stay in Mike Johnson's camp without question. Otherwise, you're going to have the impeachment and all the other things mentioned at every other. I'd like to see Trump have the House and the Senate, even with a close House, for 2 years, just to see what they can do to take that agenda and put it on.
Absolutely, and then there would be no excuses. Go ahead and do what you need to do, and don't be a chicken about doing it.
Minnesota House GOP leader says 26A went to the Republicans, 41A, 41B. It appears that House Republicans have broken the Democratic trifecta in Minnesota with multiple DFL targets still outstanding. So that could mean that they would get the balance of power in the House, which would be big. Be big.
It would be one. What happens now for Tim Walz, Scott? What is the future for him? I imagine he can still come back and be governor because that's his job. But boy, what's his legacy now? Will this be some shine off his apple?
Yeah, his legacy is that the real Tim Walz has been exposed on a national stage. And if he loses the House, he'll have a heck of a lot less in the way of legislative accomplishments to be able to do. I don't know. I don't think Tim Walz has much of a political future, to tell you the truth.
The Star Tribune, by the way, right now on their homepage, the lead story is Amy Klobuchar winning re-election to the Senate. And there is nothing about, here's Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, moving closer to reclaiming the White House. So they're not going to admit it any sooner than they have to. DFL control of Minnesota Senate. So you're saying the House is the one that's going to go to the Republicans?
Yeah, the Senate wasn't up other than one special race, and the Democrats won that. So they held that. We knew that earlier tonight. Okay. The House is where they had a shot, and according to the House leader, they've got it. And she's saying there's additional DFL pickups still to come. But she said 26A, 41A, 41B appears the House Republicans have broken the Democrats' trifecta in Minnesota.
Okay. Star Tribune, by the way, reporting that Republicans have made gains in the election results, but still unclear if they will control the House. So there you go. All right, Scotty, I feel like my voice is telling me it's time for me to stop talking. I'd love to sit here all night, but we've got to get Tim, our buddy north of Grand Forks, for calling in. Anybody calling at 1:23 in the morning deserves to be heard. So I'm going to shut up and let Tim talk. Tim, good evening. How are you feeling tonight, my man?
Evening. Good evening. I'm feeling great. Absolutely wonderful. But I want to thank you and your station, your crew, really, for the coverage over the last several weeks and the people you bring on. It's absolutely wonderful. I was just listening to MSNBC because you mentioned that. They're crying in their soup.
Oh, I bet.
They're crying in their soup, and then they're saying it's the abortion issue, that this is what they're claiming. In the back room, this is going to be a mandate, and the Republicans are going to take it as if they're still hooked on the abortion issue. But Kellyanne Conway said it best when she says people need to understand on the Democratic side that this is about the people. The spokesperson is Donald Trump. And there's been a lot of people been looking for somebody to take the charge and to fight back. We all would probably agree with that, especially on the conservative side.
Yes.
Where this goes, we don't know. But I feel so good for the Trump family. And I just saw a picture of Vivek and Governor Burgum are visiting, and they're all getting ready for Trump to come on stage. But it's funny that CNN still hasn't called Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
I think they called Pennsylvania.
Okay, they did, but not North Carolina.
Yeah, they're holding on one of them, so they haven't got them to 270 yet.
Like 4 or 5 of them there that they haven't called. But whatever, I don't listen because the reality is they're downers, and I don't need a downer.
There you go. We don't need that.
We have so many things to be thankful. We have so many things to be thankful.
Yeah, we're winners tonight.
We're winners tonight, but more importantly, Donald Trump's family really deserves this because they keep getting hit in the chin, and they stand up for one reason. Donald Trump stands up for the people, no matter what they call him. He's never said, I don't like this group or that group. He invites them in, and he's taken us to a place that I think for a long time the Republican Party should have went. For many, many, many years, about 20, 30 years.
Well said. Well said, Tim.
Anyway, thank you. I just wanted to call in really and just say thank you to Scott.
Here he comes.
All of you guys and your team. God bless you all.
Thanks so much.
Same to you.
We're going to have excited tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Tim. All right, that's going to do it for us, too, because Donald J. Trump is taking the stage at Trump headquarters. Let's listen in. Congratulations, everybody, and enjoy this one. Here comes Donald Trump.
We'll talk all about it in a few hours.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing. Senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far, and right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United States, in West Palm Beach at the convention center there. He said he's going to make America great again for all Americans. Said God spared his life for a reason in those 2 assassination attempts. He said promises made, promises kept, and he has a big agenda ahead. He thanked a lot of people on that stage and said success will bring us together. Trying to bring the country together after what is a bruising, damaging, very vitriolic campaign that comes to an end with this massive win. He praised a lot of people, including Elon Musk, who he called a new star, up-and-comer, that guy.
Have you met him? Have you heard
I think he's an up-and-comer.
He went on about the rocket for a while.
He did. But he did the dismount, and now he goes on to be president-elect of the United States once again.
It's an extraordinary story, an absolutely phenomenal political comeback for Donald J. Trump, who will be the 47th president of the United States when he is inaugurated on January the 20th. And he said that